knowing how to work what you got. You know, there's a lot of brothers that know they might not be the greatest looking guy, but they accentuate their positives. Maybe they're buffed out. Maybe they're fucking funny as hell. But they know how to work it to their advantage. But it's only recently that you hear a lot of people.
No matter the characteristics, no matter the characteristics within anybody, you still have to know how to present yourself.
Facts.
You know?
Okay, let me get to the comments real quick. Shout out to Prime. He said Afro Latinas are the best, especially the golden skin, that butter pecan Puerto Rican. Also, salute to Ronan, Mr. Chalupe. He was talking about the ocean front, but you don't go into the water in Panama City. That's not true, Chalupe. This just because it's a Malecone, so you can't go into the water. There's no beach in Panama City. In order for you to go into the water, you gotta go down to Amador and catch the ferry to Toboga Island to be able to go to the beach and swim. You can't.
So that beach over there by the casino, right there on that little arch area, nobody really swims there.
No, it's a waterfront. It's just a boardwalk.
Yeah, the one time I went over there, I never really went all the way over to where that boardwalk was. I stayed at the casino area and hung around that area, but I never really went over there. But I thought, oh, that's beachfront right there. People are probably hanging out there during the day. No? Okay.
Yeah, they hang out there, but you can't just, it's all rocky. So you can't, it's not, they haven't converted it into a place where you can actually jump and go swimming.
Oh, okay.
They said there used to be a beach there, but then they converted it into a place for the, because of the Panama Canal, because all of the ships are there. So that's really what it is. So you would just have to go down to the Amador, hop on the ferry, and then go over to the island to be able to experience the beach life, which is only a 30-minute ferry ride. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't a problem if you really want to. I stayed on go beach, go swimming.
I stayed on the canal side where all the little islands were on that backside over there, and then we would catch a taxi or whatever to the casino on the other side. So I was looking from my hotel at a whole bunch of islands in the back, more so than right there in the casino in that main avenue way, right
there. Okay. Yeah. Once again, Prime Time says, I like my bees yellow.
I mean, I take them all flavors, but I had a preference. Yeah. As I got older, I mean, the preference is there, but I've dated all types, so it never stopped me. But it wasn't something like, oh, I had the, let's put it this way. Like Keem said, I've always been very confident about who I was as an individual. I grew up in if you know anything about Louisiana and Baltimore, Maryland, there's a whole bunch of people my skin tone and straight beautiful.
Oh shit! Hold up, Ronan. Somebody said, hold up. Somebody in the comments said, that's because y'all pretty rickies.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that. If that's what they wanted to call me back in the day, then I've heard it. Especially being light skinned in the 80s, that was the term they used for us. But I mean, you still have Morris Chestnut and everybody else competing. So I mean, you can use that as an excuse. But at the end of the day, we still had to have that level of confidence that the woman wanted to F with us. Now, I did have the occasional, and I'm sure, Keem, you might have had that occasional, I want a baby with good hair type of shit going on. And that's where you're being fetishized more than, anything else.
True. I can't speak on that now because I ain't got no damn hair no more. But yeah, when I did have a full head of hair, yeah, I do come from a good line of good hair.
Yeah, I'm holding on to. Matter of fact, this last Friday, was it Saturday? Fearless and I did a live, and I did my head a couple times. She said, "Brother, just let it go." He said, "Let it go. Your hair is about gone." And my lady's like, "Nah, he just jealous. I like your hair the way it is." I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. You got to look at me. So if that's something you like, then I love it.
Long as you like it, whoever you will like it, y'all keep liking it. Live it out."
Yeah.
Facts. Shout out to Chalupe. He says, "I like them all. I mean, I like them all colors. It's all pink on the floor on the inside." That's understandable. And then Tribal POV's co-signing with who is that? Mr. Pepper's Pretty Ricky is what they call them. Shout out to
whatever.
You know.
But also, I mean, yeah, you all experience colorism on yourselves with the whole light skin, dark skin, beige rage.
Listen, I was born and had pneumonia as a child, so it affected my speech. So my mother, to prevent that, sent me to speech therapy as a child to enunciate words. I wouldn't stutter. So this is the end result. So then you get into a community that doesn't understand things like that, and all of a sudden I'm talking too well. I'm talking too proper. How come I'm not speaking enough slang? And in Maryland, they got a distinct accent. If you're born in Baltimore, they have that little twang to everything they say.
You know how we do.
Right. I don't speak. Yeah, I don't even sound like that. My family does from Maryland, And then the flip side, my other side of the family's from Louisiana. And they coming out speaking French right off the bat. I didn't get exposed to that either.
See, our family is kind of different because, as you can see, Keem is high yellow and his grandmother is high yellow, but my mother is like a milk chocolate complexion, and then
my grandfather is as dark as you, if not darker.
Yo, Cuzzo.
And that's why I say I'm the darkest light-skinned dude you will ever meet.
Well, Redbone.
Yeah.
Ronan is light. He's like Chris Brown light skinned nigga. I'm not Chris Brown light skinned, so don't you ever call me light skinned.
Now there's shades to it.
Well, see, the thing is,
you niggas just camera down on us. Yo, did he just camera down? Yo, Ronan, where you go, bro?
No, somebody said my camera is locking up, and that happened. So I'm gonna reboot my camera real quick.
I thought you did that because I said you like Chris Brown.
No, I know I'm super light. Like I said, I was on Andre's show the other day, and I was like, man, and I had the family picture of me standing next to my lady and her mom and dad. I'm lighter than all of them, and they're Filipino. They're thinking I'm dyeing my skin, and I'm like, no, I'm like a reddish brown. I'm like a reddish color. That red.
He might be between Chris Brown and Drake.
Yeah, more than Drake, because Drake's Canadian, and my family comes from French Canadians that came down to Louisiana. So, yeah, I can see the Drake thing more so that light.
Yeah, and I'm not talking shit at all.
No. I don't even take it like that.
It's always all good.
Skin, bright skin, red, yellow bone. Yeah, all of them. All of the above.
Yeah.
And then I don't get a lot of sun on my legs, and my legs are damn white. So it's bad, bro. I'm like 3 tones of skin tones, depending on what level and what I'm exposing to the sun that week.
Right.
Let's see. So, do you in the Philippines? Do you see a lot of colorism that goes on in the Philippines?
Absolutely, it's a big time. My lady got bullied. She's a Morena, and they use that term because the Spanish colonized them as well as they colonized down in South America and everything else. So they still have those same colorism and better the race type of mentalities that they have in Latin America. When you talk about, wanting to be lighter, and lighter is more accepted. If you're darker skin, you're either out in the field or up in the mountains. They have the Eta people The Eta people are some of the older Aboriginal genetics in the world, even older than Australian Aboriginals. And they have dark skin with curly hair. Mm-hmm. You would think they were just black up in the mountains. So it's a diverse culture here. And so when she was growing up, she was darker skin and she had curly hair. She has curly hair, long curly hair. So yeah, she was bullied a lot. And that still goes on. Her sister even uses a pill to lighten her skin to this day. That's why they thought I was dyeing my skin when I came off the plane. She was like, damn, he's lighter than us. But what's he using for a cream or whatever? That's the first thought she had in her head, that I was lighting my skin. Because that's what they're predetermined or programmed to do.
Yeah, it's crazy. Nevi, are you still there? Let me see. Thought I had him. Probably might have. I guess not. I'm trying to see. Say it again.
My GoPro's been acting up lately. I'm just rebooting it and starting it over and trying to get the camera back up. So King doesn't feel alone while they sitting there bashing all the light-skinned brothers. You know what I'm saying? I ain't leaving you by yourself, brother. I'm here for you. I'm here.
That's what happened. Okay, so you saw that Nevi came on and it was 2 against 1. So he had to come and even the odds.
Ricky, I don't know about that pretty Ricky.
But I know, like,
I'm a little too rough and rugged to be a pretty Ricky. You're gonna have to call me something else, though.
Oh yeah, I was a babyface assassin. Believe me, I've been fighting on my, as far as martial arts, boxing, all that stuff. Even before I got in the Marine Corps, I was a fighter. So it wasn't like you were gonna slide by and say something slick to me, because you would have got handled. So I usually say most light-skinned brothers or sisters that wind up growing up without their nose broke and some kind of scar, meaning they got cut because of some jealous individual when they were growing up, but it was just jealous of them. You know them motherfuckers know how to fight. Don't take them lightly. Because they went through some shit to even get there. So if they ain't scarred up, marked up, or broken up, believe me, they were tried and tested and they passed.
Hold up.
See? Yeah. We got our fair share, believe me. It wasn't easy growing up being what you call a pretty Ricky. We went through some shit because y'all didn't accept us right off the bat. We trying to be too white. We're talking too pop. And then even if we tried to go into another group, oh, you're not light enough, or you're not this, or you're not that. So we had to learn how to be chameleons and blend in to a lot of different cultures all at once.
I've been fighting all my life.
Pretty much. Yeah, it does sound like that, don't it? But that's the bad thing about. That's a bad and sad thing about colonization and the mixtures that come up with that. Is somebody's always envious, or somebody's always mistrusting because of your skin tone. Not that you're part of the community or not part of the community. They know who your mama is. They know exactly what you came from. But they still want to make themselves feel a little bit better or more superior, depending on what group you are, based on just the skin tone. There's nothing that these Filipinos have that the other one doesn't have, because one is skin tone is darker, because they might have came from the Visayan people versus one coming from Ilocano or ones that were Tagalog. There's so many tribes here too, and they have different shades. You get what I mean? So depending on your language, what your skin tone is, it's all kind of colorism, because who colonized them? Spain. Up until then, it wasn't nothing like that. And my lady, she's descended from Igorots. Igorots were fucking headhunters.
Okay.
So
Damon, hold on. I was just gonna do the comments real quick. Shout out to Damon. He was saying that light skin, bright skin, red, yellow bone. And most of the world, it seems, are Asia and most of the world, it seems, are working through those issues.
Yeah.
And he says they are bleaching their skin, it seems.
Still. Yeah, absolutely. Still going through it. Still thinking there's a reason why they need to have self-hatred. It's always something about just feeling like you're a little bit better, a little more superior than the next man. Even in your situation of all y'all being poor at the same time, somebody still got to be better.
Is it necessarily better?
In some people's eyes, but in others, we already know it's not. But in some people's eyes, they think they are better or more superior or less than because of it, or somebody's got their nose turned up because they don't look exactly like everybody else.
Shout out to Two Tone. What up, Cleaner? Who else? Oh, okay. Simply Lime. What's going on? Everybody hit the like button. Who else?
Like and subscribe. Let's go.
Please like and subscribe.
Yes, sir.
Diamonds all said they've been there. They said, as someone without 4B hair, which is good hair, has always rubbed me wrong. Good
hell no. Why? Yeah, why?
The good hair commenter has always rubbed him wrong. The whole, okay, what do y'all think about that? The whole Becky with the good hair. I remember Chris Rock even, doing a whole documentary about good hair.
I think that's female. What aspect we talking about right now?
Is that programming or preference?
Yes, that's programming. That's called self-hatred. You hate your greater hair. You want the other greater hair. I used to get off on telling women, no, hell no. You know what the hell's wrong with the greater hair that your kid is going to have, regardless if you have a kid with me or not? Oh, I told you I was the darkest skinned, light skinned brother you ever see. I loved my grandfather. My grandfather was dark as hell. You ain't gonna get me to fall in that trap of saying, oh, because you light, you better. No, I know where I came from. I know what my family looked like. Yeah, and they were extremes, from as dark to light as light. Gray hair. Hell, I was born with blonde hair and blue eyes, and my eyes changed to brown and hazel. But initially, when I came out, I looked like a white baby.
Well, we all look like white babies when we came out the womb.
Exactly. You haven't been exposed to the sun. So that's why, what did we used to do back in the day? And mothers still do it to this day. They look at the ears to see what their tone is going to be.
By your ears.
Yeah. And why do we do that? What does it matter what shade our children are going to be?
I agree. However, you got that. They understand the world. You know,
you got that element.
We don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world of drama and getting snapped on or capped on back in the days. Yeah, because I used to catch the heat for having nappy hair back in the days. But also too, I was never image conscious. I just get up, take a shower, go outside and play. So. Me, I didn't care about what my hair looked like. I remember one time I went to go hang out with my friend Chris, and Chris came out the same way I came out. And his mother looked at both of us. She was all like, "Man, both of y'all are some nappy-headed kids going out here."
She looked at y'all like, "That's why you niggas is friends too."
Exactly.
Cuzzo, I always loved you, bro, but you never really had a true sense of fashion.
No.
Oh shit! You gonna bust him out on?
He's right.
Nah, but he knows that about himself. I'm not telling him anything he doesn't know about himself. Like, I'm not gonna do that, because we've already had these type of conversations, and I've always schooled my cuz. Like, when I'm with him, like, bro, I'm gonna put you together, and we together. We go out. You gonna look like we both gonna look right.
Right.
And Cuzzo has never denied and has always accepted that from me. Cause I'm not gonna have him out looking crazy.
Well, see, there was two things going on. Number one, my mother was never a fashion conscious person either. So, so all she would do was just go out and get, clothes that was, nice looking and affordable. That's it. Like, and then here's your mother. She would get you what was in style. As you said, you had all of the sneakers. So
because my mom
the
was
Lottos and the Ponies and the
stealing all of
Avias
that
and all of
shit.
those things. Exactly. So when I would be like, Mom, why can't I get me some ponies? She'd be like, nigga, you better go get those, go fuck with those
Pro wings. No, you better get them pro wings.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
So but then my mother passed away when I was 10 years old, God rest her soul. And
God rest Auntie Max's. Oh my goodness.
And then I moved in to her youngest sister's house, who was very stylish. So she had me, but she had me looking like Carlton Banks out here, because she didn't want me to be out in the streets with everybody else. So instead of getting me all of the clothes that were stylish for streetwear, because during that time it was Adidas, of course, and Timberlands, High Techs, and then in the wintertime they would wear the Carhartt jackets. And I'll be like, yo, I want a Carhartt jacket. She's all like, yeah. So it'd be difficult to pick you up in a lineup. Oh, hell no. You gonna wear this over here. And she had me wearing like a red polo goose, or a multicolored, cross-colored, goose down jacket, or a polo, or, whatever was name brand, and then some penny loafers, or some suede bucks, the suede bass shoes, the suede shoes. That's what I was wearing.
Yo, oh my God.
So I'm walking the street with all of my friends, and I'm looking like a preppy boy. And all my friends is looking like, Tupac and Redman, and they got all of the hip hop gear on. So it's like the Fresh Prince and Carlton contrast going on. And sometimes, and then, my cousin would be there, and he'd be like, okay, nah, Auntie done got you all messed up, cuz come over here, you can put on some of my clothes.
Hey, real quick, let me shout out Zoom to Thailand with the $5 super chat. Shout out to my man Ronan Travis. Salute, bro. They picking on the pretty Ricky light skinned brothers up in this room, right? And so I'm kind of glad you showed. They trying to pick on us, brother. You know what I'm saying? They trying to pick on the light skins, Yo,
I can remember one situation in our childhood where we was family gathering, and as kids, like, we always performed. All the kids would perform, and there was a situation where Cuzzo had the penny loafers, and he had the certain type of jeans, and then he had the white tee, and he went and got one of our fucking one of our elders' cigarette packs, and he put it in his shoulder and flipped it up, and had an ill moment where he looked like a Southie white boy, and pulled it off so hard that he had everybody laughing, bro. Do you remember that, Cuzzo?
Yeah, I remember it, because I had to do that for school. It was they did a 60s day, and everybody had to look like they were from the 1960s. So we actually did that because we was all because the older folks, they was in the living room, reminiscing, listening to the Motown CD, because the CDs just came out, so they had the brand new CD player. So they was listening to the Motown classics, and then we came in looking like Motown.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that day. Yeah, because I was looking like, the dude from the West Side Story with the hat and the cigarettes tucked into his white T-shirt.
That you was.
And you had on the Kango. Yeah, that shit was hilarious.
So don't act like you ain't always had swag, bro, because you always had swag. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you was around swag.
Just, as I tell people, like if you watch Blackish and you watch Junior on Blackish, that was like my type of personality type, you know what I'm saying? And you just grow into it and you start to accept who you are. And in the end, people start to appreciate you for who you are. You know what I'm saying? And I remember there was one episode where he was sitting at the bar with his grandfather, Lawrence Fishburne's character. And there was this bartender that was hitting on him, and he was all fumbling with the words or whatever. And Grant, Lawrence Fishburne was like, "Yo, be cool, man. You about to ruin the you ruining your game." And then Junior was like, something. Grandpa, don't worry about it, because my game is no game at all. And he was able to bag the bartender. And that's really how it's been with me. You know what I'm saying? I don't got no game. I just be me. And people, they either love me or they hate me.
You old Nas ass nigga. Nigga said, I got no game. It's just some bitches understand my story.
Thank you. I like that. I'm taking that. I'm claiming that. Yeah. So that's really what it is. But anybody else got any stories on this? I wanted to have the sisters on here because I was trying to get your sister on here to talk about it, because I know that she's experienced it, and then Gone Girl, but none of them want to come on. But hey, this is the brothers channel. I was looking at my analytics, and 70% of the brothers is my demographics. So I thank you all for supporting us. I really do.
Brothers to support brothers. Let's go.
Yeah, this is the brotherhood. So the same to you, Ronan. Or you started simulcasting?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how we got several other people in here. But yeah, like I said, I got story after story when it comes to that, man. Like I said, any brother or sister that that's light skinned, that's come through unscathed, to where there's no physical marks on their body, they've been put through some shit. It wasn't no easy road, especially in our community, to get through what we went through just to grow up, because we're always set aside as something other than, even though, or we were trying to fit in, even though we belonged there. I wasn't trying to fit into anything. That's who I was. It's who I am. It's my genetic. I'm not to try to fit in. The fuck?
Right.
Okay, yeah. Let me go to the comments real quick. Shout out to Expat living overseas.
I love it.
Sad judging people by their looks instead of their hearts. Yeah, that's definitely true. And then
I'm working on my camera while you
I've always been myself. Say that again.
I said I'm sitting back here working on my camera right now. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Gotcha. Well, that's basically it that I see so far.
Again, shout out to Zoom. He's back there listening in while he's working on his next episode. That brother is the GOAT when it comes to editing and music, man. I can't do nothing but give him his flowers. As much AI as I've been using, I cannot edit like that brother. That brother's got it down pat. I might have to take some lessons. Yo, man, you looking real crazy right now.
For me?
Like Lena, you right up in the camera, bro.
I know. I told y'all I'm blind as hell trying to see these comments. I'm like, what does comment say? That's why I don't even
definitely got
my computer.
Yeah. I said, oh Lord. And then when he finally broke out the cane, I was like, oh man, you trying to make me feel real bad and shit. He broke out the red and white cane. I was like, oh man, don't do that to me, bro.
That's hilarious. But
that nigga can't see.
The fact that you bringing up this conversation, and then what we had the other night with the builder like guy
wannabe
on the show, the Australian guy that I had to go drop the hat on.
Hold up. I'm about to feel a little violated because I need some advice to all these other topics and all these other places y'all be chiming in. Like, let's go.
That was on y'all's show. I jumped on your show. He came in the room. Yeah.
Oh, he was gone. Remember the show ended early. It was after Charlie Chan came on, and I ended up the live ended up early, but you never came back on when I restarted it. So that live actually went to like 5 in the morning. Huh?
I had a rough night, and I felt.
I know.
Once I was already like 3 hours in, and I saw who came up on the panel, I was like, oh shit, this is about to be another more 3 hours. Once Ronan came on, I was like, oh no.
Why is it gotta be me? I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to give
And I love
exposure.
it. I'm not mad at that, but I just know.
I know the other person could be a panel killer though. So you can say the name. Yeah, everybody knows.
Okay, we don't want to talk about panel killers, and if they ain't here to defend themselves, if you ever want to approach that and address that,
no, he's actually said it on the live that same day or the next day.
Well, let's talk about it. I want to address everything. Let's address everything, so we can, talk about
we usually talk about it to him when he's on the live. Like I said, I don't like saying people's names when they're not around to defend themselves like you. But yeah, we've had offline conversations. We have online conversations. Some people take a little bit of time to turn around, man. They don't all come rushing in and make those changes they need to. You can tell them till you're blue in the face, but they got to make a conscious effort to want to make that change. All you can do is keep on holding the brother. All you can do is keep on holding that brother accountable.
Or maybe there will never be a change, and you gotta walk away from that type of shit.
Right.
Coming to the stage, Darnell. What's going on? How you doing, fam?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Thank you for having me. I got a alert from Ronan. Yeah, notification from Ronan, and saw the topic. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to, chime in and give my 2 cents.
Okay, before you chime in, you gotta let me know what side you on, brother. Are you on the
hold up, cuz spin the block.
On the chocolate side? Who you at?
Spin the block, cuz re-enlighten them on what we're talking about.
Without camming up and letting us know which side you on.
What do you mean? What side I'm on? You're asking if I'm black? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm asking. It's about colorism, brother. Is you of the butter pecan persuasion? Is you on the chocolate persuasion? Is you Michael Jackson in the 70s, or is you Michael Jackson in the 90s? Which one is you?
Oh shit!
I mean, well,
that was hard.
Black. I mean, I am black. I mean, if it's I may not, maybe it's the way I sound, maybe, because I have been, people do say, yeah, you don't sound black, so I don't know, but yes, I am black, but like I said, the issue is because of my complexion, I guess. I share I might be maybe a tad darker than Ronan, maybe just maybe a tad, and one of the issues that I run into is that I'm too black to be white, and I'm too white to be black. Yeah, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I get it from both sides, and I'm pretty sure Ronan can relate to that.
All right, but what we need to understand is that has nothing to do with skin tone at all.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Because we actually don't know what your skin tone is, and my cousin, that's his lane. He can tell you, I've never been too street to fuck with the street, but I've never been corporate enough to fuck with the corporate.
Yep, I've been there.
That has nothing to do with skin tone, brother.
And I'm Michael Jackson in the 70s, and I'm the same way that you are. That they was calling me Carlton Banks or Steve Urkel or Malcolm Farrakhan. I was all of those things. Yeah, so that it really goes to who are you associating with, or your style.
I've been called Carlton Banks. I've been called that. Or no, I'm sorry, not Carlton Banks. I've been called Urkel. I have been called Urkel, but yeah.
All right, so hold up, pause. Can you what's your name again, brother?
Darnell.
Darnell with that nigga name. No, sir, no disrespect.
Right? Yeah, I mean,
we got a cousin named Darnell. We call him Donnie. Shout out
Darnell.
I never heard of a white man named Darnell.
No, never. Darnell, can we get a little description of your upbringing and your childhood? Because around here, we don't decide unless we know the story. We never judge unless we know the story. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So give us a little description of your upbringing in your childhood, brother.
I was born in Dallas, Texas, '86. My father was in the Navy. My mom, he was married, to my mom. My dad got orders to California, when I was an infant. Moved to the San Francisco Bay Area. Treasure Island was a Navy base back then. It's closed down now.
So you're a military brat.
Yes, sir. And was out there for a couple years. My mom, she ended up, having an affair, leaving my dad. So, I was raised by.
We don't need to get that detailed, bro.
Right. Hold up. Right.
My upbringing.
Let me change the direction. What's your mom's and dad's ethnic backgrounds?
Well, my dad is black. Well, I mean, both parents are black. My dad, I'm not gonna lie, his skin tone, he could pass for, if it wasn't for his hair, he could pass for a white man if it wasn't for his hair. But his hair, gives him away. But if you look at it, my father's birth certificate, it says Negro on it. He was born in '57. Back then, Negro was how you described a black person back in the '50s. You were Negro.
Especially in Texas.
Well, my father was born in Michigan. Detroit. Yeah, my mother's from Texas. Yeah, my mom, there is mixed race in my, I just recently found this out about 3 years ago, but there's mixed ancestry on my mother's side too. I know you guys are probably not gonna believe me on this, but I have confirmed it and I've seen the pictures and everything, but apparently a freed slave married a white woman in my, on my mother's side of the family. So she does have a little bit of white in her, in her,
Just a little?
Come on, Darnell. You got to camera up, Darnell. Camera up, brother.
You prior military, Darnell, as well?
Yeah, he went Army.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, you wouldn't want me to cam up. I'm so ugly that everybody gonna lead a show.
This is the young man that I told you we hold accountable on certain standards, his grooming and taking care of himself. So, he's not well groomed right now, unless you went against your grain and cut your hair and shaved your beard.
Well, I'm ugly, and
it's
then
funny how we all do that when we get out of the military. The first thing that we do is
that's called depression, brother.
Nobody tell me what to do now. I don't gotta cut my hair now. I can grow my beard. That's the first thing that we do, because I did that when I got out of the military too.
But were you rebelling, or were you a little depressed after getting out based on your service time?
No, I was happy to, just to be able to be a rebellious, to show that, okay, I don't gotta do the shaving anymore, because that's what was going on with me back in the days. It was always, because I tried to show my Afrocentric self when I was in the Navy. I used to have the Afro, and they'd be like, "Oh, did you cut your hair this week?" And I'm like, "I just got my hair cut. I just got it, in the Kobe Bryant style."
Yes, that used to get on my damn nerves. Especially, it was always the back of the neck, wasn't it? That always got you, wasn't it? You know what I'm saying? You had just got a haircut, and they talking about, no, well, the hair on your back of the neck, you know what I'm saying? It's out of regulation. I used to fucking hate that shit. I started going bald because of that, man. I was shaving my head off just because of that.
My camera is still freezing. I don't know what the hell is going on.
We can still hear you, brother.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Ronan. But yeah, like I said, I mean, as far as my background goes, like I said, I'm believe me, I got my Negro wake up card several times, so Trust me
Oh,
when I
so
say
if
I'm
you
black.
have a Negro wake-up call, did you try to pretend to be white or something? What you mean by that?
It's not that I tried to pretend to be white. It was so when Treasure Island had closed, when Treasure Island closed down, my dad got orders back to Texas, and so we're back in Dallas, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember, I'm at this point, I'm like 5 years old. I don't have really a concept of color, of race and stuff yet. You know what I'm saying? But
Talk about it.
I used to watch the news. I don't know why, but I've always watched the news. And Dallas at the time, I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, the Dallas news system was real racist back then. Like every time there was a home invasion or something like that, they always showed a black man and his face was always like subdued. Like it was just exaggerated features. Like it was just weird. Like when they would show the sketch and stuff like that, it just was this scary gremlin looking dude, it like didn't even look human, or their mugshot was like so exaggerated. It was, it's hard to describe, but like, I mean, these were scary looking dudes, so I did have at that time, I did kind of have a fear, you know what I'm saying, of my own people at the time, based on, yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, you see people you hear gun violence and, you're a little kid, you hear gun violence, black people and all this other shit. And, you see these crazy looking features, but you don't look like them. You don't look like that. You don't look like that person, and I would say, another thing too was like, being, as I was getting a little bit older, like, I don't know if you guys can relate to me on this, but I was always the last kid to get picked for basketball.
Damn.
Assuming I
How
was
tall are
even
you
picked at
now?
all. I'm 6'1".
So you weren't even short, and you were still last pick.
No, but
Were
back
you
then,
athletic back then?
no, as a
Same
child,
here.
I
I'm
was short.
6'1". I'm 6'1" too. I stand 6 feet 1 inches,
So
and I was never picked last.
yeah, I mean,
I was always picked last, assuming I even got picked. You know what I'm saying? I was always, assuming I even got picked. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, damn. So you might need to show up for a whole nother topic of discussion, brother, because we talking about Cuzzo, let's spin the block. Re-enlighten on the topic of conversation tonight, bro.
Hey, while you're doing that, I'm gonna reboot my laptop and my desktop, and hopefully my camera will be back up. All right, I'll be right back, and I'll be listening in on my phone.
Yes, sir. Do what you gotta do, Ronan.
All right.
Yeah, brother. That sounds like a whole another issue you need to chime into. We know, not to say that we can't sway a little bit.
Well, I mean,
come
the
back.
thing that, okay. Well, the thing that I was going to say about that was, like I said, it was kind of like I was kind of rejected by, at the same time rejected by blacks. It wasn't until, my dad had got orders back to back to California. This time he went to Point Magoo, and that's when I didn't realize it at the time, but that's when I first got my Negro wake up call out there. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean by that when you say Negro wake up call?
So I'm like, I would say about the 4th grade. I'm a little bit, I mean, you're still a kid, but you're a little bit older, but now you're starting to get a concept of things, of that nature. I'm in my dad put us in a private school, a Lutheran school, and it was like, I liked rap music. Like Coolio had a song, Gangster's Paradise, at the time, and
R.I.P. Coolio.
How old are you, Darnell?
39.
Oh, okay. You still 9. You young. Okay.
Yeah, tell my body that. But
right.
Yeah. So I'm, I was listening to that song and I would recite the words and stuff. As you guys know, there's not a curse word in that song. Not one curse word. It's about leaving the hood, this and that, blah blah blah. And the principal, calls my dad into the office and stuff, and is like, well, Darnell's singing these songs. He's worshiping or immortalizing gang life and stuff like that. Based on that song, based on the fact that I was also a 49ers fan. There was a linebacker, Ken Norton Jr. used to play middle linebacker for the San Francisco 49ers. I had his jersey, and she would say, well, jerseys wear gangs. So that's why, we want to ban the jerseys in the schools, and none of this shit was making any sense. They kept calling my dad into the office, kept like trying to tell him I was a gangbanger, and
well, that's, I guess, all discrimination, and I get what you're saying, because I've experienced it myself.
But that's what I mean by my Negro wake up call. Everything I did, I wore a jersey. I'm a gangbanger. I'm singing the song from Coolio, even though there ain't a fucking a cuss word in the damn song. I'm a gangbanger. I even went through a phase. My dad had bought me and my brother these little, he bought us like the smallest military BDUs you could find, right? Because I went through the phase where, I was wearing, the military uniform, in elementary school, and they try to say, well, gangs wear camouflage. It got to a point, it got so bad, man, my dad got mad, like,
gangs wear camouflage. Fuck God.
I swear to God, that's what she said, man. And that's why I said, that's when I first got my Negro wake up call. So
now I understand what you mean by when you say your first Negro wake up call. It was because whatever environment you were in, motherfuckers started paying attention to your blackness.
Exactly. Back then, this was the 90s, so it's, back then when you're in elementary school, kids that young aren't gang banging, they're not selling dope. It's not like it is today, you know what I mean, where you're in elementary school and you got people acting like they grown ass men, selling dope and stuff. This was way different. It was just weird, man. It was just real weird, and I didn't understand it at the time until I started getting older. But yeah, that was my first Negro wake up call, and it started getting worse and worse after that. But as far as the topic go, I think a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's both programming, and I think it is a little bit of conditioning. And when it comes to the black community,
hold up, I gotta cut you off because I don't necessarily feel like that's programming. That's growing up in life and experiencing certain things, and you figuring out what you like and what you don't like. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, that was just me. You had asked about my background, and I was just giving you my background.
I would just say you're using the wrong term. Negro wake up call is usually somebody is in denial that they're black.
No, he has it kind of correct. It's because he was being discriminated against he's just being a kid. They're letting him know, well, you're a black kid. That's basically what happened. But my question to you is this: where's your family in this? Because that's what I noticed as well. A lot of times with people like Darnell, or people who live in these they live in these families. The family is usually non-existent. I mean, I had a lot of family in Boston. I had my cousin. He got a brother and a sister. I had 4 brothers, 2 sisters. I had a lot of cousins. So I had an ecosystem of people to be around, to where they've accepted me no matter what I was or who I wanted. So the question is, Darnell, where was your family at, and what side did they lean on as well?
Well, at the time I wasn't on like I said, my mom, she was gone by this time. She was married to another guy. She wasn't in the picture. As far as my dad, I live with my dad, and my dad raised us. And us.
You had brothers, you had siblings?
Yes. My father, he had my brother. My brother was alive too around the time, or my brother was around when they were still married. So my brother, yes. And then he had a daughter after, with another woman after the divorce. And my mother, she had 2 children in her new marriage.
Okay. So you had a brother and a sister that lived with you. You said your daddy raised us.
He raised my brother and me, yes.
Okay. And that was the only family? I mean, you all didn't go around. Did he have any siblings? Did you have any cousins that you hung around with?
Yeah, I hung around with my cousins. One of them, I'm not gonna lie, he was one of my family. He was kind of on the uppity side. He lived in Santa Clarita, California. Nice big old house on the hill and with a pool. Used to hang out with him quite a bit. Certain family members didn't hang out with. My dad's other brother, I don't acknowledge him as my uncle, but he's, he was a family drunk / con artist. I mean, hey man, when the man steals from his own grandmother, I mean, dude, he, I tell you guys, I know it's off topic a little bit, but so I'll keep it short. But just to tell you how bad this dude was, this motherfucker was in the Detroit riots in '67 at 8 years old, stealing alcohol and cigars. At 8 years old.
At 8 years old. That shit ain't funny. That little nigga didn't have no fucking guidance at all in life.
Mm-hmm.
No, he had.
Where was your brother at? If he was, because evidently your brother had to be in that Detroit riot as well, right?
No. I said the man that was my uncle that I don't.
Yeah, I said. And where was your father at during that riot? Because that was his brother, so he had to be in that riot as well, right?
No, my dad and my uncle, or other uncle that I actually do acknowledge as my uncle, they didn't participate in the riot. He did. I mean, sometimes you just got that kid that he just drew the short straw, So
he was the one that was outside while your brother and your father and his brother was inside. That's basically what you're saying.
Right.
Was he the youngest or the oldest?
Let's get to come outside.
Was he the oldest or the youngest?
He was Ricky was he was the youngest. My dad was the middle child. My dad was kind of the book, from what I remember. Even my grandmother, my father, they all grandfather, they both said my father was like a bookworm kind of thing. He would have been a nerd, I guess you would have said. You could say, my dad was always smart. His older brother was kind of, I'm not gonna say was a bad person, but he got shafted, man, real bad. you know, and I think it kind of shaped him to do some stupid things as an adult later on. But you know, that's beside the point. But well, actually, not really, because like it kind of has to do with why my cousin, his son, was kind of a little bougie, I guess because of his growing up in Detroit and stuff. You know, he was in the streets.
But bougie doesn't make you not black. It just makes you have preferences maybe of a higher echelon than where you might have come from or your people came from.
True, but the thing was that, so my cousin, his son, would listen to rap music too, and you know, my uncle, I remember, used to say, man, turn that shit off. You know, stop that shit. You know, stop listening to that. Stop doing that. Stop dressing.
Why would that ever be?
We already know that, because I mean, we got family like that as well. I mean, you're just talking about, you know, I don't want to bring her name up in here, but we all know the cousin who is the bougie cousin in the family might be separate themselves from the black family because they're thinking that they too ghetto or too ratchet and they want to be in high society and go to all of the high society Jack and Jill. They call it the boule crowd.
But well, I mean, I don't know about boule because my uncle, he did work his ass off. He wasn't boule. He worked his ass off. The thing is that I think growing up in Detroit and stuff like that, I think he saw that ghetto lifestyle, and he, you know, because my uncle was forced to drop out of school, you know, and work in a man's bar, you know, another man's bar.
It's a man's bar. Know. I've never heard that before. He said he had to work in the man's bar. What's a man's bar?
We're getting a little further off topic, but real quick. So my grandmother she left my grandfather for another guy, and I'm a third generation simp, Ronan, I know. But the thing is that you know, my grandmother had a thing for musicians, and I guess this guy, he owned a bar in Detroit, and he forced my uncle to quit high school. I guess he quit high school at 15 and forced him to work in a bar, you know, at 15. And
in a men's bar. Let's not leave that part out. It's a men's bar, bro.
No. I didn't say men's bar. Another man's bar was my grandmother's boyfriend at the time.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you meant. When you said men's bar, I'm thinking of no. From Police Academy. You walk in, all you hear is
young men.
Stupid.
That's a man's bar to me.
No. I said another man's bar. It was my grandmother's. She was dating this guy that owned a bar. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And
right.
So I think he saw
let's
that
go.
ghetto.
Another night. Pause.
He saw that.
We're gonna get to these comments.
Oh,
we got the Globe Spinner with a comment tonight, and he says, listening in, salute to everyone.
Salute, my brother. Globe Spinner is out in Alaska, of all places, bro.
Yo, I would like for him to come on real quick and tell us what Alaska's about, even though that's not the topic of convo right now, but how much they paying? Because they paying for you to live in Alaska. They giving us some dollars once a month to you to stay out there.
It's only a couple $1,000. You ain't talking a whole lot.
You can make some quick I'm not telling the man's business. He can come up in and tell his own business, but you can make some good money up in Alaska, especially if you're flying in to do the job and then you're flying back home. It's not a convenient place to be.
Yeah.
So it's still a place where you could go collect, but you got to have another income outside of that setup, basically.
Yeah, you got to have a job, man. I mean,
depending on what you're doing, he goes up there to teach. Now, there's a lot of guys that go up there for the canning plants to do things like fish, and they'll work those seasonally, and then they'll fly back home. But you make so much money in that season. Philly Dom, for one, used to do that. He took a break from YouTube for a while, went up to Alaska and did the canneries for a while, made a grip of money, and now he's back out to traveling again. Some guys cycle in, cycle out like that, and then some people stay, and actually live there. So it just depends on what type of person's up in Alaska. But you can make a grip of money. It's an inconvenient and a harsh place to live. It's not something where, if you're not a local, they're not going to pay you to be there. You're getting paid.
No, the federal government does give you, they have a incentive for residents that live there.
Mm-hmm.
Come stay in the cold. Give you they give you a few thousand a month, like you spoke.
No, it's not a month. It's in a year. It's like you're looking like $2 or $3 grand in a year.
Broke staying there.
Oh hell no, we ain't doing that.
But anyway, JM's a troll for real. But it was funny that you brought up Ken Norton. That's actually my first wife's cousins. So I'm indirectly related to the Nortons. But it was funny that you brought them up. Yeah.
Who are the Nortons, Ronan?
Huh?
49ers.
Ken Norton Jr. was the football player, but Ken Norton Sr. was the boxer.
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
So he was the one that fought Muhammad Ali, and then I think he got knocked out real quick by Tyson. Like one of the quickest knockouts on record. But yeah, but interesting that you're bringing up, lifestyles and how you were brought up. And that's why I said it doesn't matter how you're brought up, whether you're thinking you're bougie or not. I don't consider myself bougie. I definitely consider myself a black man, but I didn't grow up poor. My mom and my mom's family and my brother's father's family was integrated into the system when it comes to running the numbers. I came from a gangster family. In Baltimore, Maryland, you either had people pulling money off the docks as collectors that owed the fucking gangsters. My mom kept the books for the mob. And they were number runners. So they played the numbers. They did the what do you call it? When people run a number every week. What is that called? I forgot the name of it real quick.
It was just called a numbers racket.
Right. It was the numbers racket. Right.
Yeah.
But so I didn't come from the environment where I was always in a ghetto. I grew up around my family. My family was in all different types of things, whether they were ex-military or serving in the military or working the docks at the ports in Maryland, or whether they were running numbers. And my mom not only ran the numbers or kept the books, she worked in the Playboy Bunny clubs.
Yeah,
doing what?
Privilege, huh?
My mom taught all the girls how to do the bunny dip, bruh. So I didn't grow up around ugly people. My family good.
You gotta show us the bunny dip, nigga.
I don't know how to do no damn bunny dip. What the hell? You think
you gotta stand up and show us the bunny dip.
Nah, I ain't doing none of that, King. Come on now. That's my mother's thing. I ain't my mother. You get what I'm saying? I just grew up around that environment. And then my brother's grandmother, she had a speakeasy back in the day where they had a club and a big ass house, and after parties and everything else would be done in that house.
Yeah, they used to do that in Detroit too.
Yeah, this is back in the 60s.
Yeah.
So, So, I didn't grow up in an environment. That's why I said I've been traveling since I was damn near 3 years old. We were going to Puerto Rico, Bahamas, wherever. So I've had this ingrained in me based on how I was raised. So I'm not saying I'm filthy rich or anything, but I'm just saying I had a good life. I'm not complaining about that, but that didn't make me any less black. It didn't make me have to go through any less things that somebody else might have grew up in a worse neighborhood. I've had those experiences too. I caught my first body at 4 walking out my grandmother's house. Meaning I didn't kill him. Meaning, let me tell you the story. King, let me tell you the story. Let me tell you the story.
Ronan.
I'm walking. No, I understand, King. Let me tell you the story. Back in the day, you could walk to the corner store to get yourself some candy or something like that. And your grandma felt safe enough to send you to the corner store to pick up some stuff. The neighborhoods weren't that bad. People kind of respected the fact you were a child. They didn't snatch you up like that. Okay. So my grandmother sent me to the store to get some things, but I wanted to buy some candy. And it was about 4 or 5 years old. I'm walking down the back alley, and I come around to the corner, the alley where the corner store is, and there's a guy laying in the back of the alley behind the store, and I'm like, what the hell? So I look, the guy's not moving. I'm like, sir, and I'm trying to talk to him, and he's not saying anything. And I kind of look that he's laying on his back, but he's kind of turned to the side. And I could see that somebody had busted a wine bottle and stuck it in his back. And he had bled out. So I'll go in the corner store. I literally tell the guy, hey, you need to call the police. There's a dead body in the back of your store. I get my stuff and I go back to my grandmother's house and tell her what I saw. You know, but at the same time, those are things that were not like violent, but I've seen those things. You know, and it didn't make me any worse or hurt me as a child, but it was just something I've been around. You know, my mom and dad, my mom had a temper. She was known to have a temper. So was my brother's dad. They used to shoot up that town, bro. In Maryland, there was a lot of gun violence. If people pushed you, you pushed back. So I grew up in that environment, even though we had money, because even when you had to hustle back in the 60s. You had to hustle back in the 70s. There weren't really a lot of good jobs out there. So you will always find an angle to hustle. So a speakeasy nightclub with the bar, whether you running numbers, whether you still had a legitimate job during the day, all that blended together back then.
Yeah, I mean, hell, my granddaddy, my late, you know, he's gone now, but he has said, you know, it was the same thing with him. I mean, back then they didn't pay blacks good or give blacks good paying job. You know what I'm saying?
Right. If you didn't go out and get it on your own, you weren't going to get it.
Exactly. My grandfather, when he got out of the army, when he came home from Korea, he started out driving the city bus for Detroit. You know, eventually he'd go to work for GE. And I'll never forget my grandfather. He used to call himself the first colored refrigeration man. You know, everybody when he was going to school for refrigeration, you know, his own friends and everybody that knew him, like, I ain't never heard of a colored refrigeration man. Said, well, goddamn it, he's looking at the first one, you know. And he ended up he ended up finishing his class and got hired on with GE, stayed there, retired, and you know, rest is history. But you know, in the meantime, before he took that job with GE, you know, his side hustle was my grandfather was always good with his hands. He was good with carpentry, so he used to buy houses in Detroit, fix them up, and you know, he was doing fix and flip. That was his hustle. Yeah. You know, and then between him and he had a friend at the time, Jimmy Gout, that you know, I guess they were drinking beer one day and said, hey, I got sons, you got sons. Instead of us hiring people, why don't we just use put our kids to work? You know?
Hey, Time just said something that reminds me exactly what my hustle was growing up as a kid. I owned blocks, but I didn't own blocks and drugs. I owned blocks the way he said it. I cut grass when it's grass cutting time. I rake leaves during the fall, and I shovel
shovel snow
driveways during the winter. That was my hustle, and I had blocks. People try to walk up on my blocks. No, I already got a young man that does that stuff. I made money. My mom messed up one time. Is like, I wanted my hair. My mom used to cut my hair. So I used to say, yo, she give you that bold, fucked up cut, right? She goes, when you can make your own money, you can cut your own hair. I said, bet. Since I was 8, I was get my hair cut, get my hairstyle, whatever was going on. She couldn't say shit because I went out and hustled for my own money. Mm-hmm. That's what kids don't do nowadays. Kids nowadays are entitled. And we set them up, obviously, because we didn't want our kids to do or be better than us, but we also spoil our kids a little bit, you know, to where you allowed them to feel like they were entitled. But I never did that to my kids. I told them, you have to go out and get a job. I might spoil them with a toy or two or something like that, but nah, I wasn't going to do that.
But Ronan, doesn't that sound a little bit like the topic about conditioning, though, to you a little bit?
Conditioning.
Kids are being they're being conditioned, you know, not to grow up like you grew up. You know what I'm saying? Out there working hustles, you know, cutting grass, shoveling snow.
The whole thing is strong men make weak sons, and the stronger and the time comes through where it becomes so entitled. Matter of fact, there's a whole meme of a brother saying about a coach teaching him this, you know, how his grandfather had to walk to work while his father got to ride a bike or drive to work, and now he's driving a Mercedes Benz. His grandson or his son might drive a Ferrari, but then at the end of that is a cycle rolls back to somebody having to walk, because there's no appreciation or no fire to go out and get it, because you feel self-entitled that the money's coming no matter what because of who you came from.
But doesn't that sound a little bit like conditioning?
Of course you can condition people in different ways to expect things, or you can condition them to understand that they got to go out and get it, you know, and you might give them a little bit of an assistance to going out and get it.
Especially
when it comes to all of this in together. Hold on 1 second. Let me know what you all. I'm gonna spin the block again, and I'm gonna play these videos because it actually goes in line with everything that you all are saying in terms of conditioning and what the topic is in terms of colorism. Let me know what y'all think. All right, hold on.
Colorism. This phenomenon is so deeply rooted within communities of color that it's almost taboo to talk about. But if you're not a person of color, everything I just said might sound completely foreign, but it is very real. And its traumatic effect on the mental health of communities of color continues to be an issue.
A dark skin versus light skin. Ever wonder why it's still a thing? It wasn't by accident. It was a strategy. In 1712, a slave owner named Willie Lynch allegedly gave a speech teaching white plantation owners how to keep black people divided and weak. His blueprint? Psychological warfare. Step 1, turn light-skinned and dark-skinned slaves against each other. Step 2, divide the young from the old. Step 3, make the house slaves feel superior to the field slaves. Result? A cycle of self-hate that lasted for centuries. And even though slavery ended, colorism didn't. We still see it today in media, in hiring discrimination, in beauty standards, everywhere. And here's the craziest part. There's no actual historical evidence that Willie Lynch ever existed. So why is his name everywhere? Whether he was real or not, the strategy worked.
As I said before, this is a
skip that one, go to this one.
Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women.
There's no look for Latino. Like whatever concept you have.
As I said before, this is a colonial issue. White worship white people. Colorism. This is what the true definition of colorism is. During colonialism, light skin was tied to privilege, education, and favor. Today, that legacy lives on through media and advertising. Skin lightening products are still marketed using white or Arab models, which is what I'm saying. You need to look like her. And this is not even just amongst black people. I've seen this whenever I was in Thailand. I couldn't even find regular lotion. I couldn't find regular white lotion because I kept getting this dry white stuff. Turns out it was all skin bleaching cream. And the goal isn't to look biracial. It's often to look damn near white. In Ivory Coast, billboards used to say, be white, be beautiful. That is so fucking crazy.
I wouldn't be me.
Just this one.
As I said before.
All right, I can't find it.
Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women. In the community, attention to the passport bros, like they're getting. Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like the DR.
Anyway, let me go back to basically my question was based on colorism. There was one there where they was talking about how they had the house slaves and the field Negroes.
Right.
But you saw that in the what's it called? The the dark skin versus light skin, where they was talking about Willie Lynch turning the house Negroes against the field Negroes. And when I was listening to you all stories, and I was listening to how Ronan's mother was, pretty much doing the numbers for the mob, and then also working in the ranch, and then Darnell was talking about how his father was, in the military, and his uncle was working for the refrigeration company, and how you all developed. Yeah, your grandfather. All I was thinking about was the privileges that they were exposed to, only based on solely the color of their skin. Because if you started to look at some of the people who were in that era during that time, they probably wouldn't have gotten that exposure, because those people wouldn't want to associate with them or give them those types of jobs. So do you think that colorism does affect the exposure to the amount of opportunities that you have in the workplace?
I think colonialism is the factor that is not being discussed here. Mm-hmm. The fact that when you're colonized, you're thought that your betters, which were your conquerors, were the way to go. And the closer you were to your conquerors, the more you would be accepted in that society the conquerors invented for you.
Mm-hmm.
So in that respect, that's why they try to breed out their melanation, is because their conquerors were lighter. Yet and still, the land that belonged to them, they were all melanated people. So you're denying who you are genetically and your melanation to be like the ones that conquered you, because they beat you. So the winners go the spoils, and I guess the admiration of the people that they conquered. Whether they are part of that nation or not, they want to be. They have that desire to be a winner, rather than the desire to be who they were as a people. Mm-hmm. And so they start having self-hatred towards themselves and their melanation, and not looking like they're betters, quote unquote.
Exactly. So basically, was what I was saying before in terms of exposure. If you're exposed to because I actually went through that earlier when I was giving my background before Darnell came on. I went to an all-white school, and the all-white school, they had a better facility, in which you would think, because the facility is better, the education is better. Because when I went to a black public school in Boston, the facilities were horrendous. So really, you didn't even want to focus on studying during that, because the room was cold. They still had the old radiator system in the room. So if somebody just opened up a window with the draft, it got real cold in there, and you couldn't concentrate. The lunch was terrible, because they would have those packet lunches, the ones that came on the styrofoam with the plastic over it, and then you got the milk, and sometimes the milk was spoiled. So you didn't. So you would always want to be in the better school that had the better facilities, because even in my all-white school that I went to, they had a lunchroom where they actually cooked right there in the lunchroom, and they had choices. You could have hot dogs and pizza or spaghetti or whatever the lunch of the day is. You didn't have that when we was going to the Boston Public School. But then when I went down south and I was in West Mecklenburg High School, they had the lunch that was similar to the white school that I went to out in the suburbs of Boston. When I went to West Charlotte, they had the same facilities, the football field, the track and field. They had all of the gymnastic after school extracurricular activities that my Boston public school didn't have. So it made me appreciate, and that was an all black school, so it made me appreciate being black when I was with them versus when I was in the beginning going to the all white school in junior high and middle school. In the beginning of my high school career, I was hating my blackness because I was being exposed to better conditions when I was around the white people.
When you were or were not around the white people?
When I was in Boston during my middle school career, my middle school age and in the beginning of my high school age, the black areas didn't have any good exposure or any good facility.
So basically, you're a product of redlining.
Exactly. I was a product of redlining. Exactly. Yeah. And then, but then they had us going to what they call busing. It was the MECO program where they, selected a few chosen good students to go out to the suburbs and go, so that the suburbs could be diverse. They would have us go out there and go to school with them. So now you're going to school with the white kids, and now you're being exposed to what they're being exposed to. And now you're starting to like what you're being exposed to out in the suburbs, being able to, they had the nice malls, they had the nice houses, they had the schools were, better schools. And then I ended up getting kicked out in 9th grade, and then I had to go to, in 10th grade, and then I had to go to a Boston public school. So now I'm seeing what my all of the people who I lived in a neighborhood with had to experience, the terrible school lunches, no after school programs, no what's it called? The books, your books were terrible.
That's around the time they started putting metal detectors in the
yep. I even got I got suspended for school because that's a separate story, but I ended up getting suspended from school for having a knife on me and ended up going through the metal detector, and they caught the knife on me. But then I ended up going down south and going to an all-black school in the south because, of course, the southern schools,
right?
The neighborhoods are segregated, so the public schools would be mostly black, or if I went to once again in the rural area, it would probably be a majority white. But I was in the city area, so it was black. But those schools were great because the facilities were great. And
because
so now
the taxation and redlining didn't apply, you were in an area with affluent black people. The taxes were going where they needed to go. They funded the schools and the programs that needed to be funded properly for those black students because it was a black community.
Exactly.
So that product of redlining up north versus you being able to actually apply your tax dollars to your community and the schools that you're in down south.
Mm-hmm. Now, don't get me wrong, because the neighborhood that I lived in Boston was a working class to middle class neighborhood. I lived in Mattapan. So Mattapan was once an all white neighborhood. And then the black people who were able to get money and buy houses and stuff, they started to move in. And then as soon as we started moving in, white flight happened. The white folks was like, oh, shoot, all these black folks. Yeah. And I told the story about me having a little white girlfriend when I was 4 years old, which was my brother's friend. And she would pick me up and, walk me around, carry me around the neighborhood as her little boyfriend. And then on the weekends, I would go over to her house looking for her. And, the white mama would look down at me like, oh, Melanie's not here. Knowing Melanie's in the house, but she don't want her white daughter messing around with this little black niglet. So eventually, once they got the chance to be able to move out of the neighborhood.
Hey, real quick, Black Cleaner, I just wanted to show you, as light as she is, she was bullied for being darker than most Filipinos.
Okay.
Who's that? Your daughter?
But his natural curly hair.
His wife or his girlfriend.
His wife?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I just wanted to show you what they would consider dark here. And that's not dark.
All that damn hair.
Yeah, she got a lot of it.
Let me put you on the full screen.
It's too late now. She gone.
Oh,
you a day late in the dollar shirt, whatever song y'all saw.
Anyway. Yeah, I was trying
but
to.
yes, he went through a whole situation of being bullied because of colorism.
So, and that was another thing too, because I do have family in all walks of life.
You got bullied because if she had all that hair her whole life, bitches was jealous because they didn't have that goddamn hair texture.
Again, that's also one of them. And they're all the same. They all came from the same neighborhood. Their parents were making most of the same money, but it's always like he was saying with the Willie Lynch situation. You're always pitting one situation against another. If you're darker skin here, you're out in the fields. If you're lighter skin, then that means you had an office job or you were closer to being Spanish. There's always some way of pitting society against each other so you can distract them. And when you got them distracted, what can you do? You can take advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but there was always this whole proximity to whiteness thing was, the standard. I mean, even in the black community, like
talking. Okay, brother, you still there?
Well, like I was just saying, for example, like during the doo-wop era, the doo-wop groups of the 50s and the early 60s, what did black men do? They used to get the straighteners and relaxers to put in their hair, to straighten their hair out, to make it, I think they called it the Johnny Mathis. I think they called it Johnny Mathis hairstyle.
No, but they did not. They called it concholine.
Yep.
Is that what it was? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm
hair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we know where you came from, Dallas. He was around the JRs.
I apologize. I'm wrong. But the thing was, but you do know I'm right in the standpoint of the straightening of the hair thing, and you had black men trying to pass themselves off as white. I mean, even the Temptations, for example, their whole thing, Berry Gordy, when he owned Motown up in Detroit, he was trying to cross over, into white audience, even though he already had a lock on the black audience, black community. He was trying to cross over into white, get off the chitlin circuit.
I gotta contest that real quick, bro, because I don't feel like it was necessarily a crossover. Them niggas just wanted to look like they had good hair. That's it.
Yeah, but the only problem is that good hair didn't last long, man. Shit falls out.
Hey, when you making money, you go get it redone, and you get it redone, and you get it redone, and you get it redone. Yep. That's it.
That's all facts.
We'll
get it done again.
I mean, until you can't, eventually it would kill the hair follicle, and you wouldn't have hair anymore.
Well, that process of losing it would take years, brother.
Not just
the immediate gratification was all it was. Shout out to Charlie Chan TV.
Thank you, Ronan.
I mean, just look at
immediate gratification was what it was about. Just like Ronan just said, the immediate gratification.
Yeah, but it was still white. I mean, when we watched the Malcolm X, in the first scene of Malcolm X, he's up in there getting his hair conked, and the first thing that he said was, "Oh, how's it look? Like white, right?" Nice and smooth. And then he goes out with the zoot suit, him and Spike Lee, with his hair all conked back, and then they go to the club. So yeah, I mean that's basically what it was. It was aligning yourself with whiteness.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't. I feel like
yes, it was.
I feel like a lot of people take that the wrong way, bro. I'm not aligning myself with white folks.
Yeah, versus whiteness.
Like I got good hair, bro.
Right.
That's not good hair. You were killing your hair. You were turning it in. You had
hair,
and then you turned it to bad hair.
Listen, it's a style. Let's just leave it in the fashion world. Don't make it racist. This is make it fashion. Because you got kids dressing up in hood gear because that was fashion. It had nothing to do with them wanting to be black. It had everything to do with what that was the style.
Yeah.
The style back then were zoot suits and conked hair.
Yeah, but
if you're talking about Malcolm X era,
it wasn't about trying to be another race. There's never black people ain't never trying to be another race.
I disagree.
We too goddamn cool, bro. Come on.
I disagree. It wasn't until the 70s when that's when it changed. It was cool to be black.
James Brown came out with "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud."
Proud. You had the afros, you had more and more black musicians. Hell, white people disco. You have
the Harlem Renaissance.
Whites. Mm-hmm. You had black.
So you're saying only white people were disco? You're crazy.
No, I didn't. You didn't hear me just say blacks and whites?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was saying that's when it became disco era is when it became cool to be black.
Well,
it was before that, but
before that,
because Motown did as you was just talking about with the Motown era and what's his name, Ray Charles in the 50s and the 60s. That's when that whole era it became cool to become black. The disco era just started.
Come on, man! It's always been cool to be black. It's just I don't know why you guys think it was never cool in our community to be ourselves. Is when we were trying to blend or do something with another community where they had to kind of like cow or change their profile in order to be able to be accepted by businessmen or whatever. But in our community, it was our community. That's where you had Black Wall Street. That's where you had Black Wall Street and everything else. We were thriving in our own communities. Just when we tried to step outside of our communities, how we blended in is when it made a difference.
Yes, but did you hear what you just said? The conformity. That's where the whole hair thing that we were talking about. Again, if
but
it
that's
was cool
all
to
it
be
was.
black,
It was just conformity to make a white man feel more comfortable about having you in their environment.
So wouldn't you say that was in a sense worshiping whiteness? Because again, straight hair is not a black attribute or a black feature.
No, I call it cow-cowing because the white man had the money, and that's what you were trying to get to.
All right, so I don't want to contradict myself.
Naturally straight.
Hold on, look, listen. Because I feel like there's levels.
Yes.
Of the changing your hair texture.
Right.
For black women with not so great texture of hair, it may have been for them wanting to have that straight white women's hair. But for men
did the same thing.
But we did the same thing, but it wasn't for that. It wasn't to have. It was about looking like you got good hair, and it wasn't necessarily about a white man's hair. But look at what happened when a Jerry curl came in. That wasn't straight. That was curly shit.
Correct.
Yeah, but that's still a texture of white people's hair, of aligning yourself. Because who has the curly hair?
No, you're lying.
Yes,
you're lying.
The Spanish people had the little curly hair.
Any Caucasian bro,
we had naps and afros. The only thing that we could do was comb.
All right, I understand all that, but what I'm saying is,
that you change the texture, you trying to align yourself with either Spanish or white. I'm sorry.
All right, so what is the basis of hair texture for Caucasians? Straight, right?
Yes,
correct.
Not curly.
Mm-hmm.
So when it gets into a curly, you're adding other shit into that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
You
and
can
what I'm
elaborate
saying
off
to
that
you is this: you have the sheep, and then you have the goat. Okay. The sheep has woolly hair, similar to black people. Our hair is like lamb's wool. Okay. And then you have the goat who has the straight hair. Okay. Now, when you are when you're putting these chemicals in your hair, whether it's going to be curly or straight, okay, you're thinning out the woolliness of your hair, which is bringing it to the goat or the white people's texture. And that's all that I'm saying. I'm saying that when they're doing it, they're taking the woolliness out of it. And when you're taking the woolliness out of it and making it thinner, you're making your hair closer and closer to white. I don't care about if it got curls or if it's straightened.
Maybe
thins your hair out. And now it's closer to the white folks.
Go look, you'll see what I mean.
So you're saying straightening a female getting their hair straightened is thinning their hair out?
Yes.
I do feel like that may be true, but what about just the wash and blow dry when
Well, before they started dyeing their hair, they were straightening with a hot comb.
Hold up. Pause. Let's spin the motherfucking block because we getting way off the topic of conversation.
This is colorism. These are the things of colorism. We're talking right on point here.
This is how black women are perceived as far as being able to work around white people in the office. 54 Sleep brought that up. That's very true.
That's a comment.
That they had to conform. Yeah, they had to conform to dress codes and appearance wise when they went to work for, the YT people, the corporations. And so there's a certain look they would or would not accept. And for black women wearing afros, they weren't necessarily highly acceptable, because even in the 60s, wearing an afro, like the Black Panthers, was like a form of protest.
Yeah.
For Black Pride.
Yeah, exactly. Black Pride, it was counterculture. That's when it started being acceptable to be black, to embrace black features. Right. That's when it started.
But that's for women, and then 54 Sleep is exactly right about the same thing. No matter what color you are, I mean, what your hair looked like, you were still a black man. They still feared you. You trying to blend in, you look really silly if it was about you trying to be white, because no white man, just because you have straight hair, is going to accept you for being anything other than a black man and a fucking straight outright enemy to them.
Of course.
So you just straightening your hair was not going to be something that allowed you to cross the line. It just made you conform, and really it made you look like you conformed more so than somebody with an afro, because you were at least trying to mimic them.
Okay, let me go to the comments.
Talk that shit, Ron.
But 54, he says, what the hell are you talking about? How old are you? Changing your hairstyle did not make you acceptable to white society. Understood. However, we did have the society that we called the Boule Society, the society of the bourgeoisie. And those were the people who were, they had the paper bag test that was going on in order to be in these societies. The Jack and Jill clubs, the private clubs, and people would actually, would try to do certain things in order to associate with the boule crowd to be able
this
to
is weird. The whole association of having good hair versus bad hair grades was a big deal with the boule crowd. Because if you were born with more lighter skin and fairer skin, you had better hair. Your eyes might have been light. A lot of my family have gray eyes as a standard. And they're all from Louisiana.
My grandfather had gray eyes.
Right. So, I mean, when you have those types of classifications, again, it's colorism within your own race. And they even had cotillions down there that in order to keep certain families united, and they would marry within those families because the money stayed and the wealth stayed within those families, within the cotillions and the bourgeoisie community.
But Ronan, did you hear what you just said when you said good hair, right?
Yeah, that's always a fact.
But why?
It's called self-hatred.
Okay, that's fine. But why do you keep equating good hair to straight? Basically.
I don't. I do not. Listen, I do not. They did back then. I don't give a fuck what your hair looks like.
I mean,
but back then,
but isn't that condition? But isn't that conditioning though? Because like you keep saying good hair and straight, which is not. We don't. Black people is not an attribute of. We don't have.
No, my brother, stop that, because having good hair does not consist of
hit the link and come up. You're more than welcome.
Straight hair. Having good hair,
Ronan said it,
does not consist of having straight hair, brother. It's just.
But when I brought that, but
when you look at somebody's hair texture,
good hair,
you know whether they have a good texture of hair or not just by looking at someone's hair texture. Period.
Correct. But I don't know if you caught it, but Ronan keeps saying good hair. Every time I said black men would straighten their hair, he keeps saying, "Oh no, that's just good hair."
No, I didn't say it like that.
No, he was referencing to it being a style.
Yeah, but why is a style of good hair being straight, which basically is consistent with Caucasian features?
Because back then, that's what they were idolizing.
There's the conditioning.
Listen, I understand that. And I said that a long time ago. It didn't matter as a black man whether you straighten your hair or not. You were still the enemy because you were black. You were stronger. They were intimidated by you. That didn't change anything. All it looked like was you were trying to conform to be more obedient to him.
Yep.
So they really looked at you like you're a fucking clown because we know you're black. No matter whether you dyed your hair or skin or straightened it or not, you were really looking silly by doing it, not necessarily part of the whole group.
You know, and another thing I wanted to touch on, another thing is, now this is more, you know, with black women, not necessarily black men, but dyeing their hair blonde, for example. So not only do they straighten their hair, or even if they stop nowadays, I don't even think they straighten their hair anymore. I think now they buy wigs, but they buy blonde wigs. You know, what is that?
They still straighten their hair. You've got some girls that'll still get the Bantu or whatever I can't cream of nature. I don't know the names of these different creamers or relaxers that they have. So yeah, they do. But most of them now, what they do is they'll just put a weave in it, a lace front weave or a Remy weave, or whatever type of weave, or they'll get the braids.
See, and that's a whole other thing in our community. Even so, you got women that still have their natural hair that take the time to actually go and get hot combs, and they'll make fun of the ones wearing wigs. They'll make the one fun of wearing real hair versus synthetic hair, whether it's weaved in, and they'll start making fun of each other even on that level, just on hair alone.
Right.
Another way of dividing us even further.
Mm-hmm. But again, they're buying like blonde wigs, redhead wigs. I mean, they got all kinds of different colors, that aren't consistent with, a black woman's
natural hair.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. About 20 years ago, I was trying to get the I'll Be Sure, man. My hairline started to recede. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my hairline started to recede.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I was looking pretty good, but then when my hairline started to recede, I had to stop that shit. I started getting I started to get the McDonald's arch. We love to see you smile. Yeah.
Looking like Calvin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I had to stop.
Nigga, that ain't funny
because
you still got a full head of hair, black cleaner. That ain't funny, bro.
Yeah, I still got a full head of hair, but I had to quit
black
doing
that. Black and
shit.
nappy.
Yep, that's what I do. I keep it black and nappy. I got a full head of hair for it too.
So fuck both of y'all. All right.
Hey, put some rosemary in your food and some olive oil and some vinegar. It'll start growing.
Rosemary and vinegar. All right.
And olive oil.
So when it don't work, I'm gonna call your ass out.
No, go for it, man.
Let me go to the comments real quick. Damon says a lot of the global citizens seem to think that U.S. citizens are brainwashed. What do y'all say to that?
In a way, it's
brainwashed. How though? Be a little more specific on what the brainwashed.
Brainwashed.
I would think we brainwashed the world. Our westernized mentality has brainwashed and messed up a lot of cultures just through social media and everything else, without them even being exposed to us.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was saying U.S. propaganda, including black hate, is spread around the world. So yeah, that's what he's basically saying. That we drank the Kool-Aid. So U.S. black hate.
I could see his point. I mean, like growing up, the term insulting another black person in the school, another black dude, black kid in the school, you call him African booty scratcher, or you would insult his mom. You would insult his mom. Your mama's so black. Your mama's so black jokes.
That's the dozens, man. And the dozens is actually a way of toughening up your emotional intelligence. That's come over from Africa. They do the dozens overseas.
I was not aware of that, but I do know growing up in the American school system, that was a thing.
Roasting. Let's call it what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a form of colorism. I mean, you're insulting someone's mother, by starting off, she's so black, yada yada yada. I mean,
yeah, that's dozens. But at the same time, there's also another way of separating, like he was saying with the
all right. So, quick question: is colorism racism?
No.
Ha. So,
colorism is self-hate.
Let's roast, nigga. If you come from that, let's roast. Because if I'm with the shits, I come from the shits. I was born in the shit. So that ain't never gonna change because that was my childhood. We all made fun of each other and laughed and joked. Maybe even got in a fight if you hurt somebody's feelings.
Exactly.
A little bit too hard in the moment. That built character. And I would never want to change that because that made me fucking tougher than leather. So let's go.
That's the point. It's supposed to. It was supposed to strengthen your resolve and your emotional intelligence. Because as black, we were going to get abused the minute we walked out of our community. We're going to get abused way further and way harsher by whites and others. So if we didn't know how to control our emotional intelligence, you know how many more people would have been strung up? How many more of your ancestors might not have survived? So you're here today if they weren't tough-skinned and could take a fucking insult by verbalization.
So basically, what you're saying is that it's okay to do colorism as long as you're toughening up others by doing.
No, we're talking about the dozens only. We're talking about the dozens only. We're not talking about colorism. Colorism and talking about somebody is two different things. That's the dozens within your own community. Colorism is self-hate. Colorism is self-hate where you don't like your skin tone and you're doing something to change it. That's not the same thing.
That's the whole point of talking about somebody's mother by starting off with a joke. Your mama's so black, blacker than
Here's
the
the
ace
problem
of
with
spades.
that, Darnell. Is it true? And does it make you hate your race because somebody's saying that about you or your mother?
But you're reinforcing
because,
when you do that, you're reinforcing the conditioning. You don't say you're not saying your mama's so light skinned that come on.
They are now.
Let's just be fair.
But
they are now.
Listen, whatever we said in our
your mama's so light when she go outside. We think we can go outside and play because it's so sunny.
Listen.
I hadn't heard that one.
You never heard that? Your mom's light bright, rainbow bright. That's what we used to call the light skinned people. Rainbow bright or sunny delight. Yeah, your mama looking like sunny delight.
Nah, I used to hear your mama's so black, like damn, who turned out the lights, or something like that.
It wasn't always your mama so black. It was your mama so fat too.
Right, fat jokes, black. It was anything and everything that they can pull about you. And if they knew personal information about you, they go after that shit too.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's
but for
that has nothing to do with colorism, though.
It does. Let's just keep
it all does. I mean, let's not. I mean, call a spade a spade. It is colorism, but you just joking with colorism.
But here's the thing.
Sometimes it wasn't a joke. I mean, sometimes people. How many black kids got shot over those jokes?
Because you did not display emotional. Listen, you did not.
All right, so hold up, y'all. Pause. I already asked the question. Colorism is not racism. At the end of the day, that debate can go on for hours. As long as my childhood, when I was roasting my friends and talking shit about my friends' moms and talking shit about them, if you was a bummy nigga, that was a lane for somebody to talk about you. If you was black, if you had big lips, if you had nappy hair, there were so many lanes to just be capped on as a kid, and it wasn't all about colorism or racism. It was just
what you're saying.
Let's make jokes.
We understand what you're saying, Keem, but the thing is, colorism isn't racism, same as classism isn't colorism. But these things do have an adverse effect on society, classism as well. You know, there's people out here who do not associate with you because they don't fuck with broke motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
and there's people out here who don't associate with you because you're a dark skin, and they're trying to keep their family light and rich. You see what I'm saying? But these things do have an adverse effect on our society.
It does,
but
to say
all
that
different from each other. Go ahead.
But to say that colorism and racism are two different things, I think at that point we're just splitting hairs.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. I mean, because when you're making these jokes and things of that nature, you're basically, whether you know it or not.
What is racism by your definition? Racism is another race or somebody looking at you saying you're less than them, correct? Colorism is you could be of the same race and you're looking at the other person like, hey, I'm better than you because I'm lighter than you. Or I'm better than you because I'm darker and more pure, back to the Mandingo race, than you. That's colorism.
Using your first phase of that to me, that's proximity to whiteness. Something I said earlier as soon as I got on the show.
And that's the whole idea behind colorism.
Right.
But again, it's like saying tomato. Okay.
No.
Basically, it's
racism. No, the fuck that's not. Racism. Nigga, you get the fuck out of here.
Why are you blending the two together, Darnell? You're usually a very intelligent man when it comes to talking about money, but I don't think you're getting the concept behind colorism versus racism. They are absolutely
that's because that nigga is lighter than you, and his motherfucking name is Darnell.
No, actually, might be.
Darnell is a more black name than Alex.
That black ass, with that nigga ass name.
I might
Yo, bro, don't take no offense. I'm just talking shit.
No,
I'm just trying to be funny now. Laugh with us, bro. That's
no. But here's the biggest thing I want to say about this. Look, the whole idea behind even selling the dozens and talking about each other was to make us tougher within our own communities. So when we stepped outside of our own communities, the white man couldn't get you by saying something to piss you off. From boy to whatever the hell they wanted to say to you. Because you couldn't say anything back then. Even though you felt like you're an American, you have freedom of speech, you did not. You say the wrong thing and he turns around and slap the shit out of you, you can't turn around and hit him back.
But why not just say, oh, your mom's so ugly or you're so ugly or what?
A white man ain't gonna say it that way.
Why do we have to do the white man don't even bring up race or color half the damn time.
Oh, he talk about everything. White mans used to talk about everything. What do you mean?
They used to, but your
mama was I don't know how many of my grandfathers went through your family, and that's why you so light. Bro, they can get raw with it. Are you fucking kidding me? They're not polite.
They stopped. I never said polite. They just stopped. Like they wouldn't even talk about race. I used to live in the South in the 90s, early 2000s. Back then, they didn't even talk about race. Back then, not to say it wasn't to say that they weren't racist. It's just they didn't want to talk about it because they didn't want to be associated with racists. They didn't want anything to be misconstrued or basically today we would call it going viral. They just didn't want the trouble, and I know.
But here's the thing you're missing, and I think Time 18188 said it best. This was because you were going back and forth with your friends. Now, if somebody you didn't know tried to do the dozens from a different neighborhood, that's a whole nother thing. Now you're getting in a fight because the nigga's insulting you.
Prime example, what happened on last Monday's live with the wannabe Chud the Builder guy coming on there trying to provoke. And what happened? He got, and it's funny too, because a lot of times me and O2O, we don't see eye to eye on some things because, I'm coming from we'll just say the pro-black standpoint, and he's coming from the humans are human standpoint. But when that Chud the Builder came in and was trying to disrupt with, do the little wannabe Chud the Builder talking points, all the black people on the panel got on code, roasted him, and got him out of there.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and I got the video to prove it, and you've seen the video already, Black Cleaner, that I put up the short. Y'all gotta allow one person to get on code and get in that one person's ass that's sitting there doing it. And I was already in his ass, and y'all kept on saying, Ronan, stop, Ronan, stop, no, motherfucker, let me get this out.
Stop me, Neil, let me go. Yeah.
Oh, Charlie Chan is in the back.
Okay.
So y'all gotta, allow me to deal, or whoever started dealing with the person, to get him the fuck up out of there in a raw kind of way, and not try to stop him from saying the thing to get him up out of there in a way that is not like demeaning to us as people, but a way to put out a point that your fire has no fucking energy here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I appreciated you for that, because the thing was, I've never followed Chuck the Builder. So when he said what he said about the whole chimping thing, I didn't even hear what he said. So so when he said it, so after when y'all was telling me, he said chimping out, and I was like, what the hell is chimping out? And then I started looking at all of the little Chuck the Builder, reactions, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's what this.
I loaded the video for you if you want to play it real quick.
I was familiar with that.
I'm talking about everybody that wasn't in the room that day.
Shout out to Charlie Chan.
Yo, Charlie Chan TV. If you don't know, you better know,
fellas.
Everything's going well, sir. How are you?
Man, it's a blessing, man. I just seen you guys was having congregating, so I felt like I would pull up and show some support to my good brother Jay Holiday.
Yes, by all means, fellowship. That's what it's about, brotherhood.
For sure.
Right. Jay Holiday. Shout to Black Cleaner though.
So
this guy.
My bad.
So okay, so now that you're on here, what do you have to say about the topic? Is colorism programming, or is it a preference? All of these brothers that's going over here overseas, picking all of these light-skinned, big booty women, is that a preference, or is that programming?
Is unequivocally programming, brother.
Whoa!
I don't even think that's. Yes, sir.
That's a strong word.
Yes, sir. And I stand by it. That's why. Just let me land. And I'll give you just a quick example. Everybody, especially that's on this panel, we are of age. Everybody on this panel know Pam was way better than Gina. The only thing that Gina had on Pam was light skin.
She did have a booty though. Pam had a booty.
I said Gina
had a booty.
This nigga here, did this nigga here go to the motherfucking Gina and Pam reference?
He did.
Oh, that was hard. That was hard.
Yes, sir. I mean,
personally, I like Gina better than I like Pam better than I like Gina. Only thing Gina had, she was light skinned and she had a booty.
Yeah.
I think we're preaching the same
Pam
point.
had the whole package.
Yeah.
Now we talking about everything, bro. It's colorism either way. You got a light skinned sister versus a dark skinned sister on the show, who was preferred and who was always made fun of as having BDBs and buckshots in the back of her heads and everything else.
Nah, but see, we gotta X that out. We gotta X that out because
you can't
bring up
those were the shots that'll make you be like, I might not want to fuck with the dark skin.
Cleaner, bring up Knack Meezy in the back. Black Cleaner, bring up Knack Meezy. He's in the back.
Hold on.
All right.
Damn, my nigga went to Gina and Pam. That's hard, bro.
That is the ultimate light skin versus black skin situation that was going on TV.
Yeah, I mean, come on, especially where I don't know. I'm from the South, so I've heard females say they want to have a baby with such and such for good hair and stuff like that, indicating that the hair that they're naturally blessed with is not good hair. That's programming.
Right.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
We were talking about that earlier too, Charlie.
Oh, yeah, it is programming. It is programming. It's programming to the point where I, in fucking high school, had a female friend that would not fuck with any dude that didn't have a good texture of hair.
What's
Yeah.
a good texture of hair, though?
Easy to the stage. What's up, man?
What is
How
your
you doing?
definition of
That's
good?
by definition only. And preference.
But what is your definition? What is your definition of good texture of hair?
Right.
You need to ask the sisters that.
So what was being explained to me would be like damn, who can I reference to real quick that's a brown skinned brother but has a good texture.
Hold on, let me pause. Let's
hold up. Slow down. I just want to get to know what's that nigga's name?
That's Bobby
Valentino.
Bobby V.
Yeah.
That's not good hair.
So,
like,
pause. No homo. I'm tired of even having to saying that when I fucking just want to talk and talk about fucking life and shit. You know, I'm a heterosexual male. Period. I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but yeah, Bobby V would be like a good texture hair, like considered.
nah.
Anyway.
Good hair is clean hair.
Magnesia, what's going on, fam? How you
That's
doing?
what I say too, Nat. Good hair is clean hair. Fuck off.
Salute to all my brothers, man. I think it's
Right.
absolutely programming, and we shouldn't. People could do what they want, but when we say that, you know, hair that is further away from our own texture or the texture that the majority of us have is good, that's saying, on the other hand, that our hair is bad. So, good hair is clean hair. You know what I'm saying? That's all I gotta say about that as far as the colors.
Because that wasn't like I also like led with my story of a childhood friend, female, that that would be her reference to good hair. So don't.
I heard it. I heard you. You said that, but then you said you gave Bobby V as, you know, example, I guess, of what she would consider as good hair.
Yeah.
That was your point, right? I got you, brother. I want to understand you correctly. But we get a lot of that. I know the colorism thing is heavy in America. It's heavy in the Caribbean. It's heavy here in Europe. It's programming. I think it's really an appeal to what was the dominant society and still is, Western Europeans. So you had in different countries, mejorar la raza. They had derecha a la familia, which means to fix the race, blanqueamiento, all of this stuff. And I remember women saying, "Yeah, I want a guy with light skin and curly hair." And there's been a lot of the females saying that, but now we as men do the same thing too. Remember the rap videos from before? Like, it wasn't all light skinned chicks. Now you'd be hard pressed to find a dark skinned woman in a hip hop video or R&B video. You know what I'm saying? So it's programming 100%.
Yeah, but Nat, wasn't that like back in the 90s, like black women complaining, you know, being over sexualized, and I think that's why they started turning into lighter skinned women, white women, Latino women, and stuff like that.
I mean, I think those two don't have anything to do with each other. I think brothers, you know, once they got money, they started going for lighter women and stuff like that. So it's really just preference based off of the colonial mindset.
Yeah, the O.J. Simpson like complex in a way.
Yeah.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Oh, did he say that actually?
Or
he really?
Let me go to the comments real quick,
fellas. Or is it?
Hold on, let me go to the comments real quick. Time 18:8. He says, so who came up with the phrase "you must got Indian in your family"? How many people have ever heard that on the on the panel?
I've heard it.
Well, when it comes to having good hair.
Yeah,
you got that Indian.
The brother
hair.
keeps saying good hair though.
You're a red bone. You must have Cherokee or Indian in your family. Red bone.
Yo, bro, Keem, you keep saying good hair, bro. Like, you jack that or what?
I'm jacking that because
man,
there's levels of texture. There's levels of texture, bro. And
are you black though?
I'm mixed with a few things. I am black though first.
Okay.
So when I say that, good hair, don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about, bro.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt because you sounding like a colorist yourself.
Nah, I'm not a colorist.
In a way, you do. I mean,
Yeah, but I'm giving the brother the benefit of the doubt, though. I don't want to paint him that, but you keep saying good hair.
If I'm sounding like a colorist, then label me that. But I'm not a racist. So
colorism is the cousin to racism, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank
not
you,
a
Mac
racist.
BC. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. My eyes never deceive me.
Could you elaborate on that? When you
My eyes never
please.
deceive me. And I know what I know. If
Well,
yours is kinky, yours is kinky.
You almost filibustering, sir. If I'm being honest, like you saying a lot of things, but I'm just not fully understanding the point that you're making, honestly.
He don't want to say it with his chest. Say it with your chest, King.
You don't know what good hair is? Let me say it with my chest. You don't know what good hair is, bro?
Yes, please. We don't.
Yeah, good hair is clean hair. Challenge me on it.
I'm not saying good hair ain't clean hair, but nigga, if you can't stretch that shit out and run a comb through it, come on, man. You know what I'm talking about. Do I really gotta paint the picture?
So let's start with that, and let's start with the fact that you call me a nigga. With your talking points, don't use the N-word with me, straight up. Cause you jacking some mixed joint.
All right.
I appreciate that you respect it. Thank you.
You don't gotta
so
turn
when you
up,
jacking that, no, I'm just saying this is me, and I'm being very respectful. When you use the same talking points, right, and then you got to go back to where this hair is supposedly good. It's because it's closer to white people's hair, and if you know about white people's hair, and I don't even want to be racist, right? Let's just speak about science.
No,
the white kids in the schools. Wait, brother, but I didn't make my point though. I didn't make my point. I didn't.
Let him make his point. Let him finish.
Let me make my point, brother. What I'm talking about, the issue is that lice. Do you know here in Europe they have to de-lice their kids every single year, and I think it's the second grade. These kids be having lice, so it ain't that their hair is better. It's just a different texture. I think some of us been programmed to think because it's not kinky that it's good. That don't mean it's good. I grew up with the smell of the hot comb, the smell of Dax wave grease. You know what I'm saying? And my sisters, my mother, their hair was good once it was clean and once it was done. I mean, to say that because of the texture.
You know what that is? That's them accepting their shit. A lot of females don't accept their own shit. A lot of females don't accept their own texture of their own hair.
Well, that's true, and then we got to bring it back to not shaming the natural texture of our hair.
I'm not shaming that, bro. I'm not shaming that. Never.
But you did say about good hair being straight, running the comb through it, basically.
Right.
White attribute hair.
Right.
Y'all keep going back to white.
I mean, I understand what Keem is saying. He's just saying that good hair is manageable hair. We understand that. But what we're saying to you, Keem, is that, just because you're able to manage it to get it to where it's wavy and curly does not necessarily make it good hair. Because actually, hair that is tough and strong, that's actually supposed to be considered good hair.
Yes. Period. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that, but there are levels of texture. That's all I'm saying.
So where would Black Cleaner's hair fall on your hair spectrum? Would you classify his hair as good or bad?
I've cut my cousin's hair before, and my cousin's texture, it's not kinky because of the styles and the way you can, contain his hair.
Mm-hmm.
He could get like a set-in and then get hit with the brush, and his shit's curly.
That's crazy.
But what
And if
is
you're a
black cleaning
barber,
your
you
cousin?
know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And if you
he's
ever
black.
watch barbering videos, you know
His
exactly what I'm
grandmother
talking
and my
about.
mother are sisters.
Okay.
Fact.
All right. So, but you didn't say whether it was good or not. The way his hair is
He
right
has a
now.
good texture. He has a good texture of hair, but he has to learn how to maintain his texture of hair to keep it where it should look healthy.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, we're going with that because that's what it is.
All right, no doubt.
Okay, well, let's go to the comments. What's to say? Time 1818. He said, "My
Watch
brother,
when cousin's hair grows out.
you are wrong. Black women love their hair when they were wearing afros. You will never." Hold on, sorry.
Who's wrong?
No, he's hold on. Let me finish what he was saying. You'll never catch a black woman today wearing afros. Women, they're afraid to be natural. So basically, back in the days, the women was loving and rocking the afros, but nowadays you don't see women rocking the afros anymore. You know, they're usually wearing the weaves, or they're wearing the wigs, or they're wearing the faux locks, or they're doing the process in their hair. What do y'all say about that?
I say that's not true because there's been a resurgence as of the last 7 years for this natural hair movement led by black women. A lot of them are turning away from the perms and all of that. So, I
And going
guess it
natural,
depends on
yeah.
your ecosystem. It depends on your ecosystem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that, bro.
Shout out to King for saying everything with his chest, man. I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you too, bro, because that's what we here for. We gotta say it with
sure.
our chest. We don't say that shit at all.
Word.
We not here for confrontation. We're here to talk about shit and get it out. Be expressive and be accepted.
Okay. You're in Europe, correct, Magnesi?
Yes, sir.
So how do you see colorism affecting the society over there? Do you see a lot of people being colorist I know that there's a lot of Caribbean folks in Europe and Africans.
Man, bro, it's crazy out here. When I say it's crazy, on TV, you won't see a black man and a black woman together, but you'll see black people on TV. You'll see a black woman with a white man, an older couple, white man, black woman. You'll see a black man with a white woman, but you won't see. I remember the first time I saw a black couple. It was a younger black couple at the train station with a baby carriage, and it was something for like insurance or something like that. It was really trying to paint a welfare picture. You know what I'm saying? Um, Out here, they're trying to use mixed race as the new black. Okay, mixed race is the new black out here in Holland anyway. And you get a lot of colorist stuff that comes from Dutch colonial society, and then you have this movement out here it's called the double blood. Blood just means blood, and they're saying I'm not black, I'm not white, and I don't have to choose. So they're kind of going their own way with like identifying their own self as a race now, but that's been going on since back in the days as well. But yeah, it's out here too, bro.
Are you weirded by that?
Am I weird?
Weirded.
No, are you weirded?
Is it weird to you?
It is. I think the erasure of black people via promotion of interracial relationships is kind of weird to me, because a lot of these biracials, you know, they're confused. You got a lot of biracials that are extremely pro-black. Shout to them, but it just creates confusion in my opinion. I think Dutch society, they like to see designer kids because they look at anything that's not white or black, so something mixed, as exotic.
Mm.
So they will fetishize, and people take fetishization as a compliment, and it's not. You know, I had a student. His father was white. Father was a white dude who he has money, so he had lowriders out here in Holland, and he was telling me he wanted to paint a blue flag on top of one of his caprices. I'm like, well, why you want to do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, trying to get into if he understands what that blue flag represents. He didn't really care. But since I trained his son, I asked him one day, I said, yo, what does your son identify as? He was like, to him, he's just a white kid with cool hair. And I said, well, does he know about, because his mother's black, but his mother never spoke to me, which is weird as hell because I trained his son. He said, well, I just teach him about his Dutch side because there's not a lot on the black side. I did teach him the story of Anansi because they're from Suriname. It's about this spider or something like that. But I said,
Right.
yo, nothing on the black side. So I'm like, this dude is literally is just, you know, mentally erasing the blackness out of his identity. And because his black wife obviously looked at white people as something great, is allowing it to happen. So this kid was the whitest biracial kid I've ever seen. Crying when I would have him shadow box and all, just like weak sauce. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I see what's going on. And you have that. There was a post on Facebook where a white guy said, and it's Dutch, by the way. He said, I'm going to make a kid with a black woman and teach him everything good about white people and everything bad about blacks. And that's literally what I saw with the white kid, with the white dude and his biracial son.
Hey, Nakmeezy, let me ask you a question, sir. The the child's mother, she's black. I'm assuming from Africa.
No, she's from Suriname.
Suriname. Okay.
So
Okay.
Surinamese are the most they're the most African looking, I guess, of the outside of Haitians, because they have a maroon population that fled to the forest. Out here, they got a weird name for them, and they call themselves this. It's called boss niggers, and the boss means a forest. So it's essentially jungle niggas that they call themselves, and that white people call them here too. I had to tell a lady, like, we're not niggers. Nigger just means the N word, but they have a very strong African phenotype. They have a lot of their African culture, dances, food intact. So she's essentially an African if you look at her, but she's from Suriname. But she does speak Suriname's Tongo, which is a derivative of the Akan language. So they can communicate still with Ghanaians.
Okay. So I mean, I mean, like I said, I did assume she might have been African only because she was wind up in the Netherlands. But the thing is one of the things I do know, you know, and I have dated women from Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and they do kind of work. It's like, yeah, it's kind of strange how, you know, they do worship whiteness out there, even in Africa, you know, where it's almost like, yeah, they really, the women will go looking for a white man.
Brother,
like
you will if you come from a pro-black mindset out here, you'll go crazy until you just accept it. I design shoes, right? Like, I just be remixing certain kicks, right? Like Air Force One is a good platform that I use. So I went to get this what they call wax print. It's like African fabric. And I go in the spot and there's a white lady on the spot. And then I said, a white lady owning an African fabric spot, but most of the wax prints, they come from Holland. They're made here. So they got Europeans selling Africans their own African print, which is crazy.
Yeah,
But in Ghana, when
that
I
does
went
sound
there,
crazy.
yeah, it is crazy. But you can't look at like Africans. A lot of times are not pro-black in the sense of people from the diaspora, because a lot of times traditionally they work with Europeans as business partners. You know, I'm not even
Well,
speaking about just the slave trade. They work with Europeans as business partners. We looked at Europeans as something totally different.
well, Nakmizi, my one of my doctors at one of my doctors at the VA, he's Indian, like his family is from India, and he was kind of telling me the same, thing when it comes to Indians, where they worship whiteness, like the whole thing about them going to school and stuff like that, getting educated, because they were like, hey, we were colonized by Great Britain, and in order to be equal to the white man, we got to get our education. We got to outdo them in order to be equal. We got to work 10 times as hard. That's what he was telling me. And, because I was asking him about that, and
bro, to jump on that, and I ain't even gonna say pause, forget it. To jump on that, out here they call them Hindustanis. We call them like Indians. They call them Hindustani, right? So Hindustanis out here, they call them Donkerwit, which means dark-skinned white people. And they're more racist than white people themselves, because they try harder to get in the good graces of white people and will stomp all over you to get there. And they be darker than me. You know what I'm saying? So that's 100% true. They had that colonial mindset from when the English conquered India and then split it up into India, Pakistan, and I think Kashmir, based on religion.
Yeah, and I kind of get a sense of that too. I've run into this, when I go down to Mexico and stuff, and I cross the border, like, I'm not gonna say white border patrol agents don't give me a hard time, but I'll be honest, the Hispanics, they be the worst ones. They are the worst. They be doing some extra shit. Like, they be trying to like gaslight me, trying to piss me off, and they're trying to take a swing at them and stuff. It's insane. Like, every time I come back from Mexico, I always hate dealing with a Hispanic border patrol agent. I mean, it's like they're trying to show off for the white man. I'm not. I'm one of you guys. You know what I'm saying? They just be going too hard.
I had the same experience in Miami coming back from Curacao. The dude asked me how much money I went to Curacao with, and I'm like $40, because I had a house out there at the time. And he was like, who knows that you went to the Caribbean? I'm like, well, I'm a man, I know. He's like, well, we need to find out. He's like, where do you work? So they actually called my boss to find out if they knew that I was on vacation in the Caribbean, just trying to make me miss my flight, essentially, because to get to New York, you got to transfer in Miami, or you had to at that time. And I'm like, these dudes is really just trying to push my buttons so I crash out, and then, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of times it was them. It was them. Not to typecast, but, I'm just going to speak on that anecdotal experience that I also had.
Yeah, and again, and it just goes to that proximity to whiteness thing. It's like, I gotta prove, you know what I'm saying, I'm one of you guys, you know what I'm saying, I'm one of you guys. I'm a white, I'm not like the rest of these people, doing all this extra shit. And I see it, and I especially do see it, in the Black community, which, has to do with our topic. It is, in my opinion, programming. It's programming in the sense that, it's like proximity to whiteness is seen as good or pure. It kind of reminds me, somebody had brought up Malcolm X, the movie Malcolm X, earlier. Anybody remember when Denzel Washington playing Malcolm X was in prison, and the Muslim brother, told him learn the words in the dictionary. He looked up black, evil, dark, void of light. And then he looked up white, pure, clean. Basically, black had very bad adjectives, and white had good adjectives or attributes. So
Yep.
I believe it's a lot of program. It's definitely a lot of programming.
Black Cleaner, I have a question for you, brother. Is he still with us?
I'm sure he is. This is his channel.
I see. I think his picture is frozen. But does anyone know if he's from New York?
No, I believe Black Cleaner's from Boston, by way of.
Oh, okay. So East Coast.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure that's what he
No,
said.
it probably is. I think I heard him mention something about Boston. But the reason why I
Yeah, I'm
asked
from
him because
Boston. I'm just working on some
okay.
stuff backstage. I actually banned Ronan the Traveler because he had a link up here about Shed the Builder, and I saw it, and all I saw was it as a guest, and it said Shed the Builder,
Oh,
so I
okay.
just banned it. So I ended up banning him.
He got that trigger fingers on fleek.
Oh yeah, when I saw Shed the Builder, because I thought it was the dude who was on here last week that we jumped on and kicked him off. So I thought it was him trying to get back on here to say something. But I ended up doing that. So I'm trying to see if I can unblock him.
Yeah, y'all kind of Ronan was really about to get at that dude like with precision, but he kept getting interrupted. I'm like, damn, let Ronan cook.
Right.
Sometimes we all get so hyped that we end up, stepping on each other, or there's like some friendly fire when there should just be one sniper. You know what I'm saying? Whoever got the best shot should take it. But at least he got handled. I don't know, what did he say to get off code, or not even on code, but for him it's on code.
Some talking points. That's really
that
what it
chimping
was.
out shit is what kind of triggered me.
Yeah, that Shed the Builder talking points.
Yeah, that's when.
He
Yeah,
said
that's when
chimping
he
out?
started.
Yep.
Yeah. He said chimping out. I mean, there was honestly, man. You want to know the truth, Nat? It started over something really fucking stupid, man. I swear to God, it started over because 020. He pronounces NVIDIA NVIDIA. Yeah. And I guess that just pissed off the Aussie guy. He kept saying, "Why don't you say it right? Why don't you say it right?" And stuff like that. Which it's like, come on, dude. Some people say tomato, some people say tomato. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
But he pulled up looking for that, and I kind of went off the rail a little bit too. So I take my responsibility for that.
I wasn't at first. I wasn't sure if he pulled up, to start shit or not. I wasn't sure at first, but yeah, when he started, doing the whole NVIDIA thing, that's when I started getting the clue. Like, okay, this dude, I think is, I think he's trying to start some drama here.
Right, wrap that motherfucker up, get him the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and then it was
long.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he was just confirming with you. Go ahead, keep going, Darnell.
Yeah, just saying and it was in the back chat after he got booted off. He was in the back. He tried to come back up, and we didn't allow him up. But he kept spamming the N-word in the back chat. Yeah, and I was like, okay, yeah, this dude, something wrong with this dude. But when he first came up, I want to say the first 2 to 5 minutes, I would say it was kind of normal, really.
Yeah, he was. Like, bro, you're trying to get at me for calling you a nigga. Like, come on, bro.
No, he talking about you drunk.
That's not the same dude you talking about?
No, we're talking about
the white
last Monday. You over here
the
talking
Aussie.
about magnesia.
it was the Ozzy.
Yo, King, we passed that, King. We good, man.
All right.
Shout out to brothers that can move on though. That's what's up.
Yeah, I ain't worried about that no more, man.
All right.
Keem, since you Black Cleaner's cousin, he's obviously a black man. You know, you can call me the N word with the A, not the hard R though.
Right. It would never be a hard R for me.
I didn't know
That's
you
why-
was fam. I thought you was just some Dominican or something because of your picture.
Yeah, whatever, nigga.
Oh, shit. Yo, and where y'all from, they got a lot of Cape Verdeans out here in Rotterdam. There's a lot of Cape Verdeans, and some of them is cool. The Badil, they black. The other ones, the Sampajudos, they like mix, and you don't know what you're gonna get with them. Some of them is mad chill, and some of them is on some real like they want to be white type of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the women is alright though, and I'm speaking about the black ones. They fire.
Here we go with that skin tone. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. I like the black ones.
So why you like the black ones? What's different between a light-skinned Cape Verdean and a Afro-Negro Cape Verdean? What's the difference?
The difference is they well some are more Portuguese leaning and more Portuguese mixed than the other ones that are not. I like dark-skinned sisters. That's it.
Yeah, and not to nitpick, you did mean Afro Latinas instead of Afro Negroes, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well,
but they're not Latinas anyway. They're Africans.
So the Afro Africans, is that the proper
They're
term,
African.
though?
They're from Cape Verde, which is in Africa.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know that, but like,
so see that part right there, like that should be weirding me out when they feel like we're not of the same.
You know
I'm
what?
weirded out by that. But that's how
What you weirded out though?
has the world. That's how
Would you
segregation.
What you mean weirded out?
Yeah. Could you? I'm asking the same thing Magnesium asked. What do you mean by weirded out?
Because we all from Africa. If we all from Africa, we all of the same thing.
Sir, okay.
No.
So but look, due to how we're mentally programmed to be separated. When how the fuck are we separated when we're all the same?
But we're not the same. We never been the same, brother.
Yeah, and we will never be the same, sir.
Word.
You gotta. I mean, I get what you're saying, and kudos to you. You come in from the mindset of all skin folk is kinfolk, but that's truly not the case.
No, it's not.
It's true. It's not the case. So I'm not coming in at that. I'm weirded by the separation and the segregation that has been created amongst people that should really be fucking with each other.
Nah. Can I take this one? Can I take this one? This is my my area of expertise. The creation. There was no creation of this. It just has always been that. Africa and black people are very tribal and very ethnic oriented, right? So it wasn't that the white man came and you know he created this. What he did is he exploited an already existing ethnic
and did what?
divide.
Created separation and segregation.
No, there was already separation, brother. There was competition for resources. There was different languages, different cultures. So it's always been like that, bro. And when we talk about the Cape Verdean, their separation is Sampajudo versus Badil. So there's separation everywhere. There's separation, you know. Go on, brother.
No, go ahead. Do you?
Oh, all right. So yeah, Keem on some smoke. He like, you from Roxbury or something? He's like from the Brooklyn version in Boston. I don't know, but yeah,
Nah, I'm from Columbia Projects. So if you Google Columbia Point Projects, it might enlighten you where I'm from.
All right, no doubt. I mean, I'm from Brooklyn, so we the top of the food chain, but that's another show.
Right.
So now, y'all some old clam chowder niggas, clam chowder.
But hold up though, you right. We some clam chowder niggas, but you gotta have them oyster crackers, nigga. Gotta have them oyster crackers.
Hey,
sure, King.
if Proven's point was a person, it would be you, King. Yeah, you just really proved that one. But yeah, nah, you brothers continue because I think y'all was actually cooking, and that was actually a dope conversation.
Look, man, I used to be a Pan-African, right? I used to look at like, see people and be like, yo, what's up, brother. But honestly, we're trying to go against the actual nature of black people. And Africa is the motherland of all black people, and the way they're wired there, and the way that we're kind of wired everywhere in the diaspora is that if you're not my people, we're not sharing the same culture, language, even phenotypes in a lot of situations. So it's never been that we've all been together. That Pan-African narrative, that's a new concept. Africans have always been tribal, brother, always.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what Magnesium is saying because I read what's it called, the Destruction of a Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams, and that was actually the way that the Europeans was able to come in and destroy what they call they call it a Black Holocaust. And what they did was they came in, and because everybody was tribal and separate, all of the black kingdoms in Africa or Nubia or Kemet, whatever you wanted to call it during that time, they all had their own kingdoms. And the white people would come and dominate one kingdom, and that one kingdom would be so proud, or
not gonna tell me we
that they wouldn't call another kingdom in order to help them.
I'm tired of hearing that we had fucking kingdoms and we were this and we was that and we fucking bowed our head to 400 years of slavery. Get the fuck out of here. I'm feeling like Kanye right now. That shit was a fucking choice. And I don't give a fuck who gets mad at what I just said. 400 years of slavery was a fucking choice. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Nah, that's the Easy Jeezy talking. But
yeah,
so we went to the white. We went to the white man and said, "Hey, man, I want to sell myself into slavery. I'm going to work for you for nothing, man."
And Cuzzo, fuck you, nigga, because I don't drink Easy Jeezy, nigga. Shut the fuck up with that weird shit.
I don't know if it's Easy Jeezy. Ain't gonna see it. But
it ain't Easy Jeezy. That's me being expressive. And I said that to somebody like fucking 10 years before Kanye said that shit. And this girl called herself so eclectic and she was so black this and black that. When I said that 400 years of slavery was a fucking choice, her feelings were hurt.
Okay, let me ask you, do you mind expanding on that? Because I want my feelings hurt.
Please.
He can't. He can't.
What do you mean?
Explain I'm not hurt. You said slavery is a choice. So what did you mean by that?
It was a fucking choice.
How?
The end. If the only thing that you can say is a choice.
All right, hold up. No. Listen, how the fuck do we accept 400 years of that shit?
Simple.
Explain that to me.
It's real simple. You got conquered. Exactly.
Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Survival. That was accepting some shit.
So let me ask you this. Do you know if because there was black people that walked into the ocean because they chose death over that? But do you understand without the African Americans surviving through slavery, there would be no us, black Americans in the black. Well, I can't say no us, but there wouldn't be us here after slavery because there.
Well, yeah, that makes super sense.
So what are you talking about then, sir? It was about
when the fuck did we come? When did we become rebellious and want some other than being called slaves. Like at some point, it did happen, but 400 years of that shit was a choice, dog. You're not gonna tell me that wasn't a choice.
You know what? I really hate when people just pick up talking points, though, man, because
that's all it is.
Yeah, man, that's a super extremely unfair depiction, and you get away with saying that because of your skin color, bro. But that's not what it is at all. People just say shit because it sounds catchy, and that's not really that's not the.
No, I'm not saying that because it sounds catchy. I made that statement because of
talking point.
I have a question for you.
Hold on, let me introduce you. Unfriendly Stoic, welcome to
what
the
stage.
stage.
What do you say? I'm using that as a talking point.
I said it's a white supremacist talking point. When you say that slavery was a choice, that's a white supremacist talking point.
That's a white supremacist talking point. That's how you feel?
No.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're trying to downplay slavery. Kind of.
All right, so
yeah,
I'm done with that conversation because if I keep going and I keep speaking,
I mean, even
Kanye, I might get rashed, but I don't care about getting rashed at the same time. But bro, 400
it's just
years.
that you can't elaborate on it. You just threw shit at the wall, expecting it to stick. We're asking you for your receipts on it. So listen, I got receipts. I got receipts ready for you. I got receipts ready for you, bro.
Different than mine's?
No, it's not an opinion. I have historical fact, my brother. Like one of the brothers on the panel said there were Africans that walked into the ocean. What he's specifically talking about is Igbo landing in Georgia, where they said, "Nah, we ain't doing that," and they killed themselves. There's been so many uprisings and rebellions.
I'm about to get super rash. You sound like.
Wait, hold on, brother. Hold on. When you say rash, does that mean emotional? Let me finish, brother. Let me finish, please. So we have history in America, and not even talking about the other spots of fighting against this. You got to understand that it started as partnerships between African leadership, chiefs and kings, working with Europeans to sell sometimes their own, and most of the time their ox, which goes back to my point about we never been the same. So it wasn't a choice. From when they got walked from the interior all the way to the coast, they were in chains, brother. Like a lot of Africans already apologized for this. Yo, son, what's wrong with you?
I want to ask the question.
Yo, King, what's wrong with you, man?
All right, so instead of saying womp, give me some info.
Please.
Bro, we were slaves for 400 years. Why are you not saying the fact of acceptance?
Aye, Captain Obvious. That's pretty obvious. Now give me the fact.
Okay, I'm trying to give him, because it's my family, and I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. But King, I understand what you're saying. I mean, all these slaves working together, but that's not also true, because we did have the American Maroons that did work to fight for freedom. As he was just saying, you had the Nat Turners, you had the what's it called? The Denmark VCs. You had the who were the Fort Negro and the Maroons that actually fought in Jacksonville, Florida, and Andrew Jackson tried to go down there and fight them, and they lost, and they basically told the Seminoles. So you had all of these uprisings that they don't speak about in history, that showed that we weren't just laying down being slaves. We was actually fighting, but they're not going to tell you that we was fighting and that we was kicking their ass. They just going to show you their highlight reel.
That's a fact. That's why it's called his story.
Yeah, exactly.
But
right,
anytime,
that I can thoroughly respect.
But you got to remember, history is always written through the eyes of the conqueror too. So you got to
right.
Take that
That's why it's his story.
Yeah,
it's not our story.
It's not our story, sir. It's his story.
And we're now telling our story. And even when we try to tell our story, we even get some backlash on that.
like we're getting now, for a black person to be on a publicly watched panel and say slavery was a choice is I just think that's like for a lack of a better term, man, it's
No.
disingenuous
So you're
behavior, bro.
misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
not saying
nice.
that slavery
Well,
was a choice, nigga. I'm saying 400 years of that was a choice.
Would
and
you
now
say
you
So,
see,
slavery was a
but
choice?
please
as
explain
you
that.
can see
Please.
that we
To
did show
accept
him that it
400
wasn't.
years
We
of
weren't.
that, like, come on, bro.
It's
But
not
you
that they was
making it seem like
accepted.
it's
You know how many
a
slave
400
masters?
year old nigga that just went through slavery the whole time. No, it was one nigga for 400 years, bro. Come on, man, bro. We gotta add some context,
No, it
man.
wasn't. It wasn't.
Exactly. And that's the point of having panels like this, to be able to educate brothers on information that they don't know about. Just like when I at the beginning, when I was talking about colorism and how I did have the jungle fever phase and was wanting to align myself with white folks, and then I ended up going down to, live in Charlotte, North Carolina. And then I saw a whole new world where black people were doctors and lawyers, and we had schools that were equivalent to what I saw in the white suburbs. And I was like, oh, okay, so we can be black and be successful. So what happens is, a lot of times, living our geography will define our mindset. And then when we see something new, or we expose to something new, our mindset will be able to change because we got some new information.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Facts.
salute to Unfriendly Stoic. What's up, fam? How you doing?
Salute, salute. Now, I was hearing you guys talking about like I guess the differences amongst like different types of black people, and I always looked at it weird because like I grew up in America. I was born in New York, but my parents are Jamaican, and this whole FBA thing, even though I like the whole aspect of people talking about their roots and people being able to
Is somebody
claim the
taking?
things that they
Is somebody
started.
taking a shower or
Somebody
something?
making a
Or,
goddamn cappuccino or something.
yeah.
Right.
God
So
damn, you niggas got some very active imagination, cappuccinos
mute
and
your
shit.
sound or something.
Nigga, I was washing my hand. Damn, my bad.
Press
This
mute,
nigga
bro.
making a double espresso.
With extra frap listening ass niggas, man. Go ahead, my
Word.
bad.
Yeah,
All right,
but
so the brother want to hate on FBA. Go on, brother.
I'm not necessarily hating because I think all right. So there's certain
I
elements I
got
like
this.
about FBA. I like how they promote uh like re-educating people about the roots of certain things that are that come from the black community, the black American community, like the music that was stolen from them, the culture. A lot of people say they don't have culture. I agree with all those things. But it's when they start Tariq Nasheed start talking about Jamaicans chasing niggas down with chicken bones and shit. I think that causes a bit of division amongst other black folks. And then so like the analogy I would use is like I've never been to jail or anything, but I imagine that like let's say you're on a prison yard, right? You look at the Crips, right? On the street they got different sets or whatever, right? But when you're in the prison setting, right, there might be a few people from this set, a few people from that set. All the Crips might have to join together in order to fight whatever opposition they have inside that prison system, right? So I kind of look at it like that. Like, there's no real need for separation.
Magnesia, you got this, or you want me to jump in?
I got this, bro.
Okay.
Or do you want to? This is a layup. Brother, I'm from New York, right? I'm from Brooklyn, as a matter of fact. Are you from New York? Oh, you are, but are you from Brooklyn, by the way?
Nah, I'm from Queens.
All right. You ever been to the Labor Day parade?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Tell me how much toxic nationalism you saw out there, with Jamaicans being at the top, and then Trinis, and then who's at the bottom? Haitians. All them other weird ass islands don't get no love unless they from their own people. The point is, I grew up in Little Caribbean and Flatbush, and I'm telling you, this whole xenophobia or whatever, That shit been going on way before the FBA movement was started. I'm sure you heard of the Yankee them lazy, right? Have you heard that?
Yeah, I mean, I've
Of
heard
course.
it,
All
but
right.
it doesn't
So
mean that
when we shoot back at
whatever.
y'all, when we shoot back, then it's xenophobia. I had some lady say, "Me never like Yankee from birth." I'm like, yo, I don't even know you. So they come amongst us where we kick the door in, being wild disrespectful. And you can't tell me a place on the planet where Black Americans go amongst a local population and then kick dirt on them. It doesn't exist. But Jamaicans, especially, Jamaicans have been the bullies of the Caribbean. Not only that, Jamaicans, who are the specifically these people, not all Jamaicans, these people that came from JMP, JLP, and PNP, right, that were connected to these political parties in Jamaica, came to America pumping mad drugs all up in it with these posses and stuff. So y'all been coming amongst us causing havoc, and now y'all getting mad because we saying we gotta delineate because we thought y'all was cool, but y'all not. Keep it 100. Y'all don't rock with us.
Let me respond to that, right? So I'll give you an example. Earlier this week, right, I was coaching somebody, and I was trying to explain to the person why he wasn't doing well. And I was like, you're not listening, you're not following directions, you're not taking the coaching properly. And then he started saying that he don't like how I'm talking, even though I'm just giving him, objective, criticism. And then so I said that sounds kind of soft because like I'm giving you objective criticism. You should be able to draw from like as a man. I'm not actually disrespecting you. And the first thing bro said is like you sound like a tether. And I was like a tether. And the reason why I found it weird was because it was out of context. So I understand the context of the word tether or whatever, right? So if I was doing some tether shit, I would have probably laughed it off, and I would know that is some tether shit. But there was nothing like, tetherish about the comment that I made. So it was kind of like,
I would agree with you that it wasn't a tetherist conversation. But what did you say to him? You said that he sounds soft.
Yeah, because he said when I was giving him objective criticism, right? He's like, I don't like how you talking to me, as if I said something disrespectful to him when I was just giving him.
Well, but if you call a man soft or a young man soft, then you are being disrespectful. We for the most part, we don't take that.
Slightly.
In Jamaican, they're like, I'm a soft boy. We don't do that in our culture unless you're looking for smoke.
No. When I say he is soft, I said you sound soft. Like the particular.
Yeah, but it's the same thing, brother.
Nigga, that's like calling a Boston nigga a bitch. You might get punched in the mouth for that, bro.
Nack, I gotta give you a little bit of pushback because I was kind of in a similar situation. When I was in Texas, this young man, he was in his late 20s. I think he was 27, 28, just lost his job, whatever have you. I hired him to do some work for me and stuff like that. And he, was telling me about all his problems, and I mean, this dude, I just kind of got a feeling like he didn't want to work. All he wanted to do was just really smoke weed all day. You know what I'm saying? And like working for me was it. I'm like, dude, I got to go home. I don't live here. I live in Arizona, man. I'm just here to take my mom's husband had just died. So, I'm just making sure she gets acclimated and stuff. But what are you going to do when I'm gone? And I'm trying to help him. And I just got the feeling like this dude just didn't want to, he wasn't about trying to improve himself. He wasn't trying to find no job. I'm like, all right, man, I drove the motherfucker from Dallas all the way to Oklahoma City, because he said he was working in the oil fields before, still no job. We had a dude that was working out in Midland, West Texas, in the oil fields. You know what I'm saying? That could have got him in. He was bullshitting him. It got to a point, I got so desperate, I took this motherfucker to the Army recruiting station. And this dude scored I swear to God, this dude scored a 5 on the practice ASVAB. A 5.
Well,
like, just to put things in perspective, you need a 31 just to barely get in. 31.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker scored a 5, and
I'm waiting for your pushback, brother.
This nigga didn't even spell his name right.
Well, that was the thing. Like,
where's the pushback? Because I want to get back to this tether conversation.
Because what I'm saying is that I was telling him, hey man, your priorities are mixed up. We got into an argument one day. He wanted me to go take him get a haircut. I ain't gonna lie, I've been drinking a little bit too much. I didn't feel like driving nowhere, and he got upset with me, like, man, you give me you said you was gonna take me to get a haircut. I'm like, dude, man, your priorities are all mixed up, man. You ain't even got no damn job. You up here crying about a haircut. Your sister about to kick your ass out the house. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and it was like he kind of felt like I was being disrespectful towards him. Even though I was busting my ass.
I'm still not hearing
the pushback.
I don't hear the pushback.
I'm just saying. Basically, I was in the shoes of what this other gentleman is on the panel.
Nah. You off code. You off code. You went on a whole side trip.
Let me
Let
me explain to something to Unfriendly Stoic, because I am a proponent of Tariq Nasheed, and I do follow a lot of his content. Every Sunday I listen to his lives, and sometimes I do listen to the lives that he does with the when he's in the rooms. The thing about Tariq Nasheed is this, okay? We, as foundational Black Americans, have been silent, just like the 80s babies have been silent and letting the Gen Y and Gen Z do what they do. We just been sitting in the background not saying nothing. Okay. And just like Magnesi said, all of these people, because during the civil rights movement and all of that, Black folks, we were saying we did share the sentiment that all skin folk was kinfolk. And when white folks was not trying to let Black folks over into America, the Black immigrants, we were fighting, saying, hey, we want our Black immigrants to come into America. We're all Black, we're all the same. What happened was, in what I'm thinking, because I've talked to a lot of Africans that were customers of mine when I was living in Atlanta. The white folks during them, they would be gatekeeping in immigration, and they was only letting the coons come over. Anybody that was, talking, any type of Black revolution that was foreign, they sent them back to they country. But anybody that was talking about they coming over here to spread the gospel and be a good Christian, that was a telltale sign that they was going to be some good Negroes, and they let them in. So what's going on is you are seeing the coons of these foreign country, African countries and Caribbean countries over here. And anytime we start talking Black revolution or let's get together and build, you always have that one coon that's going to be a naysayer. And that's where you're starting to see the problem, because we're like, yo, we weren't saying anything wrong. We're trying to, get together and do stuff. But you're over here trying to impede progress and slow us down. We don't have time for that. If you don't agree with what we're doing, then just shut the hell up and stay in the back. Don't be coming in our rooms trying to see what we're doing and then have something negative to say about it. But that's because we don't go in foreign people's rooms and sit in there and then talk trash about Jamaicans. We don't go into Haitian rooms and talk bad about Zoes. We don't go into African rooms and talk about Africans. But anytime, a Black room comes up and we're talking some good stuff, you're going to see a Caribbean person up in there. You're going to see an African person up in there. You even gonna see a Black coon come up in there and start bucking their eyes and talking some negative stuff, trying to impede progress. So what happens is we just get tired of it and we start roasting them. So that's basically what you're seeing. It's not that we're against Caribbean people and we're against African people, because we do see that there are African people in the Brits that's with the shits in Brixton. They fucking them Europeans up when it comes to progress and black solidarity. We see that there are Maroons and Rastas and people who are talking about justice in Jamaica. So we're with the riders. We're just not with the foreign coons. And anytime we see a coon, we just gonna call them out. And I'll land there.
I want to touch on that. I want to wrap up the story I was saying originally. So like, the reason why I brought up the guy calling me a tether is like I could easily just snap back and try to make like some SBA joke. But the thing is, I don't lump all SBAs together. This guy is just one SBA that is ignorant, obviously, because he don't even know how the proper context of the word tether.
No.
So like, I'm not gonna lump every SBA together and start roasting all SBAs because of one bad apple. And I think that's what you guys.
But he's not a bad apple. You called him soft. You said he sounded soft. You started. You looked for the smoke, and now when he clapped back, word.
It's one man. He called one man soft. Does that mean? But does that mean that there can't be a soft black man? I mean, what are you saying?
Wait, but I'm saying
no. What he's saying was when you speaking to a man, that's disrespectful. Whether you would look at it as disrespectful or not, that's disrespectful. My question to you is, why did your first move was to attack a whole group of people? He was talking to you specifically. He wasn't talking about a group of people. You said you want to make an FBA joke for what? What did FBA have to do with that situation?
I didn't. I think you missed the point. I said I didn't make an FBA joke.
No, you said you could have made an FBA joke. You said you could have. I'm saying, what did that have to do with y'all situation?
It had nothing.
But they really can't.
On my whole point, that's my whole point. I'm saying that instead of like, if I'm talking to somebody, I'm speaking to them specifically. I'm not lumping everybody up in a group and saying that they beating over each other in the head with chicken bones and shit. Or chicken bones.
Yes, but sir. He said you was talking to him disrespect. He didn't say all people was. He said you was, sir.
No. He said. All right. So when he said he didn't like the way I talk, right? He was talking about the criticism that I was giving him as far as how he was handling himself. No, I called him soft after that. I called him soft after that. I didn't even call him soft. I said his face.
That's not the way you told the story, sir. You changed the story now. Because you said you called him soft and he said you didn't like the way that you was talking to him. Go to any one of these streets in America and call these young kids soft and see the return that you get.
Do me a favor. Please don't talk over me. Like, if you want to get here the actual story, you gotta allow me to speak, bro.
Well, don't change it then, sir.
I didn't change it. I had the text message log. All
right, hold up. Everybody calm down. Everybody go to their respective corner. We're gonna spin a block in a second. But thank you for everybody chiming into Real Talk with Nate every Monday night at 8 with your co-host Cocaine. We do this. Like and subscribe. Everybody respectfully go back in their corner. Don't lose your thought. 5. Let's go.
All right, so let me just reiterate what happened. I was criticizing his work and why he wasn't getting the results he wanted. And then he started with the aggression and said that I don't like the way you're talking to me. And I'm like, bro, like, why? It's like, if you get like hyper masculine over somebody giving objective criticism, it sounds soft to me. It's like, yeah, that's like how a woman would react. Like a man would listen to what you're saying, process it, and then like either he can agree or disagree, but the rebuttal is not going to be on some hyper masculine, I don't like how you're talking to me kind of thing. So that sounds soft mentally. I'm not saying he's a soft man, but those specific statements.
Bro, you can't say you didn't call him a soft man.
You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one that heard that. Come on, bro.
Now we all hear it. He's just trying to clean it up, and I think this is the cultural
disconnect.
Yeah,
he's trying to clean that shit up.
You cannot say anything that a man does, and we don't know how old this gentleman is. a man or a young man does as soft. That is disrespectful. I think he said that he didn't like the way you were talking to him was the warning for you as a trainer or an educator or a tutor to change your approach. If the person that you're teaching is not getting your message, then it's on you as the sender to send it differently, not to get in your emotions and say that they're soft. You should have the people or the knowledge of people and how they act and how they're picking up something to be able to change your message or the delivery of your message so that it's received better. So once you go to you didn't take his warning and then you say, yo, that sounds soft. Look, there might be a place for that, but in the academia, there's no place for that, brother. You can't call your students soft,
especially not these YNs. Hell no.
See, your message wasn't on it was on you instead of the person that you were trying to relay the message to, because to relate what Mac Measy was saying, if a person said, well, I feel that you're disrespecting me, why you didn't try to come at him a different way? He told you that.
No, he said
and apologize.
He said that.
Right. What I do know in life,
I read
in conversation. Hold up. What I do know in life, in conversation, it ain't what you say; it's how you say it.
How you say it, exactly.
That's a fact.
But that's what women say all the time.
Oh, come on, man.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly
how
what
many
I'm
times
talking
have we
about.
heard that from women? It's not what you say; it's how you said it.
Nigga, I will fucking super punch the shit out of you through this fucking screen right now, nigga.
Well, do it.
Go
ahead.
Everybody go to their perspective corners.
Bro.
Look. This is what I said to him. This is a screenshot that he sent. I said, I told you why you're not getting shit done, because instead of following directions, you think you know better than me. The problem is your lack of accountability. That's a screenshot of the words I said that he didn't like, right? And then he said, bro, I'm leaving it. He said, I'm leaving this right here. I don't like your words. Don't worry, I'll be fine. And I said, that sounds soft. You don't like my words. I'm like, God, what are you talking about?
I would have whipped your ass on sight. You send me some shit like that.
I'm confused. You don't like, wait.
I mean, but if you,
you said shit.
If you think that's bad, I mean, dude, us military men, we've heard a lot worse. Come on,
it's
now.
Not the military, dude.
Well, he ain't in the military, bro. It does matter. But listen, I want to go back to the Jamaican brother. Did he say SHIT in the message? Did you write shit in your message?
Yeah, I did say. I said.
Right there, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's where it went left, brother. That's exactly where it went left when you used the curse word.
What does me using the curse word have to do anything? We curse amongst each other all the time, bro.
Okay, well, it matters depending on the dynamic. So one thing that I didn't get was the dynamic between you and this person. Are you his tutor, his teacher? What is your relationship with this person?
Yeah, I'm coaching him in how to get into sales or whatever, right? But he's
damn,
he's
interact with these dudes.
Yeah, interact with these dudes.
And you calling him soft on a panel, bro?
No, not on a panel. This is a private conversation that we're having. I wouldn't
oh my God! You said that to him in a private conversation, bro?
Yeah.
How you think you could talk to somebody like that, man?
Around a corner. You and I would have been walking around a corner and would have been figuring out who's soft and who's not.
But look. My thing is, I didn't say nothing that crazy to do. I just said that he needs to take accountability of why he wasn't getting shit done. And when I said the word, I wasn't talking about.
You don't know how to. I don't practice ageism, but look, as someone who I have two proteges that's in the plant that I'm about to walk into now, and when they do dumb shit, right? I don't tell them that they're doing dumb shit. You understand what I'm saying? You give them an option and say, what do you think about doing it this way? Or if they're lying and they're bullshitting, I say, well, I remember the conversation differently. That's another way of me saying you a lying ass nigga, right? It's the words that you choose that is going to get the outcome that you desire. But when if I were to say, yo, you supposed to do a continuous gas measurement, and I saw you skip the third manhole, no, I go back and I say, do you understand that the level can go from 0 to 70 and can cost people their lives if you skip steps? Let me show you why. That is more impactful than saying, yo, you lazy, you just ain't want to walk around the whole reactor to try to take. Then he's gonna be, this motherfucker talking down to me. You can't talk down to people because we all have testosterone. We're all men. You gotta find a way that uplifts people. I'm also a boxing coach, so I've never been the one that would slap a fighter in the face and, yo, you losing the round. No, you gotta breathe life into your fighters, not demoralize and dehumanize them in front of people. Even though this conversation was one-on-one, yeah, go on.
I apologize for cutting you off, Knack. I just had a question. You know, you're a boxing coach. I remember you saying that. And I mean, what if you had a student that he just ain't getting it? I mean, do you just try to encourage, or do you tell him the truth? Like, hey, man, I don't think boxing's for you, brother. You just ain't. You don't have the fundamentals. You don't have the footwork.
It depends on not when I'm teaching somebody, because I'm not gonna break them. My son was actually my first fighter, and I kicked his ass out of the gym a couple times and said, "Yo, get your bitch ass out of here and go make some cupcakes with your mother." He walked to the damn locker room, come back with tears in his eyes, like, "Yo, let's get it." But that's my son. You understand what I'm saying? That's not a business. So I could deal with my son how I know I can deal with him. If it's a student and their parents are paying me to teach them, I can't give them the message the same way, because I'm essentially going to be messing up my business.
Yeah, but I mean, you
see what I'm saying?
You could just be out. No, I understand exactly what you're saying, but at the same time, you could just tell. I'm pretty sure you can tell when people don't have the footwork, because you got to have good footwork in boxing. You got to have the fundamentals. You gotta know. You gotta have.
Yeah, I got you.
And yeah, and if you don't, and I'm pretty sure you've had students that you can already tell this dude do not need to be in the fucking ring.
And no, because anybody that can walk and pick things up, open and close their hands, and have a little bit of hand-eye coordination, it's on me to use techniques to bring it out, to give examples. And if I can't do that, then I'm not worth my weight as a trainer. You see what I'm saying? I tell my students all the time, I don't teach midgets how to high kick, because I'm actually a Thai boxing trainer. I don't teach midgets how to high kick. So my job is to not create a mini me in terms of, you don't got to fight like my style. Your style depends on your physical attributes and also your personality. Some people are aggressive. Some people are more relaxed. So he might be a counter fighter as opposed to someone that's going to try to use peekaboo. You have to, as a trainer, understand your students, and therefore, if you understand them, you know what way you can approach them. Some people want to be yelled at and be like, "Yo, you's a bitch ass nigga. You better look." If that's what you want, then maybe I can do that if I see it's beneficial. But that's based on what that person wants. I'm gonna land the plane with this. There's a golden rule: is treat other people like you want to be treated, right? You know what's wrong with that rule is that some people want to be abused. Some people want to be treated like different than what I want to be treated. So what the platinum rule is, now pay attention, is treat others like they want to be treated. That's when you're going to get your results. So if someone is hypersensitive, if they're hyper, whatever, then you might want to treat them with kid gloves to get the results. If it means they're going to start selling more and I'm going to treat you like you want to be treated. Some people are more social, some people want to be left alone. I'm going to treat you like you want to be treated. That's my message to the Jamaican brother.
I think I like that you gave me objective criticism, so I wouldn't, say anything disrespectful to you. I will take it in and I'll try to incorporate it into my approach, right? The only like this particular guy, I think he has the chops, but he just don't listen. So it's like it's like months of this. So it's kind of like when you hear me talking like that, it's not a frustration because like I've been giving you like he's trying to rush through the process instead of which is actually slowing him down. And it's like we would have been past this if he just listened. And there's certain elements that he's missing. He got a good chunk of it already, like on his own. So I know he's built for it. It's just that his lack of ability to listen, especially in sales, is like one of the key elements of being an SDR. You gotta listen to the person that you're talking to, so you can pick up on their pain points and understand what's going on. So when you frame your pitch, you can frame your pitch specifically based on their specific pain points and issues, and not on every single thing that your product does. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the key thing that he was missing. He wasn't listening, and I don't think he understood what I was getting at. You know, and I was like, yo, bro. Like, so when I'm talking like that, it's a bit of frustration. There's a bit of frustration, but I'm not trying to talk to him disrespectfully. It's like you feel like this is why you're not getting your shit done. So it's like you're not listening. You gotta take
Just speak up a little louder, bro. We can't really hear you.
Oh yeah, I said you gotta. He's like, you're not listening, bro. You gotta take accountability. And then, so I guess maybe the shit word might have triggered him a little bit. I don't think he was like upset to the point where he wanted to fight me. He's just like, I don't like your words. And I was like, you don't like my words. And then that's what it kind of like. It's like it kind of reminded me of something like a woman would say. You know what I mean? And it's like it's not exactly what I'm saying. He's soft. I don't think he's soft. But I was like, that's like a soft comment to me. You know what I mean? Like, but maybe I could approach it in a different manner. But my point was that him taking it to this ethnic thing now, where him knowing my background as a Jamaican, he has to go into the whole tether thing. And my thing is like I'm judging men based on who they are and not their background or their race or whatever. And I could imagine, you guys probably did encounter some Jamaicans that were disrespectful, but I've encountered plenty of FBAs that were disrespectful growing up, calling me African, booty scratching, all types of fuck shit. You know what I mean? So I think the disrespect goes both ways.
We called each other that, brother. Everybody black caught that. It wasn't because you were Jamaican, brother. I got called.
Definitely wasn't because you was Jamaican, because I've been called African booty scratching.
We call y'all coconuts.
That's a fact. Yeah, no.
Who just said that?
Everybody called that. Like me, I said that. I said
coconut shit.
Well, no, not the coconut shit. I've never known that, but like, yeah, everybody.
That's what they used to call them in New York. They used to call them coconuts and dollar van drivers. Q4, green and cars. We had jokes.
Like me growing up, right? Like it was a lot easier for me, because I was of a younger generation. But like my older brothers, like they're born in the '80s, so they're growing up in the '90s. And these guys used to have to fight every day. Like people messing with them because they're Jamaican, they got a funny accent. I was born in New York, but I have no accent. Like I speak patois, but you know what I mean? Like so it's like their experience was constant battle and combat with the FBA growing up. You know what I mean?
That's cap.
So,
that's cap.
You can't tell me cap, because I've seen it with my own
eyes.
Man,
that's cap, bro. I'm from New York, man. Like, what are you talking about? There was no anti-Jamaican shit like that in New York. There wasn't.
Nah, the Jamaicans didn't.
I used to live in Queens too. What part of Queens you from?
What part of Queens you from, bro?
At that time, we was in Corona.
First of all, Corona is a bunch of Dominicans.
Yeah,
true or not? Is it true or not?
Right now, yes.
You talking about a Dominican neighborhood and talking about how you was battling FBA. This is why brothers that know the area you talking about got to push some straightening. There wasn't no black Americans out there, bro. Stop it.
That's not true. For one, we lived on the north side, right, which is border East Elmhurst. And East Elmhurst is historically a black neighborhood. That's why Malcolm X took that picture with the AK I looked peeping out the window. I looked up the block from Malcolm X's place. I know what I'm talking about. It's historically.
But you just said you was from Corona. You said Corona. Corona's Dominicans.
North Corona off Astoria Boulevard right there in the 90s. That general area across the boulevard is East Elmer, right? And in East Elmer is a predominantly black neighborhood, or at least it was a predominantly black neighborhood there at the time. Now it's gotten pretty Hispanic, but it's still like the majority of the homeowners.
Pay attention, people. And you know what's crazy? That when my father moved up from North Carolina, actually my great grandfather and his father moved up from North Carolina, they moved to Corona. That neighborhood has not been predominantly foundational Black American since Erdene.
You're not listening because you're not from the neighborhood. I can tell because if you know that there's Corona and then there's North Corona. I said Corona area. I wasn't trying to give out my specific area, but when you look at North Corona, right, which is like right off of Astoria Boulevard, right, in the 90s or the 190s area, you look at that general area, right. That area on the other side of it is East Elmer. And if you look up East Elmer in the 90s, it was predominantly black. You can't tell me nothing about a neighborhood I was born and raised in, bro. You can't tell me about my neighborhood, bro. Like it's still like if you look at.
So are we speaking about East Elmhurst? Wait. He started with Corona. Now he's turning it to East Elmhurst. When you said Corona, I told you it was Dominicans, and you agreed. You said it was Hispanics, foundational Black Americans. Hold on, because I'm from New York. I've been in New York before you, because I'm older than you. So I done seen the change when Black Americans was moving to upstate Westchester, Jersey, and Long Island. When they were leaving the city, and the ones that left the city were the ones that worked for Con Ed, NYNEX, bus drivers and token clerks. They got out of the city, and then it started getting replaced with foreign-born blacks moving to the city. So, and the crazy thing is how you don't have an accent. We don't know if you Black American or not, because in New York City we was never passport checking like that. There was never no Black American versus Jamaican shit like that. It came mostly from Jamaicans that moved amongst us, trying to shit on us, saying we was lazy. That's what it was.
I never experienced that too much. I think I've heard people say that shit on the internet and shit. But my day-to-day experience, we was all us as children growing up in the 2000s. We were just used to hodgepodge. You got Jamaican niggas, Trini niggas, you got FBA niggas, and we all rocking, smoking blunts together. Like that's how we grew up. I don't know.
So y'all were all rocking. Okay, so which one is it though?
No, but
schoolyard teasing or smoking blunts when you're older.
That's what I'm saying. You be selective. You got selective hearing. I think you have selective hearing. So let me just reiterate what I said from before, right? I said that I had easier growing up. I said that I had easy. I didn't have those experiences growing up. I said
you had it easy. So what are we talking about here then?
Yo, bro, you gotta this is the problem with a lot of you SBA niggas. Y'all niggas.
No. First of all, I'm a Black American. Number one. You talking about experiences. You talking about experiences that you didn't experience. Which goes back to my point that your neighborhood in the time that you gave me was Dominicans. It wasn't Puerto Ricans. I mean, it wasn't Black Americans. Stop it.
I said that.
Pause.
My experience,
but
my experience,
I can remove the ban.
The black cleaners trying to remove guys. So, we grew up on the north side of Corona. So you got North Corona and you got regular Corona, right? And North Corona, right?
Okay.
We were basically borderline East Elmer. That's, you know what I'm saying? Now, if you look at the demographic of East Elmer in the 90s, right? It was predominantly black. Most of those people, homeowners there, basically like a black suburb kind of thing. Most of the homes.
Might be that time to spin the block.
Yeah. So that's around. If you look, Malcolm X on the home there. If you
All
look,
right,
just look at the.
I'm friendly Stoic. You're being a little bit long-winded with your story because you've done said this 3 or 4 times,
Word.
and
Malcolm X looking out the
I don't
window.
want to. I
The reason
really
I'm
don't want to
repeating
cut you off, but because
the
we're
reason I'm
talking about
repeating
colorism, I really want to try to get, instead of you explaining yourself about the whole Easttown, Elmhurst, and
No, but
Coronas and all of that stuff.
he's trying to say that he's
Let
trying
me
to say
know
that his
what
was
your
profoundly.
opinion is on colorism. Is it do you think it's programmed or is it a preference?
I don't is it programmed or is it preference?
Yes. Do you think
I think
colorism is a program or is it a preference?
I think it's a mixture of both to answer your question. Now the reason why my thing was wrong with it is because he was trying to spin a narrative that wasn't true based on what I said, which I didn't say.
Oh, bro.
And then
Just tell us about your favorite curry goat recipe. What kind of curry goats you like, my nigga? Fuck out of here. Playing games with this
Hey,
motherfucker,
but
yo.
here's the thing. What I will say, bro, you have used a lot of not just
Yo.
segregating language, but you have used a lot of triggering language. When you say you FBAs, is no different than when a white person say you N words.
Or you people, period.
You see what I'm
And
saying?
he said you FBA
Right.
niggas.
Yeah. So come
You
on, bro.
started.
Don't pull
You
up like you're
started.
holier
No,
than
but
thou.
you started that when you said you Jamaican.
I didn't
You
say
started
you
Yo.
that.
Jamaicans.
Yo, hold on. Yo, you know what's so crazy? I've dealt with that with my own brother. My own brother has referenced to me as you people. Me and my sister. My own brother, like nigga, we passed through the same womb to get into this world. For you to ever flip your tongue up to me and be like, you people, and your motherfucking brother is weird as fuck. Like, nigga, get the fuck out of here. Like, what do you holler? When that reference slides out of somebody's tongue, it's you better than me.
Yep, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Not your people, because I don't know your situation. I'm talking about the context that we're experiencing tonight when brothers say you FBA niggas.
Oh, yeah.
So when
I
I'm saying
honestly
that,
feel like that's the same reference. Like, nigga, you think you better than me.
That's a fact. I agree with you, bro. I just wanted to be clear. I wasn't speaking on your situation, but I agree with you.
That's your personal insecurity, though. That's you can't tell me what I meant by that. I'm talking
Bro,
about.
I'm telling you what I heard.
Fuck, how do you even reference to that as an insecurity, nigga? Get the fuck out of here. That's not
if I say that my experience with you FBAs, right, and your mind is I'm saying I'm better than you. That means that's what you came up with in your head.
That's not what you said. You said that's the problem with you FBAs, and that's a different statement altogether. So you pulling up and you filibustering, man. Like it's like makes sense.
Hold up.
Go ahead. First of all, you asked me not to overtalk you, but you overtalk me. So also you're special than us FBAs as well. Go ahead.
Right. Hold on. Everybody go back to their respective corner right now. Let's go.
Now go ahead.
One person at a time, though. Everybody can't talk at the same time, yo.
No.
All right. Well, the first thing where you came off, you wanted to talk about Tariq Nasheed, and you said that you had a problem with him. So that, in and of itself, was creating. And then you referenced Tariq Nasheed to your situation that you had with the guy at your school calling you a tether, but you never really broke down the issue. I mean, you did kind of say, okay, well, you don't like the fact that he's always roasting, foreigners. And then once we explained it, it's like we're not roasting foreigners for, or doing an offensive. We're actually being defensive. That's really where it came from. But when you started to explain your story, and we're trying to break down your story to show you where the errors of your ways, you're becoming just like the dude that you was trying to mentor or teach. You're getting emotional and you're getting upset because we're trying to say, well, these are the errors of your ways. This is what you need to do and improve yourself. But do you see how you're getting a taste of your own medicine and you're doing the same thing that the young kid did to you?
Nah, I disagree with that because when
How do you disagree?
because when what's bro's name? Knock Measy, when he gave me his take, I said that I accepted his objective criticism because he was talking about his boxing experience and how what's a better way to speak to a student. And I thought about what he was saying. I'm like, maybe I'm a bit harsh. And I like, you know what? I accepted it. So that was never an issue. His objective criticism. As far as, and then when it came to Tariq Nasheed, when I came on the panel, my whole point was that we're all one people, even though in your guys' minds we're not, right? And I use the prison yard analogy. Was like, we might be of different sets, right? But then if you go to a prison yard and we're smaller in numbers set wise, but if we come together, like, yo, we all Crips, we gonna stand together amongst whatever other gang fractions or whatever within that prison system that you're going through, right? So that my thought for me growing up, my mother is Rasta. She's a Pan-African and she actually lives in Africa right now, right? So I didn't grow up with no hate for FBA, right? So when I hear people talking about that stuff, it's not my lived experience. So I never hated FBA or called them this or that. I chill with them. Most of my friends are FBA, right? What is perplexing to me though, growing up, because I grew up differently from a cultural standpoint. When people would make like dark skin jokes, I'm pretty dark skinned, and I look at them like, you black too. Like, I don't understand why you hating on your own skin tone, or you're like, you might be 2 shades lighter than me or something like that. And then the light skinned people, they get it too, where they're considered soft because they light skin and stuff. So it's like I always look at that colorism thing as an FBA kind of thing. You know what I mean? But we do have that in Jamaica as well. They do hate themselves. They be putting, the whitening cream and all that. So, we had that issue as well in Jamaica. But I always thought it was weird, because I'm growing up in America, right? So my experience with those type of things are with Black Americans. You know what I mean?
Well, if I may, you're not describing a Jamaican experience, in my opinion. You are describing a colored person experience in Jamaica. Like I think somebody said earlier, they wasn't making fun of you because you were Jamaican. They were just making fun of you because that's what people do. That's what kids do. Nobody's on this panel haven't been made fun of going through school. Just that's how life works.
Yeah.
For you to internalize it and make it like because you Jamaica, that's Jamaican. My apologies. It's kind of like you planting a seed of hate, but whenever you step back and looked at it, the kids that was joking on you was joking on each other too.
Yeah. But then when the FBA thing come around now, right? So it was like I had an FBA brother that broke down a lot of things to me where like, okay, like he showed me in the music, Black Americans, their contribution to music, because they even think that we wouldn't even think about like metal and rock and roll and even ska and like hip hop obviously, and then the fashion and the food and like, so when you see people, so like for example, there's a post right with Busta Rhymes, right? He was saying that Black Americans didn't have any culture, and then I loved how this woman, she's an FBA one, how she approached it instead of calling them names or being low IQ in my opinion. She just showed them a fact list of all the contributions of Black American culture. So it was non-refutable. You can't even refute it. It's like, oh shit, like anything that you thought, you can't even. You have to just kneel to the facts. Like, okay, she came with the facts. So it's not the facts. I respect FBA and I respect the culture. I fuck with a lot of the culture. It's just that roasting thing. I think it's kind of like low IQ.
Oh, roasting is part of our culture, brother.
That's
and
culture,
when you say that's part of our culture, so you don't have to like it, right? But when we respond to someone's disrespect, the person being disrespectful can't say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't have spoke to me like that." Busta Rhymes, who grew up as in the nations of gods and earths, which is started by Clarence 13X, a black American, talking about we don't have no culture. That's wild disrespectful. So we get at them is because we're gonna respond in kind. We will always teach somebody something, but what's understood doesn't need to be explained. The whole world knows what we've done. I was in Paris this weekend, right? I was in Paris, and in the metro, they got a Rosa Parks train station in Paris. So the whole world knows who we are. So busting around acting like he didn't know. No, he knew because he's ingratiated himself with it. He didn't start becoming proudly Jamaican until later on. You see what I'm saying? Talking with a patois accent. That's what a lot of Jamaicans did. It wasn't cool to be Jamaican when they first came. So then they was acting like they was us, tethering to our shit. And then all of a sudden they came out, yeah, me's a yard man. Man, look, that's why I'll teach first. But once you start saying low IQ and using these white supremacist talking points, people gonna start getting smoked with the roasting. I mean,
that's a fact.
All right, well, you actually proved my point just a moment ago. What I was saying before about my older brothers, that it wasn't cool to be Jamaican in the 90s. When Sean Paul came out and, it was popping, it was very cool. That's the era I came up in, right? So, being Jamaican was cool to me. I ain't had no bad experience with that. But so that actually proved the point that I was making a little earlier with what you said. But what I mean by it is that, like, if you're having a debate, right, and you're trying to make a point, you should just.
Yo, bro, you sound soft right now. You've been crying for like an hour. You sound soft. You're soft, boy.
Oh shit.
I want to fight now, man.
You sound soft. You're soft, boy. Give this man a tissue. Wipe your tears. Wipe your blood clot tears.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want to fight now, man. Let's go around the corner because I can't.
Man, I've been in timeout this whole goddamn time. Thank you, Black Cleaner, for releasing me.
Rolling back.
God damn, I'm back. I'm free.
I want the intellectual FBA to pull up, man, so we can have some real discourse. That's what I mean. That's what I'm getting at, bro. I like it. I like what FBA is doing as far as bringing relevance to their culture and showing that we
bringing relevance. We are the culture, bro. We are the culture. Your greats copied our greats. Okay, we are the culture. We don't need you to validate us, man. You talk, and you ain't even Jamaican. You a Jamaican. You a Jamaican. Keep it 100. You go to Jamaica, they're gonna be like, "Hey, Yankee boy, your skin not shine."
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Charlie,
I know y'all.
Charlie Chan is in the back.
Oh, he got me. No, my bad. Okay. That was on me.
Yo, son, you a Golden Crush. You a Golden Crush Jamaican, bro. You give me a number 3 beef patty and cocoa bread.
What is your real
Jamaican?
Story. What is your? Let me jump in here. What is your real beef? What is your real beef with the FBA? Do you think we're preaching individualism? Are you thinking we're delineating because of what? What do you think the whole point of the FBA is?
I think
he gave the analogy of us being in the prison yard, and he was saying
I'm gonna hear his point of view. Let him spit it out. What do you think the FBA is doing wrong by delineating the idea of Black Americans being here way longer than any immigrant that came through on your family side?
That man said
I don't think anything wrong with delineation in a sense, because I think this is why I think FBA have been robbed of their culture. If you even go back to like the $5 Indians and like talking about the natives, indigenous people to this land. So it's like when you look at the history, they've been robbed and they need to get compensated for what's taken from them. So like I respect that. The issue I have is when you got say Jamaicans or other ethnic groups that rock with and then y'all start making jerk chicken jokes and shit. That's my issue. Like niggas talking about hitting niggas over the head with jerk chicken bones and shit like that. That's the first thing I heard. That's the first thing I heard from
Here's the thing. I got a brother that I do shit with all the time. His name is Kanal. He's a Haitian brother. He acknowledges the FBA's idea and goes along with it. A kick dog doesn't holler. If you're down for what the FBA identifies themselves for, and you're not, you don't understand that there's plenty of immigrants that have come here, assimilated into our culture, got elected into key positional political roles, and are now making decisions for FBA lineage people without having any identity or any kind of fucking skin in the game when they're making this decision, is when we started getting upset. Long before we changed ourselves to saying we were Black Americans to Afro-American, with a simple fact of inclusion. So then we included everybody into our shit and said, we're all one people. Guess what? Y'all fucked it up. Y'all turned around and said, okay, yeah, we're all one people, but when y'all win something, you break out your national flag from where you guys are from. Guess what? We're from here. We've always been here. So when you start making decisions for people that have skin in the game for all these generations, for over 400 years, and you start excluding the fact that, oh, when reparations come up, oh, no, nobody deserves that shit. Why? Because you don't have any skin in the game. There's nothing lost. Our ancestors are the ones that died. Our ancestors are the ones that allowed you guys to come in and take advantage of the systems that are in place. And by all means, do that. But when it comes to speaking for us, shut the fuck up and say thank you. And I'll pass the mic to somebody that actually can speak to those things, because they've lost blood. They've had ancestors that died here for those rights that you guys are now taking advantage of, and maybe even exploiting, depending on what culture you came from. And I lay my plane.
Don't you lay
back on that. I will piggyback on that.
You pulled up and chose violence. Shout out to Ronan.
Yeah. I'll piggyback on that, because he was talking about the analogy about, being in the prison yard and all of the brothers being able to work together. But see, the problem with that, I mean, there is no problem with the analogy, but the issue is that you also need to understand is that in prison, there's a thing called checking the paperwork, okay? Because they want the real ones to be able to rock along with them. They don't want, no chomos. They don't want the people who's gonna hinder their progress. And that's all we're talking about when we're talking about this reparations argument, and also us growing together. There are the people that are out here who, as he said, they will start talking negatively and also being naysayers and slowing things down. And then what do the people do? They're like, yo, who is this cat? Why is he saying this stuff? Yo, did we check this dude's paperwork? Yo, check this dude's paperwork and see what he's about. Oh, he's a Jamaican dude. Okay. Oh, so, yo, bad man, Buju, you need to go check your man, by, because yo, he talking reckless right now. You know what I'm saying? Go check. We don't even want to be. We don't even want to check you. We would rather have the ones who are riding with us check the ones who check their coons. To be honest with you, but as we said, you all keep coming in our spaces and start talking negative about what we're doing. This is a FBA space, and it's a safe space for everybody, because, and I'm gonna be real with you, I went to a elementary school. The name of the elementary school is Berea Seventh-day Adventist Elementary Junior High.
Talk about
SDA. Okay, and the reason I'm telling you about that, because if you know anything about Seventh-day Adventists, then you know most of the people that went to that school were from the Caribbean. I was one of the few foundational Black Americans that was in that Seventh-day Adventist school. Everybody, and it was an all Black private school, but mostly everybody was from St. Vincent's, Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, and Barbados. Those were all my classmates that I grew up with. So I rocks with the Caribbean, with the West Indian Massive heavy from Boston, okay? And most of them are my friends. I will never talk bad about any Caribbean culture. Yeah, we did rash on each other and rank on each other and pick on each other, in elementary school, but we were all friends, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time too, none of them is going to be coming in my circle preventing me from progress. So when I do see some people that come into the circle and try to prevent me from progress, and it doesn't even have to be a Caribbean person. It just like 2 weeks ago, we was on vacation time with Ryan's live, and we was talking to Cho Capo, and Cho Capo was talking about, hey, let's boycott Colombia, and everybody was like, yo, yeah, we for it. There was one foundational Black American coon who was all like, do you think that's gonna matter if we boycott Colombia? We like, yo, who the fuck is this coon who's saying this bullshit? Get this motherfucker out the room. Get him out of here. So it's really, that's all we're saying. We're like, yo, if you ain't got nothing good to say, then shut the fuck up. Who asked you? That's really what it's all about. We're not really dissing anybody. We just trying to, we checking paperwork because we trying to do something. And I'm gonna land there. Anybody else got anything to add?
Real quick before I go to work, I got to get this money. I think his analogy was crazy because he's speaking on a panel of FBAs and using gang analogies as if that's all we can understand.
Let me add to that.
Yeah, talking about a stereotype.
He also added that he's never been to jail and gonna use a jail analogy. If that was a white person, we would have been all over him.
Yeah, right.
Come on, man.
How you gonna use a jail analogy and you ain't never been in jail? That don't make sense.
The reason why I chose that particular analogy because it's easy to understand.
No, it's not. I'm not a jail guy.
Jail environment, bro.
And I don't because I've never been to jail. Don't want to go to jail. Ain't trying to go to jail. So I don't have any kind of mentality when it comes to gangs or jail mentality. I just told y'all how I grew up. The fuck?
All right. The reason why I brought it up, right, is because you have an overarching gang called the Crips or the Bloods, and then they have different sets. I'm looking
that doesn't mean anybody on this panel is associated to that shit. So why would we understand?
I didn't say that, though. I didn't say you were associated.
You're assuming, though, because you use it as an analogy. So you're basically saying this is what that's our environment. That's how we grew up because we should be able to understand your analogy on the basis of somebody in your family had to be associated to a gang, a Crip, or a fucking Blood.
I mean, I know where I grew up, we had gang members. So that was my reality.
What does that say about your reality versus ours? It's different.
Yeah, but I wasn't in the gang. Most of the gangs.
It doesn't matter. You grew up around that culture, so you can associate yourself to it. What if we told you we never grew up around that culture?
Yeah, I mean,
he would find that hard to believe.
Exactly. He stereotyped us.
I'm not.
Or stereotyped the room.
You're putting words in my mouth. Yeah, that's how you. I didn't mean it offensively. It was just that
nobody ever does. Though. When you stereotype somebody, you don't mean it offensively. You're assuming that person understands where you're coming from based on you looking or analyzing the room. So you analyze the room and you assumed we would all get off on that analogy that you're about to use as something we all understood.
No, I just think I thought everybody was objective when it came to like to sharing an analogy. I could have been. It was the easiest analogy.
Here's the thing: you use the lowest form. Stoic.
My question was: if this was a panel,
his whole thing is listen.
Use that same analogy.
That's what I'm saying. You use the lowest form, and Stoic, you have a great name, Unfriendly Stoic. Okay, that's great. But here's the thing. You use the lowest form to associate yourself to a room of black men as gang culture versus somebody in corporate America.
And Unfriendly Stoic, say this, we love you because you a brother. But you're going to get this work tonight, okay?
I see that. This is my question.
Guess what, Friendly Stoic? It's not because you're Jamaican. It's because of the things you said. If anybody would have pulled up and said what you said, he would have got the same energy, sir.
All right, well, give me a better analogy. Give me a better analogy. That you would use. That fits.
I still don't understand the point that you was trying to make because all black people in jail don't just link up and say, "Oh, we are one." So what are you talking about?
No, they don't. That's what I said.
I kind of gave you an analogy already, and I had a young brother. His name is the Homies Hub, and I went on his show before, and it seems like, and I don't want to use the word tethers, but immigrants. Okay, you guys come over here, and
You got it. Oh no, he said you got it.
Yes, I'm going to say immigrants come over here. I'm going to say immigrants come over here, and y'all try to teach us about our culture and say how we can make it better. But yet and still, you all fled from whatever cultures and countries you came from to come here to better your families and your legacy off the sweat and blood of our ancestors. And then you turn around and you tell us how we could do something better here in the United States, yet and still the systems and the way that you guys came up was based off of our ancestors. The audacity.
All right, I can speak on that point. Me personally, like I didn't flee anywhere. I was born in Jamaica, Queens, Jamaica Hospital to begin with.
You are first or second generation immigrant.
I was the first person in my family.
Okay, so that's the same thing I said to this young man that was Nigerian. His mom and dad had no skin in the game. His mom and dad had nothing to draw from. But even the Nigerian young man that has his own YouTube channel acknowledges the fact he has nothing to draw from when it comes to speaking on reparations or why we would delineate, and no understanding of it, because his cultural beliefs, even though he was born in America, are based off of who? His parents. Yes, you have an experience of growing up as an American. Your parents don't have the lineage or the ancestry to draw off of Black American history. That's the difference. So you don't have any skin in the game when you make determinations in the future based on American culture. You really don't have any skin in the game beside your first generation experience, not generations upon generations of your ancestors dying, fighting, getting screwed over, redlining, and all these other things that got you to this point.
All right. So, all right, you're talking about the systematic racism that held you guys back.
Correct. And your ancestors don't have any draw from that, just your parents. They don't have any skin in that game.
All right. But I think where it sometimes might get confusing, it depends on the person talking. I don't know what Moses said. But
how long have your parents been in the United States? Let's put it that way.
My father came to America in the 70s. And then
okay, so in the 1970s, the most he had to deal with was when the industry of steel and the plants went down, gas prices and everything went up because of OPEC and everything that was going on around the 70s. Moving forward, the 1950s, Civil War, slavery, civil rights, none of that shit do they have any draw on. So when they taught you, all you could go from is what their personal experience from the 70s moving forward was, and whatever you picked up in school, if they taught you anything about Black American history. Guess how we learned? Our ancestors taught us. We saw how much we lost, the different wars we had to fight in, our ancestors getting hurt from that, the trauma from all those things piling up, because each generation teaches the next, right? We had all that experience, but yet and still your parents have from the 1970s moving forward. Not a lot to draw from when you're talking about 400 years.
Well,
you got at best 50.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm saying that so like I get what you're talking about. I've done the research and I know about redlining. You know how they position.
No, I understand. You could do the research, but there's no personal connection, so you really don't. That's what we're talking about with skin in the game. You can do all the research and know the history, but you don't really have no feeling of loss from that history. It's really just black and white words to you. It's not literal lived experience through ancestors.
Not necessarily, because like my ancestors went through a similar experience in Jamaica.
Similar is one word, but it's not the same. Your slavery and your bondage from the conquerors.
Yeah, that was in Jamaica.
In Jamaica, those are the
you can't
people.
Bring that here, bro.
That's not the same experience the American people had here. Even if you read on it and you know what your ancestry in the Jamaican culture was, is not the same. Y'all were tortured a different way than we were. Y'all have a different trauma than we have. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I think we shouldn't like try to compare traumas. I think a lot of times
But
Like,
you can't
know.
ignore
Is
the
it
trauma.
comparing to say one is different than the other,
Listen,
though?
we're not comparing. You just can't associate to. They're both different, and you got to acknowledge that they're both different traumas. And no, you shouldn't compare, but you also can't understand 100%. You can say I'm empathetic to it because my ancestors went through their own thing in their culture, but you can't really truly understand it because it wasn't your ancestors here that went through it. Your ancestors were in Jamaica, so you're kind of disconnected when it comes to understanding the full-blown trauma, but you do understand the trauma because your ancestors in Jamaica went through it. So while you can kind of be empathetic to it, you can't really truly understand the depth of it because it's two different things.
All right, so like we give you an analogy. Like let's say that we start on two sides of a map, right? And then we're both trying to get to the same place.
Yeah.
And then
You're an engineer, right? I think that was your history. You're like an engineer or something like that.
Yeah, I went to growth school engineering.
Okay, so then you should understand the way I think. I think spatially. And I gave this analogy just the other day before I started the debate with Fearless. Okay. The debate and the analogy I'm going to give you is going to be similar. While we both might be able to see this thing in the same way, we're going to see it differently. And while we both might be right in our perspectives, it's still different. So let's say you're in an art museum. There's a statue right dead center of the art museum. And you have 3 different levels to the art museum, right? I'm standing on the ground floor in the back of the statue, looking at it in my perspective and my viewpoint. You're standing on the first floor, looking down on the statue, and you're giving your perspective of your view of that same statue we're both looking at from different points of view. Your experience is going to be different from being on the first floor than mine being on the bottom floor, the main floor. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
okay, so we can both see the same thing. We can see the different perspectives of that same statue, but we're going to interpret it 2 different ways because we're looking at it from 2 different views.
Yes. Talk that shit,
right. They both can be right at the same time, but it's not necessarily 100% accurate.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Talk
like,
that shit, Ronnie.
I want to give you like an analogy. Like, let's say we start on 2 different sides of the map, right? Where we end up in the same location at one point, but the location we end up is not where we're trying to head, right? Now we started on 2 different points. We're currently in the same location, but we're both trying to get to the same location.
Right, but see, here's the thing. Even with your analogy, I start on one side of the map, you start on the other side of the map. We meet in a central rally point, right? And we're still trying to get to that main point. Both of us together. Your journey to get to the rally point and my journey to get to the rally point were 2 different ways. You might have went through valleys and swamps to get there. I might have had to climb over a mountain and go for a fucking ocean. But we got to the rally point, so now we can move forward, right? But here's the thing. We rallied up, and we start moving forward to that same point. But yet and still, your part and your group all of a sudden starts to say every time there's a victory, you bring out your flag, not a unity flag. You tout up your country, not us. That's what's been happening. Since we said Afro-American, we tried to rally up with y'all. When we said Afro-American, we're all African Americans. I think Jesse Jackson started that shit, right? We switched from being Black Americans to Afro-Americans because we wanted to include y'all. So we rallied up, right? And then even while we were pressing forward, all of a sudden, every time there was a win for the overall group, but yet and still maybe a Jamaican or Haitian or somebody, all of a sudden y'all's flag came out and it started turning into tribalism damn near. Every time there was a victory, y'all pulled out your flag, not our flag, and said we all won. You wanted to take credit for it.
I can agree with that because even me, as I grew up in America, I still have a lot of pride in my heritage.
Thank you.
As you should.
Right, and we're not taking it
like you got a problem against people that like FJs that having pride in their own.
I've never had a problem. I have a problem with people talking shit about Jamaicans. That's my problem. I said it over and over.
Oh, come on, bro. Now that's a red herring almost.
That's a red herring, though, bro. But that's how I started the conversation. Like, if you guys thought I was talking shit about Tariq Nasheed, and I was like, nah, really, I like a lot what he was doing. I like his documentary about hip hop. I just don't like when he started talking about beating people over the head with jerk chicken bones and wiping their ass with banana leaves. Like me.
Well, you need to get tougher skin, brother, because white people will say way worse.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. People don't care when white people do it. It's only when black people do it to where it's the worst in the
I'm
world.
offended. Yeah,
because it's like I'm looking for him to be like my brother. So I'm hearing about this movement. I'm like, all right, cool. Let me show my support because a lot of my friends are Black Americans, and I remember when I was younger, right? My friend was like, he's not from Africa, and I was like, what? And then he's like, yeah, I'm native to this land, and I just thought like nigga, you trying to you don't want to be black, you know what I mean? You trying to act like you Indian or something. But then when I started really doing the research, and then I had like some elder Black women show me like the Black lineage that was indigenous to this land. I was like, oh shit, he wasn't blind. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so
hell, my ancestors were here. If you know anything about Creole Nation, the French and let me put it this way: Louisiana Purchase fucked up a lot of things for the races that were in South and Southern United States. You know why? Because it was the actual first culture that was mixed. That's where mulattoes came from 95% of the time, was because blacks, French, Indian, and Latinos were all blended. They all mixed together perfectly. No issues, no nothing. When they brought Louisiana, they had to actually desegregate the fucking country, that part of the country, because there was no racism. They had to inject it into Louisiana and up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like when I see that and like that interest, that because I started doing research about like my heritage in Jamaica, and we have similar, like we have the Tainos, you got the Caribs, you got the Arawak Indians, and then they still have tribes in Jamaica to this day that have the same complexion as they're black. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm noticing that when we look at what happened in America, and you look at what's happening in the Caribbean, because you think the Caribbeans are part of the Americas, right? These native tribes were here beforehand. So it's like the narrative that everybody came over on a boat, and if there wasn't black people here already, you started like, okay,
wrong.
So it's wrong. So the FBA movement actually inspired me to look into my own kind of like heritage and what's going on in Jamaica. And I've met Taino Indians in Jamaica that are dark skinned. Their phenotypes are a little different. They have like straighter noses. So when I look at my mom, that's what her nose looks like. You know what I mean? Like, for example. So,
okay.
And then we have like in my family there's a vast like spectrum of shades, and then like my grandfather had like ginger hair and freckles, and some of my family is very light skinned, and then I have very dark skinned people in my family. So it's kind of like this spectrum of people. So like when I look at the FBA movement, I think it's like a lot of if people don't hate on it, they can actually draw from it and then kind of apply it to their own culture.
See, now that's the smarter way to think of it, and that's why I know you're an engineer. Because here's the bigger picture. Every time America does something, what do you think the rest of the world does? They follow suit. So if anything, instead of tearing us up and hindering us from doing it and getting it done, it should be encouragement from the other immigrants for us to get this done and be pushing it, so that once they do it here in the United States, all those other countries usually fall in line. How do you think South Africa got through what they got through with apartheid? America was the light. So if Black Americans get it, guess who else gets it? Proliferated globally. Well, America did it. Shit, we might as well fall in line too. But see, y'all don't see it like that. And I'm not saying y'all meaning you. I'm saying in general, a lot of the immigrants are still trying to step on us so that they look better to YT instead of getting everybody in line to get YT in line so that they can also benefit too. That's the fight.
I would say for me, it took a patient FBA to sit down and show me these things. And then the only reason my mind was probably, I was susceptible to it is because I grew up in a pro-black Pan-African, well, I don't say Pan-African, that wasn't even a thing, but I would say a pro-black household, right? So it's like, we never hated on black people in my household as Jamaicans. But I don't know what
stereotype the shit out of us, though.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So like, I have a friend that I know. He's Haitian, right? To just piggyback on something you were saying earlier, like his family came to America. They was in Brooklyn, in the hood, and then while they were there, his parents went to school. They got in the medical field, and then eventually moved to Westbury, which is like in Long Island, nice neighborhood. And then eventually went from Westbury to C-Club. So I don't know if you know C-Club in Long Island, or if you know that's like where the Wolf of Wall Street guys are buying houses, $1 million house off the the North Shore of Long Island. Like that's where.
All right. So he got successful based on his
parents,
his education and everything. Yeah.
His parents. He was just born into it. But I guess what a lot of immigrants look at. FBAs were like, we came to the country poor and we ended up rich. And I was like, why can't you do that? So like, what's y'all response to that? And that was kind of back to the analogy of like, we're at the same point now, and I get the trauma, right? But now it's like, and then I know what part of your response is because there are a lot of British black FBAs, but like, what can we do, right? We're moving forward now instead of like there being like arguments and fights and stuff like that. Like a lot of times when people are making suggestions, it's not there to actually.
The best way I can say this is for every immigrant that's in politics or every immigrant that comes in here, get in fucking line, meaning support a fucking major cause and stop cosplaying as us, but then speaking backhandedly about us. And when I mean us, I mean FBA.
Well, I mean, like, all right, for example, you've made it through education, right? I'm assuming either self-education or okay. So it's like a lot of people that are unsuccessful, right? If they followed suit on what you're doing, don't you think they would have the same degree of success that you had?
No, because a lot of them don't have the same focus or the drive that I had in my environment. Remember, I came from a family of hustlers, but I also came from very educated, very selfless people as far as culture. Our family is family of service, whether it be military, police, firemen, lawyers. You know what I'm saying? So I know my family's history. I know what drives us. I know what drove me. You know, a lot of guys and a lot of people are raised in single mother homes where, you know, over the last couple generations, mothers are raising men not to be so much men. Son-husband roles are stronger than ever. A happy wife, happy life is a bullshit fucking thing. You know, son-husbands is a thing. They raise their sons to what? Pay homage to the female grandma, great-grandma, whoever, auntie, not the man in the house, because there wasn't a man in the house. Why? Because our culture chose to take the social services role and zaddy to be the man in the house versus the black man who stepped out of the house during the 60s because there was a downward turn in production in the steel mills and the car plants. So they had to go to other states maybe to work. And so the man left the house, and obviously the woman could take advantage of social services while he was doing that. He was still sending money home back then. The woman was taking that money and taking social services, Zaddy and him. So then when he comes back, when the economy fixes itself, guess what? Our black women decide to say, you know what? I don't necessarily need you in the house no more. I got Zaddy and you were sending me money anyway. I can put you on child support. It made it easier for them to want to break away. FBI and everybody achieved their goal. The strongest nuclear family in America were black families in the 1950s. How far we have fallen in 70 years from being the number one unit of production, the black nuclear family, Wall Street, and all the other productions where we kept our money in our fucking communities a hell of a lot longer. We supported each other a hell of a lot longer to now. Look at the disarray, the fucking chaos.
Like my school of thought, right? Like growing up, it was like some form of education. It doesn't necessarily need to be university. You know, it could be like hands-on, like, you know, blue collar work, technical.
How do you push education when you're not even celebrating people that are educators? You're celebrating gangsters, drug dealers, rappers, and alike. Our culture specifically, how many white people are doing those things? How many Asians are producing and celebrating those aspects of their community, not the fucking businessman that has a tech company because they push STEMs?
But Ronan, my only pushback to that is how much of that is done like on a large scale, like media. We have
It's absolutely done through social media and the media, and who controls the media but the same people that tried to break up the black nuclear family. They still fear us to this day. They have not stopped fearing us. Even though they've taken us apart, they still scared that if we ever unite, it's fucking over for them.
Yes, and history has showed that.
Right. So why would they even allow us a foothold to get back together and get it together?
Maybe we gotta change the narrative, like, you know, start trumping, like, you know, start showing the black kid that went to engineering school and got his.
That's the point. What news media do you see doing that right now? It has to be independent news. Wait, it has to be independent news. It has to be driven by black motivations, right? What did we have like that we sold off? BET, Ebony, all these other black media companies and all these black magazines and publications. Guess what? Viacom and other white companies now own them too. So even black media can't even promote black things because what? They're promoting rappers, gangsters, football players, athletes. They're not promoting the good things. Why? Because they want you to continue to fall in that trap of how many out of a percentage of people actually make it to the pros. How many of those people actually make it to what these people they emulate actually can do?
And that's what you're saying right now is kind of is what I'm saying as well. It's like when you see these immigrants talking shit, sometimes it's because they're looking at what's being promoted in the community, right?
Yeah, just like you stereotyped us and giving us an analogy based on prison instead of giving us an analogy on something that's a little more elevated than prison work.
No, I don't see. I know this.
I mean, you told on yourself when you did that, though, right?
No, listen, what I'm saying. I know this
because you stereotyped us as a whole.
No, I want to hear the statistics that he's talking about.
He's an engineer. Listen, he's an engineer, right? He's on if he sat in a room of people of his own culture, Jamaicans, Haitians, and everything else, I guarantee you, he would have not used prisoners or prison work as an analogy in that room.
I don't think so.
I agree with that.
Very violent and crime-ridden environment.
We all didn't grow up that way. I just told you that.
Yeah, but I'm saying
if you were here earlier, you would have heard my specific story because Keem asked both Darnell and myself what were our backgrounds.
Okay.
Even my background was different than Darnell's, and most likely different than Keem's or Black Cleaners or even Charlie Chan's. We all didn't grow up the same way. What you're taking is the media projection of all of us are criminals and dealt with drug dealers in our neighborhoods and who we looked up to.
But then on top of that, you want to complain as if you're not being accepted.
I think this is the problem. A lot of times you guys assume something before somebody finishes their statement. I was bringing up the statistics. He said you guys not to get offended. When I say you guys,
go ahead, man. He's messing with you, really. He's actually messing with you, and you don't understand sarcasm sometimes. A lot of cultures don't.
All right. when you look at the statistics, right, it's something like 99% of black people have never been in prison before, right? When you look at the prison population, it's even though there's a heavy amount of black people there, when you compare it to the actual black population in America, it's a very small slither of black Americans.
Exactly. We're only 12% of the population, but our prisons are overwhelmingly full of black and Hispanic people. Why do you think that is? Because overwhelmingly, the more convictions are by people of fucking melanation, not white people. White people get off with lighter sentences and all these things that have already been documented and statistically written down. So yes, while you might look at something and get that generality of there's more black people in prison, but there's less of us. The per capita or per population levels are not the same. There are more white people on social services, but yet and still they project what? More melanated people are on social services than white. But that's not true.
That is a proof. That's a proven statistic. There's more white people on EBT and yeah.
But you know what, man? You're 100% right. And if somebody would take the time, that's easy to find out. But because a lot of people want to push a narrative, they don't even want to do that.
I think sometimes, all right, what I actually said, right, was that majority of black people have never been to prison. That was what I was saying statistically. So I know based on statistics that criminality is not black culture. That's my point, right?
Yeah.
But it is promoted, you know what I mean, in the media. That could be the same thing as redlining 50, 60 years ago,
correct.
Right?
But it's on a more grander global scale because guess what the first perception is when you travel abroad? Black Americans are criminals and gangsters and drug dealers, right? Until they meet us and like, you're nothing like what and you hear it 95% of the time. When somebody actually gets to know us, they say, you're nothing like I thought you were. Meaning nothing like what I saw on social media or on a movie.
Exactly. And then you look at like you got some black wealthy suburbs and you got one in Queens called Lawrence, then you got a couple in Atlanta. So there is wealth in the black community. I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, how do you combat that imagery? Because that's what the immigrants that you guys talking about, that's what they're basing on. And so it's to a degree, it's a form of ignorance because they're not actually looking at the statistics and stats. Like how I was looking at that.
Well, no,
so
was that question? Was that an actual question, or you were just using that as an example?
Well, what specifically?
When you say how do we combat that the ways that foreigners and things of that nature would see it or interpret it?
Not necessarily foreigners see it, because I mean, I feel like the ones that are smart enough are going to see through it, right? Especially if they grow up with Black Americans. But I'm talking more about like for the next generation, because like where there is a lot of kind of like a lot of times I feel like we be pushing back on each other, but we really want the same thing at the end of the day, right? So it's like my thought process is more like it's like the past is the past, and like what we doing now to get this money or get this get this wealth up, or you know what I'm saying?
Well, the answer to that is if you don't know your past, then you don't know where you're going. And yeah, we just have to look at the mistakes that we made in the past in order to get to the destination that we want to go. But with that being said, I gotta introduce Mr. Peppers to the stage. What's going on, Mr. Peppers? How you doing?
Yo, Mr. Peppers.
What's going on, folks? I've been listening for like the last few hours, and this gentleman here, he I can hear where he's trying to go with it, because he's coming along with you, but he's still kind of pushing back, you know. And the way I'm looking at it, if he can probably understand it if I explain it this way, it's like this. It's like say if I'm building a boat, all right, and I'm like 90% done with this boat, and then the Jamaican homie comes. The Jamaican homie comes by and says, "Oh, that's a nice boat, man. Let me know when you're done building it." I said, "Well, I'm 90% done. If you come help me, I can get it done faster." He's like, "Nah, I'll get back to you when you're done." Here we go. And now I'm 100% done with this boat. The Jamaican brother come over and goes, "Hey man, let's get on this boat, man. Let's go. And let's go here. And let's go here. Let's go." Okay, but you wasn't with me when I was trying to build this boat. But you wanted to direct where we going.
I hear that.
That's a good one, Peppers. I like that.
Somewhere, bro.
That's what I just been listening.
Hey, and shout out to you.
All right.
Man, I'm just a loyal follower, man.
Yeah, we can hear you, Tony.
Shout out to you for not coming up here and using a prison, goddamn it, fiction of it. You know what I mean? Because the way that you just put it was perfectly put. Once you done build something, other people feel like they got rights to it. Why? And then when you don't want to give them unequivocal rights to it, now it's you people this, it's you people that. That doesn't make sense. So shout out to you for that, bro.
But me personally, I don't think we like say non-SBA, like even like before SBA had ADOS and stuff like that.
Hold on, let me. I'm sorry, Unfriendly Stoic. I wanted to introduce 020 Financial Frontier to the stage. What's going on? How you doing?
Good. I don't want to destroy the build, so now. Shout out to you, Black Cleaner. Shout out to you, Charlie.
All right, you can go ahead, Unfriendly Stoic.
Oh, what was I saying? I actually lost track of my thoughts, but yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, so I don't think like non-FBAs should get access to reparations. I don't want access.
See, dude, that's what we need to have that Spike Lee. Everybody together.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's y'all stuff. I think, you know what I mean, and we're in support of that, right? But I also wonder, like, how would that happen? How would that distribution happen? Like,
same way it happened when they did it to the Indians and did it to the Israelis and did it to the Japanese. The same way.
So like with through land,
and the Afghans that came over here just recently.
Also how they did to the white people when they got reparations from when they lost when the slaves was free. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, but here's the biggest thing. The biggest thing about that, all of that, is the first thing we have a reputation in our community, and YT people will say it all the time. Y'all had plenty of notice to go ahead and organize something and get it ready. We're always a day late and a dollar short. We don't plan ahead of time. We're last minute planners. So this whole idea of delineation is just to go ahead and jump ahead of whatever might come down, whether it comes down to this generation or never. You could never say we didn't organize enough to delineate the differences between people that have been here and the immigrants that came after. But for some reason, some of the immigrants are having a problem with the delineation. Like, we don't know that we're all still black. Nobody ever said we're not black. It was just a dividing line because a lot of people like to ride coattails and be included in things that aren't necessarily for them. Matter of fact, it's gotten so bad that Donald Trump just recently changed the bill to make sure that if things were set aside for Black Americans to take advantage of it, you can no longer just be an American immigrant that has your nationality here or a green card or even your visa to qualify now. Because there were more African names put on scholarships than Black Americans were.
Yeah, but is that going to stop the Asians?
Bruh. I said if it was set for Black Americans, it's now going to be for Black Americans. I didn't say nothing about Asian people are fine. They're in STEMs. They're doing everything the right way. And they're the best ones to do it because you know why? They're low key about their shit. And they're still one of the number 1, number 2 producers in this fucking country as far as their what? net worth.
But Ronan, the same thing happened with affirmative action. In the 70s, blacks were benefiting heavily from affirmative action, and then
no, white people were white women specifically.
No, black
Don't glaze
black
over
people
that.
too. No, I'm not glancing over it. But here's the thing: is that by the late 80s, early 90s, Ronald Reagan, while he didn't take away affirmative action, he did take a lot. He took out. He stopped funding a lot of the affirmative action programs, which began to slowly kind of kill it. But the thing was, the Asians, what colleges did, they got smart and said, "Oh, Asians are minorities." So Asians benefited a lot more from affirmative action than a lot of Africans did.
That's true. And then that's kind of what my point is like, if these programs exist, right, is it wrong that these other people apply for it? And then if they're less black Americans not getting it?
Look, y'all are splitting hairs. Nobody ever said you can't take advantage of the systems. All we said is don't speak for us. You have no skin in the game. The systems are the systems. If you jump on it and you get the degree and you get the fucking advance notice and y'all know how to work the system, we don't give a fuck. Just don't speak as if you were us. That's all we ask you to do. We can't go to no other country and say anything about your cultures. Y'all will tell us to shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about it. You can't go to Africa and speak on their nations and their politics or anything about that. But for some reason, when y'all get here, that freedom of speech thing, that lets y'all go fucking buck wild crazy. Y'all now speak like y'all are us.
All right, so your main point of contention is when
unfriendly stoic.
I'm in my early 30s. I was born in the 90s.
Oh, okay, so you're so this is the
millennial
Black Cleaners KB. Okay.
I'm not sure who that is, but
that's Charlie Chan has KB.
Hey, that's that's a good one though, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Charlie Chan.
Yeah, I feel it. That is the Black Cleaners KB for sure.
Yeah, but my question for the panel though, I mean, don't you guys think that we're, whether you're FBA or African migrant, don't you think our numbers are just
I hear a
too small?
Kumbaya number coming.
Hold on a second. Don't you feel that our numbers are just too damn small to be beefing and feuding like this? I mean, collectively, we make up 13% of the population. And I know what some people are going to say, well, white people do the same thing, which is true. But the thing is, when white people, they're 60% of the population. So when they say hate the Irish, for example, which might be like 1 or 2%, okay, they're alienating 1 or 2%. They still got everybody outnumbered like 5-6 to 1.
I wasn't gonna say
my brother. The difference in between that, the difference in between that, is that even though the white people say I hate the Irish, they were still telling the Irish people that they're better than black people.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. But they were still back in the day. They were still the N-words of the white community. I mean, let's just face it.
But yet they were still better than black people.
Yes.
Exactly.
But the point that I'm trying to make is
with that Don DeMarco in there. That's crazy.
The point I'm trying to make is that we're too small, to be divided. I mean, remember how power in our country.
Divided by who? What degree are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Divided how?
You're saying,
how are we divided?
Okay, you're saying how Africans are saying, okay, should be speaking for us, and this. It kind of sounds to me like you're saying they're not us. Which
they're not
fine. That's fine.
Because they're not us.
That's fine. The point is that okay? Now we just alienate them. So how much does our numbers
we didn't
shrink?
No, we did not alienate them.
You just
problem.
said they're not us.
No, for some reason, when somebody says about delineation, you think that we're in denial of everything that we are. We all know we're all Black Americans, regardless of whether you're an immigrant or whether you're FBA. We're all Black Americans, right? They all went through the process. We're all Black Americans. Okay. The whole thing we're saying is don't cosplay as if you're FBA when it comes to reparations. Other than that, we're down for whatever cause it is. We're not fighting about that.
Ronan,
yeah,
I think also they don't call themselves that. They call themselves Nigerian Americans.
Yeah.
They call themselves Guyanian Americans. And I'm not saying they shouldn't. I don't care. It's their life to live. But what I'm saying is one thing that they don't call themselves is African Americans or Black Americans. They call themselves specifically where they're from and then attach an American to it. Most of the time, if you introduce themselves, they'll say, hey, I'm from Nigeria, but I'm an American, or I'm a Nigerian American. So again, that's their choice. And then again, just because someone has a skin color or a gender, that doesn't mean anything. You still have to negotiate terms, treaties, truce with those individual entities in order to actually have some type of cooperation. And so to say we have cooperation of people when we have no treaty, we have no agreement, we have no a memorandum of understanding or operation of agreement, like, I mean, what are we talking about? Like agreement?
Or an agreement that y'all are gonna fall in line. Yeah, they fight against that shit right off the bat.
What do we need an agreement for? I mean, basically, I don't know if anybody understands, but the way how power works in our country is based on population. So those with the bigger numbers basically, make the decisions. So
so those with the biggest number make the decision. So there's no such thing as people saying the small had to do this. There's no such thing as other people saying the small group like the rich do that. So all that is irrelevant. It just depends on if you have the largest numbers, you have the power. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. You take
So when people say all those other things like the rich control or this small group controls, that's a lie, because all you have to do is have the majority and you're in control. And you're the one with the power. You got to choose.
Power can be an illusion. Now,
no, I didn't ask that. No, nobody asked that. Again, going back to what you just said, right? Because you just said it. So you just said, I didn't say it. You said it. So you said how it works in this country is if you're the majority, you have the power.
Yes, you do.
Right?
Whether you realize it or not, but you do.
Okay, cool. Oh, okay, so it's whether you realize it or not. Let's say you add that. So if you realize it or not, if you have the majority, you have the power. Okay, so do the rich have the power?
Yes.
No, hold on, cool. Yeah, Darnell, do the rich have the power?
Don't go solid now, Darnell.
No, I'm just trying to choose how to attack this.
Because you know the answer.
Right.
I mean, they have the power.
Checkmate.
It's like they have the illusion of power. Okay, it's like back in the day when you first had kings, how did a man become?
So they have the illusion power, but not the power. Okay, cool.
Let me say they have an illusion.
Nah, cool. We're gonna go with Darnell saying. Darnell, we got it. We got. I understand what you're saying.
If you guys just let me finish, please.
Darnell, you don't need to finish. I understand what you just said. You said they have the illusion.
I do need to finish.
You just said they have an illusion. So again, let's go back to what you initially said.
It's the illusion.
So there's many different powers. Go ahead.
Just allow me to finish, okay? Now, how did kings and come to power? Back in the day, kings basically were deities. Hold on a second. I'm not going long. If you just, I can keep it quick if you don't interrupt. But here's the thing: kings gave the illusion of power because they told the people, "I am God" or "I am equal to God." Okay? People worship this one person. It was an illusion of power. He's not really God, but he got enough people to believe he was and was able to have power. And now getting back to the rich, it's the same exact thing. People feel the rich and powerful, that the rich and the powerful have all the power when they really don't.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, since all it takes is the majority. So let's say that the majority of people have no arms and legs. And so you're saying now that they have the power just because they're the majority.
What What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Because what are you talking about, bro? You just went from one statement, and it's okay. You made your statement, which was how it works in America is if you have the majority, you have the power. Then I just said, okay, so do the rich have the power? Do this certain group have power? And you said, well, hold on, they have the illusion of power. So then you added a layer to it. Completely fine to do that. Okay, so you said they have illusion of power. And then you said, and this is your position, I'm assuming, they have the illusion, they tricked everybody in believing that they have the power. But what you're originally saying is who has the true power is the majority, correct?
That's what he said.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right, cool. So what I'm saying to you, right, is that's an interesting one. But also, okay, illusion of power. So let's say the rich wanted to do something. Like they wanted to implement power in the world. Could they or could they not? Because again, their power is just an illusion. It's only illusion. It's not real. It's not tangible. So therefore, they can't do anything. They can't impose their will into the world by any shape, form, or fashion. Because everything they own is just an illusion.
Well,
is that true?
They have no power of dictation at all, huh?
Nah, it's just an illusion. It's not real.
I never said what they own is not real. Okay, but what I'm
It's
saying
an illusion.
is
So what do you mean by that?
No, Darnell is absolutely correct.
I said the power. I said the power.
What's the illusion?
The illusion is that they are powerful when they're really not.
How is that an illusion though?
Which one is illusional? The rich or the population that's the majority? Who's delusional?
Rich?
You saying their power is delusional?
No, I said the power. When you're saying, okay, when you guys are saying that the few are the most powerful, they're really not. I mean, man, you get enough people. How many kings and queens have been overthrown?
But wait, you keep saying if you get enough people, why can't I get your people? See, this is where you play games in your mind. I play games in real life. It's not an illusion. It's not an illusion at all, my little boy. It's not an illusion about holding power over the masses. There's nothing illusionary about that. So you're saying if you get all the people, why can't I get the people? I'll pay Black, Cleaner, Cool, and Charlie to go against you, period. I could not only just pay them in cash, I could pay them with anything else that they're self-interested in, and I can actually see it happen. So if they want something and I can make it happen, then I can give them that, and they won't be on your side.
Let me give you
so
a
you
better
can say,
analogy.
if we come together, all you want.
They're not on my side. They're not on my side as we speak.
Okay, so let me give you one that both of y'all can understand and you can't dispute. Right now, we have a definite demonstration of that going on in the world, right? We got Israel with only 2.3 million people that are actually controlling the actions and everything else of 344 million people of the United States. Israel only 10.3 million. They're not a majority, but yet and still they're controlling the actions and the interactions of war for the United States people that overwhelmingly outpopulate them by 344 million.
Yep.
So it's not the masses that control anything, right? It's the ones that control the people that actually make the decisions at the top, which is money.
And then, like, I think Darnell, no, he just want to fight this to the end because the rich people, the ones that's providing the jobs, is controlling a lot more than you would care to admit to.
Yeah, if they're providing the jobs, but as we have seen throughout history, how many times when things start going bad, people aren't eating, that illusion becomes broken.
It's not the rich people that's not eating.
I get it now. Darnell is the professional devil's advocate. No matter you're right or wrong, he's going to still come out with a devil response.
Well, no, he's
got to make you seem like you got a double.
Roman, he just got to say this. I get being the devil's advocate, but you can't just spew nonsense and expect for people to go with it.
Okay. If it's nonsense, what are the three most powerful states in the United States?
I don't understand.
I mean, you can
California, New York,
California.
I think. New York.
No, not New York yet.
You can assume it would be either California, Texas, and Chicago.
He's trying to go by population because of electoral votes.
Correct.
Or Illinois.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
But it's not Illinois, it's Florida. Florida's number 3.
Okay.
And your point is saying that is what?
Population. They dictate those 3 states. Now, granted that they don't agree on those 3 states are polar opposites, with the exception of Texas and Florida. But they're polar opposites of California. If those 3 states all voted the same way, that would dictate,
but they don't.
American policy.
Have they ever voted the same way?
I can poke a hole. I can poke a hole in that analogy there, because yes, those states have a high population, but who gave those states those electoral votes? Not the majority. It wasn't the majority that made that decision.
Yeah.
Nope. Wrong. No, they have meetings right before. Listen. Let me explain. That's what they call gerrymandering. It's called gerrymandering. You did hear that word before, right? You know what gerrymandering is, right? Yes, it's where they have a small committee meeting and to do redistricting on where those votes actually apply to, right? And they're famous for
going on right now in the South.
Redistricting Black communities and major white communities and kind of breaking them up so that whatever the Black community might want to vote, it gets swayed based on gerrymandering, and the Electoral College gets what votes going where. So was that by population or small little committees that are controlling gerrymandering and redistricting of the actual Electoral College?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly my point. Thank you, Ronald.
Gerrymandering is done by committees, but if we were to take
and it's small city committees, it's not even federal.
No, it's state. It's actually state.
Okay, that's still smaller than federal.
Yes.
Man, what are we talking about?
I know we got off the track.
What? See, this is what I'm saying. When you let somebody's life, when their life is in like treachery and just. Like, bro, what are we talking about, bro?
Right.
What are we talking about, bro?
Sounds like it's time to spin the block.
See, this is what I'm fucking talking about. Y'all accuse me all the goddamn time.
It is time to spin the block, King. It is time.
It's time to spin the block.
We got way off of colorism and travel to now we all up into politics and who has the power.
Intellectually master talking about some which state, whose state, big state, little state. What the?
Hey, Darnell. I think Darnell.
Ronan, that's your boy.
I'm joking with you, Darnell. He said that's your man.
What are we talking about?
Ronan, that's your man.
Why
it's
you
time to spin the block.
I'm responsible for Darnell. All of a sudden, I can't get my brother to cut his hair or shave his beard. What you mean?
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the topic?
No, because Darnell, you on your preaching Albert right now. Like you sit up here and you protest one thing, but we put you in the hot spot before. We put you in the hot box. We let you be a president. We let you role play and act like you was negotiating, and you couldn't negotiate your way out of a paper bag. So for you to sit up here, look, just be in the back of the room. Yeah, just be in the back of the room writing something on the paper, but don't be in the front talking about what we coulda, shoulda.
And it's also kind of hard to negotiate when you're trying to negotiate with a jackass. Okay, I mean
that's what the world is. What you think you see? This is what I'm saying. You're not even realistic. What you think you negotiating with a bunny? You negotiating with a jackass, a hardliner. That's what's out in the real world, little boy. You don't go out in the world and then you're negotiating with a fairy. An angel, a dust bunny? What the hell? You a grown man. So yes, there's going to be a jackass on the other side of the table. Of course.
And what makes him a jackass? The fact that
and then he makes a jackass to him because he don't want what you want. So you got to go in there and negotiate, not necessarily see him as a jackass. He's just doing what he's supposed to do for his side of the damn conversation. See, that's why you need to sit in the corner as a little boy and allow the big dogs to sit at the table to talk. Instead of labeling people names like jackasses.
Ruthless. Ruthless.
That's your man. For those of you that don't know, a jackass is another word for a donkey. Donkeys can be stubborn.
Well, I think
What was your point of saying that, though?
Get your hair cut, bro. You could have just used the word stubborn. Stop being a chick. See, this is why I say women don't only do it, men do it. Watch this dude. He could have just said, hey, you're stubborn. But what'd he say? A jackass. Then when we leaned on him and he looked stupid, then he wanted to be like, well, technically there's a donkey, and a donkey's known to be stubborn. Donkey's known to be a mule, a punk, a beast of burden, a bunch of things. So next time, just use your words. But we don't want you in the room, man. We learned that you don't know how to use your words elegantly. Sit down, son.
Also, the donkey was used in biblical times.
Why are you stunning him now, man? Don't do that, bro.
Hey, OTO pulled up and scorched earth.
Nah, yo, because he just made himself donkey of the day. Boom. Donkey of the day, Darnell. Shout out to Charlemagne the God.
We did talk earlier about selling the dozens and doing all that shit. So you better have some thick skin when you walk in a room full of men, because that's what happens.
Yeah. You don't want to look like no goofy.
I would say some brothers that they constantly look like goofies, which would lead me to believe that they don't care that they look like goofies. Like, just say anything that pops in your mind with no substance or anything behind it. Just say stuff. It's outrageous when you think about it, especially when you're talking about you're on a panel full of adult men that could formulate their own thoughts.
True.
Sometimes I wonder.
But
we don't agree with you.
It's not even about agreeing with.
We would be fine then, right?
It's not about agreeing with me at all. It's just crazy to me. I can provide examples in history. Hell, the Constitution. What I even said is even written in the Constitution, and I'm still getting clowned. It's like, God damn, did you motherfuckers?
But we even know things that are written in the Constitution has been fucking touched, modified, in other ways. Maybe not on a federal level, but a state and a city level, right?
But
they've gone around the rules and they found the gray area and they worked around the Constitution itself.
All right, hold on.
That's called exploitation. They exploited the rule for their benefit. Who's famous for that? Donald Trump.
And come back to conversation. We still on some other shit. So we're gonna spin the block one more time. See if we can refocus on topic of conversation right now, because we are still rambling. And topic of conversation tonight was choice of females and skin color preference. That was the topic of conversation tonight, y'all.
I don't remember the choice of females being a part of it. I thought it was
colorism.
It wasn't guys interacting with guys tonight. That would never be topic of conversation on it. I would never be on any panel like that. So
could you elaborate on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. What's your preference?
No, when you say like you would never be on any panel like that, can you elaborate? What do you mean when you say that?
I was speaking on being on the panel where I'm talking about a choice of a guy's skin preference.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, let that sink in real quick.
yeah. I know what he meant. That was funny though. Yeah. Shout outs to the preference to the girls. Okay, let's get back at it. My bad.
Come on, man.
I think the title says preference or programming. Are you programmed to that preference, or is that a real preference?
Thanks, Ronan, for also that was a hard part of the topic of conversation tonight.
Hey, look, I think especially the brothers, y'all know y'all like racially ambiguous big booty broads. So it is what it is. I mean, I
Oh
like going to
shit, yeah.
Japan to check out the y'all know it's true. Stop the cap, cool. You know what it is, right? And hey, look, I like Asians. I don't know if anybody programs me. You feel me? It's just I had my good experience, and then from there, I kind of just grew an interest. And then I
Right.
just think people have their interests, just like women have theirs, right? And it is what it is. Now they're influenced by things. Yeah, that's true. We all influenced by things. But at the end of the day, I think most people are just, usually deal with
Right.
whatever they're used to.
I
Then
kind of
there's
like how you stated
exotics.
that real quick,
Go ahead,
even though
Pooh.
you referenced to a booty. I do like. I definitely do like a certain body type, but I'm not really moved by a certain skin tone when it comes to me. A
Okay,
body
yeah,
type,
yeah.
yes, but skin preference, I don't care.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah.
I got a skin preference. I'm not gonna lie.
I did too, but I don't know more.
But I'm
I like
open
who
to
like
all-
me, so
I was just
I could dig
I
any
rock
skin
with
color.
Rock.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
Exactly. Because I was definitely trying to fight for the home team for real. Even
Yeah.
when it is something that was going to be positive, then they'll go back to the home team.
And maybe sometimes cool. Oh, my bad, Ronnie. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. I said now I'm good for what works for me and what wants me.
I see
Not that I
Ronan I see Ronan got that. You got that Benet sauce, that Jolly Bee. You got that pizza, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't mad at you, man.
Yeah.
I'm in Cambodia right now.
Oh yeah. You already know. And they melanated too.
Yeah.
I think
Different software. That's all.
I think also sometimes when dudes or girls or people just be like, hey, look, I like this. We got to think what season they in too. We got to take that into account. Mating, dating, long-term strategy. I mean, these are all different seasons people go in and out depending on what they want to do. And so when we see somebody who be like, yeah, but I only, want to marry a sister. Why? Oh, because they got to know my struggles, or, oh, they got to understand my perspective at life and what a man go through on this side. So that could be why specifically, right? But they'll date, but they'll mate with shorty from a different race or a different ethnic group. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And the same thing for
Yeah.
shorties. But we don't really be looking at people's season. We just look at them and then try to just project that as they're just that type of person. Like, nah, they change, they switch up. Hence why some girls be like, yeah, I want to be out here what we call, hot girl season. Next month they want to be wedded. And then after that, they want to go back to hot girl or never come back. Who knows? But at the end of the day, I think if we look at it like that, then that's why people switch up preference. And yes, programming and all that has influenced that too, to an extent.
You know what I was just thinking
that
about?
sounds like
people.
That sounds like programming there.
No. People went from wanting a pair bond to trauma bond in a relationship. That's crazy work. I want somebody that's got as much trauma as me. That's wild. Instead of a woman that pair bonds with you because she's not out there running amok, having, bad girl summer or whatever the hell you want to call it.
He said a bad girl something.
Because it ain't good girl summer. Every kind of craziness. You know what I mean?
Hit the comments real quick. Ronan, what does this say?
I was just thinking that. Let's go.
Instead of dealing with the truth, people are going according to trying to be race neutral. Shaking my head.
Who is that? And what's their name, Ronan?
That's my girl for life. Or
shout out to her for hitting the comments. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Instead of dealing with the truth, what truth though? People are going according to trying to be race neutral. I don't know how she phrased that in such a way. Be direct.
I would need
Look, you don't have to be PC in here, Tay Girl. Tay Girl, you could be as ratchet and direct as you want to. We're men. You got tough skin. We can handle it. What are you actually saying?
Talk that shit. Let's go. Talk that shit.
But say what you feel, like in the most direct way as possible.
Yes, because Cool King be promoting that. I want the real, I want the raw, I want the uncut. Talk your shit, don't hold back. Let's go.
Okay, and can we not add in TV shows talk that we literally didn't say in real life?
Right. And then it's the next thing she said at the bottom. It says, "That's it's more than skin deep. We aren't all human beings. We aren't all human beings, or we are all human beings. And
that might
skin
be a
deep is
typo.
only one consideration." I think
I
the
know I'm
phrase-
human.
Yeah, we all are human. And that's the problem. All of a sudden, we have to be cross-associated through our own traumas. We can't blend. But you know the biggest thing about that whole thing about, oh, black should be with black, and human beings should be with human beings, first of all. And then secondly, that's all a fucking ploy. Because what do white people say? If you got one drop of ninja in you, you're a ninja. My biggest thing was the quicker you can overpopulate the races to where there's only Caucasian and everything else, who's a minority now?
Yeah, but see, I was talking about that earlier before Keem went on his 400-year tangent. That's
Damn,
what
not
they
400.
did in order to that's what they did in the Black Holocaust in Africa. They went in, they conquered.
When in doubt, breed them out. Hey.
That's what they did. They did it in reverse. They went in there, they conquered the people, and then they started breeding with the people to make them biracial. And then the biracial people started leaning towards their oppressors instead of the oppressed. So
They did
that's
that in
where
South
the
America.
issue is. Yeah, sounds just like it, don't it?
No, it is. Yeah, it is that.
History has
So
been
that,
repeating itself for years.
Yeah. But all people did that. I mean, you can go beyond white. You don't even got to stop at white. Asians did it. Arabs did it. Like, that's just a human thing. That's why I be saying so much time we be in love with our goddamn treachery as if we're the only humans in the damn galaxy that experience something in particular. No, conquered people had to deal with that throughout all of history. You get wiped out. Duh. Like, people are going to breed with you, wipe you out. That's just a thing of life. I guess we still not on game. I think we still
That's
think
like my cousin just taking a shot at me subliminally just now. Whatever that word he used, he was like, "Yo, my cuz went on a." that was a shot.
Well, you did kind of when you were saying that. I can't say if that's what he was speaking to specifically, but when you did go into 400 years as a choice type of thing, that was a little bit of a tangent. That was kind of wild if we're gonna add a label to it.
All right, well, check it out. I don't care. I'm sticking by that. And whoever won, get at me about it.
No, you
I'm
got
sticking
just
to what
as
I'm
right
saying. I don't like. I'm sticking to what I'm saying. I'm sticking to what I'm saying.
Standing on it. You sticking to your guns. I got you.
No,
Yeah.
Respect that.
And I don't even feel like I have to elaborate on it. Just think about it.
Hey, Charlie,
Just
Chan,
dwell
so
on
let me
it.
ask-
400 years. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
So Charlie Chan, let me ask you a question. If it was that Ozzy guy that we dealt with a week ago, and he said the same thing, how would you feel the same way?
For one, I would already, just because of the way that he came in. Now, Keem, brother, the little white guy. That's who I'm assuming that you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Green.
No, he would have got a
Clan
lot
King.
worse energy because I have little to no patience for people that's outside of it acting like they already know what's happening when they don't. You're on the outside making inside decisions and goddamn it depictions.
Yeah, I'm not on the outside.
So,
Black Cleaner,
so that's
do
why
not
you're
block
not getting
me.
the same energy.
Black
that I was
Cleaner,
giving
do
the
not
white
block me. Black Cleaner, do not block me. There's a video
Block
I
the hell
loaded
out of him.
down
I'm
there.
joking.
There's a video down there.
Why would you be blocked, brother?
Because he mistook the video I loaded as him coming in the room, and he blocked the video, which means he blocked me. So all I want you to do is pull the video up and play it.
All right,
And that way everybody in the room knows what we're talking
Shout out to OTO out there in vacation mode. I just put it on my
Yeah,
screen.
Maldives,
OTO
man.
out there,
Yeah.
goddamn it.
Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
I'm being
Give this the
I,
full
I
screen,
feel
see
like
what
I'm being
y'all talking
attacked right
about.
now. Sorry,
You
my speech.
absolutely are. I hope you
No,
You are
Ronan,
absolutely being attacked. You're absolutely being attacked right now. You're right. And anybody in this room hasn't heard me go to this level on anybody on a fucking panel up until you stepped up in here. Your entitlement is fucking sickening to me. The fact that you're a white man in a black room, the fact that you're a white man in a black room and you come in here and demand certain entitlements because of who you fucking are is sickening to me.
Ronan.
That doesn't distract from the fact that I have fucking mental problems too, and you're irritating the fuck out of me right now. How about that?
I'm sorry, you have PTSD about me or something.
Darnell's been wanting.
No, I have PTSD over ignorance.
So I want to be able to
You're
give
being
Darnell
ignorant
the floor.
right now.
I get it. I get it, Black Cleaner.
Hold on. You're using your disability as an advantage over the conversation, and I call bullshit.
It has not been an advantage in my life. I have achieved success. I have achieved success through adversity.
Still, you get on the mic and you introduce yourself in the rooms you don't know when you know you have a fucking issue. And I'm supposed to feel sorry for you? Get the fuck up.
I just want him to say the word correctly, and then we can move on. Why does he not want to say the word correctly? Why does he not want to say the word?
Because he doesn't have to answer to you. Nobody does. You are a visitor in this room, sir. You chose to come up on the panel. You chose to interject yourself in the conversation. So if you can't stay in the topic of the conversation, you need to move on. Nobody needs to justify themselves to you. All right, you can end it.
Who did the edit?
Black Cleaner, where you at, Cuzzo?
I'm right here. Yeah, so what did y'all think about that? I mean, salute to Ronan the Travers for getting at the my first troll. I never really had a troll get on the stage before, but I did appreciate the fact that, you know, once we saw that the troll got in there, everybody got on code and got him out of here.
Well, there were a couple people trying to calm my ass down, like, Ronan, no, let me go, motherfucker, let me go. Leave me alone. Let me get this motherfucker.
Well, I wanted to point out the displacement of white people in Australia. That's what I wanted. But that night I was a little bit in my bag. I ain't gonna lie, because that chimping out shit really triggered me.
I knew it was coming. It was just a matter of time, and he was trying to do it on O2O. O2O wasn't necessarily biting, and I was like, I'm tired of playing the game. So then that's when I jumped on him. I was like, nah, man, I know where you're going with this, and I'm not going to let you get there.
So hold up, where everybody else at? What's going on with the screen? This
nigga he hasn't brought me back.
Can you hear it? Can you hear me?
No, you got to bring up a different screen though.
Yeah,
we can hear you. You just got us all down though.
I can still hear everybody.
Hold on, yeah. Let me take y'all, put y'all back on the screen. That's probably what it is.
Just don't block me, please. Don't block me anymore.
Hold on 1 second. Did that work?
Yeah, we're all up.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that video's already got like 10K hits.
Wow, okay.
They like seeing me go off for some reason. I don't know. I'm usually a nice guy, but that one.
World star.
I like
now
that.
you world
I like
star
that. I'm for that energy, Ronan. Let's go.
I ain't say nothing. I'll let you go. Like,
get your ass up out of here, motherfucker.
I mean, you were cooking them on the financial side. I just had to cook them on the other side.
He can get beat up anyways. I'm cool with it. I'll let you go off. I ain't say nothing.
Yeah, you had them baked on the financial side, man.
So I was like, you can get 2 ass whoopings. That's cool with me.
Thank you. We 6 hours in, and when you sit down and you watch this, just know you chimed into Real Talk with Nate, the Black Cleaner, every Mondays at 8, live on YouTube. Let's go.
Right.
You here for the long haul? Because we went to 5 a.m. the last time, King.
Oh yeah, I definitely can't do that.
Nah, I'm about to tap out.
Hey, I'm good. It's
Y'all
only
probably about to
2:28 in the
get like
afternoon.
another like 20
I
minutes
don't-
out of me, and I'm out of here.
All right, cool.
It's only
I'm trying to
2:28
get
in the
my
afternoon.
watch hours in, so I appreciate everybody that's
I'm getting
still
my second
rocking
win.
with.
What you mean? What you mean?
Hit
Come
the
on.
like button, subscribe, so we can get this thing monetized here.
How many watch hours do you have right now?
Let's
Low.
go.
I just started, so I'm like at what, almost 40 watch hours so far.
What? We gotta get that. We gotta get you up, man. You
Yeah,
need.
exactly.
You gotta
Yes.
do a collab
Pause.
with a bigger
Like and
audience.
subscribe. Like and subscribe. We gotta get the black cleaner up.
Do
I
a
mean,
collab.
as I said,
Pause.
everybody else
Pause. You gotta say you gotta get the likes up, man.
Don't say
Y'all's
it like
wild
that, man.
out here.
Pause.
Yeah, bro, that's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, it's crazy work. Now, but I'm saying, like, if you did a collab stream with, let's say, like K9, who have like 60, 70 people in there, those watch hours will count towards yours. That's how a lot of people hack the system. They'll just do a collab stream with people they know that have like a sizable audience. So that's kind of like the hack to get them watch something. That's what a lot of these dudes do. In that I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to do, Stuart. I'm running.
I rarely ever do like say when I go onto another person's screen and do a collab screen, but you got to make sure that person is okay with it. But that's a way of doing it. Now me, I rarely do it, but I'm at 8,000 plus watch hours.
Yeah, he did that marathon, so that marathon
was
really
crazy.
got you.
Nah, that's a fact. Had I known that marathon was working like that, I would have still been running it.
How many subscribers did you get from doing the marathon?
It was cool, but the subscriber count didn't reflect
That's the
as
biggest
much.
part.
Yeah, I don't think lives are great for watch hours and not subscribers. If I'm being honest, just from my experience.
Highlights are the best. The shorts will push them back over to the live. You know what I'm saying? So that one short, I have it linked to the actual broadcast.
Okay.
But let's keep it a buck too. How many people is going to sit up and watch a 6-hour live? Like people do that over there, but it's only people that's really consider themselves a part of this community. You know what I mean? You're not going to have a new person come up and watch 6 hours of your live. I'm not going to say that's impossible. It's just unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a certain person, like a truck driver or a nurse or somebody who's actually going to sit there and watch.
Right.
That's what happens. A lot of guys, they'll get back on the road or they work at night and they'll go and pull up your live and they'll let it run while they're working in the background. I get that all the time.
What I've noticed some people would do is like they'll drop shorts as they're live streaming, and then those shorts, because when you're live streaming, it shows that red emblem over your name. So if they scrolling through the short, they'll see that you're live, and if they like the short, they might hop in the live. So that's kind of like the hack to get new people into your live. You drop the shorts while you're live, so you edit some shorts up, and then drop a couple shorts while you're actually live.
I just do it right afterwards. So the minute I get off, if I know there was a hot conversation or a real hot moment, I'll clip up just that one moment and put the link on the short to go to the live for replay.
So like this channel I have is only, but I have another channel that I use for long form because the YouTube algorithm kind of messed up.
You have your own channel, Stoic?
Yeah, it's Unfriendly Stoic Live and then Unfriendly Stoic TV. I'm more active on the live channel. I don't do much live. I drop a lot of shorts on there, just like showing my travel journeys and whatnot. Like what I do as an expat. I'm kind of like somewhere between the expat and the digital nomad. Because I do frequent other countries, but like I have a base in like 2 countries, Vietnam and Cambodia.
And you in Cambodia or Vietnam right now?
I'm in Cambodia right now, but I was in Vietnam like maybe 30 days ago.
I gotta get a look at your channel real quick. We kind of, I need to pass.
So I'm actually trying to start. When you go to Unfriendly Stoic TV, I got a couple long form videos, like 3. But that's kind of where I want to start really hitting some long form videos on that channel, and then do shorts and live streams on this channel, the Unfriendly Stoic Live. That's like the way I want to kind of structure it.
When again, to subscribe to your channels.
Appreciate that.
You gotta speak up a little bit, brother.
Yeah, these headphones are trash, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I might switch to my iPhone. Like, I'm on panel on my iPhone. The microphone is better on my iPhone. And I got these
You got to try to get you a Turtle Beach headset, man. Those work pretty good.
Yeah, I got the Apple.
Yeah, when you're traveling, man, it's kind of hard to get what you want. But I purposely planned when I moved over here. I brought a Pelican case with all my equipment in it that I was going to be using for my lives. But I shrunk everything. I have a portable PC that's like super fucking small, but it's powerful. And then I have a regular keyboard, but I got my Rodecaster Dual. I use a GoPro camera because it doubles, as my main camera for 4K and when I go out and do content.
Okay. Let me check your channel. I think I'm already described Ronin Travels. I noticed there was 2 different Ronin Travels.
Yeah, there's Ronin the Traveler, and he's in DR, and I'm in the Philippines. But he used to actually be called Ronin the Wandering Traveler, but somehow he shorted his name right around the time. So everybody started getting confused. Like, aren't you? No, I'm the other one. Y'all look. Yeah, we're probably related. We're both family from Louisiana area. So.
Yeah, I think I messaged him thinking it was you the other day.
Oh, I get it all the time. I get it the other way though. They're thinking I'm him. And then I'm like, no, that's the other one. That's the one in DR. Just think of it that way. Ronin the Traveler is in DR. Ronin Travelers is in Philippines.
Shout out to Stay High. Salute to the Black Cleaner and the panel.
Salute to Stay High. What it do, good brother?
Okay. You want to come up on the panel? Feel free. Let me know. Matter of fact, I'll just drop the link in here.
Tay girl, what does that mean? We have to stop negating our experiences because others experience too. Don't dismiss our plight.
Shout out to Taker.
Right, what does that
mean? A lot of
Hmm.
messages. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I like that. I like what you're saying. I just don't understand the last part.
Right.
Yeah. Bro just dropped he just dropped the link, Taker. If you want to pull up, feel free to.
I'm about to switch devices, so my audio is low.
Yeah.
Oh, good, bro.
Here's the thing. My thing is, my goal is not to be on here arguing with people, but the way that I feel, a lot of times I do feel strongly that way. But I'm not so stubborn to where if you backing up everything you saying with proof and stuff like that, I'm not so stubborn.
Damn,
to
Charlie,
where,
did you do that on purpose?
do what?
Use the word stubborn.
I did.
Wasn't that the whole thing O2O was getting?
Listen, I did. I was gonna interchange.
I think it was indirectly like you use that word just on purpose, just to go.
No, shout out to Darnell because I have talked to Darnell in the back office before, and I think Darnell is actually an intelligent human being,
Very.
but just because you a rocket scientist don't mean that you understand all other concepts of everything. You know what I
I'm not a
mean?
rock. I'm not a rocket
bro.
scientist, so
Sir, I
I only
wasn't
have a high.
indicating that you were. That was just an example. I
Right,
wasn't
but
saying
I
that you were.
understood
Gotcha.
what you said. Kool Keem understood what you said because you could be book smart and have no knowledge of simple things.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying, brother. Appreciate that. So,
That's
darkness.
pretty.
At no time
That's
have I
pretty
ever
right
mistaked you for a rocket science, sir. So you don't have to
Hey,
worry about
I
that.
believe that's another slap too.
I know, right?
All right. How's my audio now? It's better?
You good? Yeah, you clear.
Okay, perfect.
That's another thing. You can't even give a brother a compliment nowadays without him giving you pushback. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're gonna say
No,
pause. They're gonna
no,
pause.
I mean, it's not, I'm not offended or nothing. I just want to make it perfectly clear, especially to the audience. I only have a high school diploma. Okay, so
No, from a
you
lot
know.
of your points, we yeah, we get that. But I'm just saying, like, from
That
me
was funny.
talking to you, I think
Wow,
he is an
that's
intelligent
crazy
man,
work.
especially on the on like say financing and things of that nature. We had a decent conversation in the back office, so I do think he is of an intelligent man. But a lot of point, I'm saying all of that to say a lot of points that he make don't have legs. Down south, we would say that dog don't hunt.
I'm not paneled up. I'm just talking.
I say,
I'm about to fall asleep in like 2 seconds on this shit.
All right, King. Well, it was great having you. We'll see you on the next one. Tune in next
Yo,
week. It was good.
I ain't tapping out yet. Get out my business. I was just talking in the background.
He said,
I
I ain't
should
the
have
weak
muted
link.
real quick.
He's like, I ain't the weak link. You ain't gonna get me to tap out.
Right, I'm here.
Bang. Remember Robin Harris? You over there at the girl's house trying to make sure the dude, the little kid, fall asleep so you can go in there and get some. He got you up till like 5 o'clock in the morning. Now you start yawning, and the little kid look at you and say, "Can't hang, huh?"
Hey,
No.
speaking of that too, it's a little bit off topic, but I think kids come out C blockers, bro. Cause whenever that happened to me and I was over at Chick crib and we were trying to wait till the little one went to sleep, it's like they went on a marathon, bro. Like
He set you up because he probably fed that kid coffee before you got there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's a game.
I guess, cause I'm gonna fall asleep. Shit, I don't
She wanted to see your dedication level.
I
She
guess.
doesn't
No,
see
she
how
just
long
wanted
you
some of
gonna
your
hang out.
weed. That's it. Yeah, remember Keem? We went over this chick's house. This was back in the days when the party line was still in style. So we met these chick. I met this chick on the party line. They live not too far from Keem. I don't
Damn,
smoke,
a
but
while
Keem
ago.
smokes.
Jeez.
So I go get Keem. We go over there. We match a
God bless
blizz.
God
We
bless
sitting
you.
there watching Powerpuff Girls. And as soon as she finished, smoking the weed or whatever, as you said, the little kids wanted to continue watching something. And at that time, I just knew what it was. I was like, all right, King, let's go. Because I don't see nothing else coming from this. She just wanted some free weed. Let's go.
Two of y'all went over, so it was a 2-on-1?
Huh?
It was a 2-on-1?
It was a what?
That's actually a legitimate question.
Was it a 2-on-1? Because you never said it
What
was
were you
another
thinking?
female. You just
Oh no,
said
there was another. I'm sorry, there was another female there. It was just She had a wing woman with her.
King was backing you up.
Yeah, King was
Who's
my
the wingman?
wingman this time. Usually I'm Keem's wingman, but this time he was my wingman. And but
Did he
chick
sell
was
you down the
nowhere.
river? Was she a decent looking woman, or did he sell you down the river for like a? I don't want to say that. You know what I'm saying?
He probably don't
I'm
even
gonna
remember.
be the best wingman that I can possibly be in that situation. Even if she's a ugly, I might still laugh and joke and try to find something to grasp in the moment to hold it down for Cuzzo.
Nice word, grasp.
Right.
No, we come from that era. It's called taking one for the team. Like these kids,
That's
these
exactly
youngsters
what it's
nowadays.
called, brother. Taking one for the team.
Yeah, and I've been the man that took one for the team, and sometimes my homeboys. We just know that the mission is for somebody to win. You know what I mean?
Somebody to win.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But you was right about that though. Like we laughing, but you wasn't lying though. Like it just brought back memories, man.
See, and I'm only saying that because in that situation, me as a top tier wing guy, you know what I mean. I done got awards for being a wing guy. Me and the little one, me and the chick would have ducked off, like say either ducked off while y'all was with the little one, or y'all could have ducked off while we was watching TV with the little one. But somebody got to win. We're not leaving here with like Denzel Washington say, we leaving with something.
You're saying somebody got to distract the kids, basically.
Somebody got to distract the kids, right? You know what I mean? It's a team effort. We can't get in here and it's every man for himself.
Somebody needs to go read her story real quick.
But then again, it all depends on the night. We know them kids better be asleep by about 10:30, 11 o'clock. They asses better be laid down.
Preppy girls then, because sometimes them kids be up partying, goddamn it, around with the adults. We drinking. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and we got a little man walking around in his pamper.
Not little man, dang.
Not right. My nigga said little man. Little man walking around with the soggy diaper that been on his ass all day.
You know what I mean?
I was just getting ready to say, God damn it, Ronan. I was just getting ready to say that shit.
But then little man look like he should be changing his own goddamn diaper.
Grown ass man with stubble on his face. And a baby diaper. Get ready to light up a stogie and looking at you like can't hang, huh?
Y'all ain't right. Now we sound like we stereotyping. You niggas ain't shit.
I'm just speaking from experiences. And listen, I got some experiences, bro. Like where you got these dudes, they super player, this, that, and the third. I said, man, I done went through my life to where I done brung the chick I was messing with. I done brung her mama, goddamn it, fifth of Hennessy. No, not a fifth, but something like a pint of Hennessy and a pack of Newport, the box, because you know they particular about that.
They did you like Fridays. Make it work.
Yeah. She gonna stay with the kid for 4 hours. You just bring that, you good. You got you a babysitter. But at 4 hours and 5 minutes, she's finna be calling that girl phone. Where you at? Like, damn, all right. We been there. I've been there.
You set that timer.
Yep. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt and threw it in the garbage.
You should have done it 4 hours. You doing something wrong.
Yeah. 4 hours is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Like
that's a lot of work.
That's
a whole construction job.
If it took you 4 hours to figure it out, I can't even blame him, bro. I ain't lying. I gotta blame y'all, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't want to get weird on y'all, but
oh shit, here we go. What you about to say?
So throughout your travels and your interactions in different countries, have you ever been approached and know the type of situation you was in where, you know, they say in some places throughout the world, the guys look better than the girls.
Oh, man. Yeah, you weirding us out, man. You sounding like KB now.
That is crazy.
Nah, because
you talking about Thailand?
Nah, I'm just talking about period. Throughout the world, period. You know, they say that about Miami. The guys look better than the girls. Have you ever been in a situation where you...
Let me ask you that. My apologies. Go ahead. I thought you was done.
have you ever been in a situation where you felt that you might the person in front of you was dealing with might be trying to fool you?
No.
Ooh, no.
Well, what do you?
No.
No.
What do you mean trying to fool you though?
Bruh, come on, man. You got to be a little quicker than
Adam's
that.
apple.
You
You want us to spell it out for you?
A Decepticon. How about that?
Oh,
Exactly. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
No, sir. That has never happened to me.
Nah, but I'm just saying, I'm speaking on me.
That
I would
happened.
like you could never get me with that, like, cause I'm nut checking. I don't give a fuck.
That's crazy.
Checking for
If
veins in
I'm
your
dealing,
head.
if I'm in a situation where I'm interacting with somebody, and you respectfully allow me to make sure that you ain't got the same genitalia that I got,
wow,
then that's gonna happen. Anybody trying to be deceitful. Anybody trying to be deceitful is gonna be like, nah, nigga, you better back the fuck up off me, nigga.
What if she's a woman that don't want her body violated like that, bro?
But see, but
Well,
also,
listen, in that
It must be getting
situation,
late over there. Y'all talking.
in that scenario, like,
They don't
I'm
want
not
to
trying to
wait.
violate you. I'm just trying to respectfully make sure I'm safe.
Wait, cool though. Is that preference or programming?
Oh shit,
At least he's trying.
nigga, that's programming. That's programming right there. That's programming, bro.
But I'm gonna be real with you. It sometimes they got the gash now too, man. Some of them, you know, 'cause
It's
nah,
hard,
for
man.
real. Especially like you go to some of these in Latin America, you go to some of these massage parlors, and you be thinking that you dealing with Consuela, and you dealing with a fully transformed Conan.
All right, so let's talk about that. If
we really about to get weird now. Jesus.
Yeah, that's finna
Hey,
go
somebody's backstage. Watch my channel. Watch my channel backstage. Hit the backstage button.
I'm not gonna be disrespectful with my wordings though, Ronan.
Okay. I'm just scared.
So let's say like the same scenario that the Black Cleaner just created where it's fully transformed. Do you feel violated? Or are you weirded? I'm weirded, period, because that's not what you started as. But how do you feel with the after and the whole full body transformed? There's no you got the same thing I have anymore scenario.
So what are your goals with the relationship? Like when you're dealing with it?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was funny as fuck, bro. I'm just trying to make conversation, dog. I'm super heterosexual. I'm out here raising kids, so you know that's not me personally, but you know there's a motherfucker out there that might like that shit.
Yeah, the only person I was backstage was Unfriendly Stoic trying to get back on.
I don't know. Watch my channel says backstage.
Like, have any of you guys ever watched The Shy?
Yeah, I watched The Shy. Are you talking about?
The
Big Brother? He was into. He had a boat thing that was on that Transformer more than meets the eye on that Optimus Prime. Yeah, he had an Optimus Prime. Yeah,
right.
Optimus Prime.
Didn't you guys accuse me of always changing topics and stuff like that? How do we get on this?
All right, so Ronan, let's spin the block because I might have went a little bit too deep for you niggas right now, but I'm real rap, I'm real talk.
I don't generally say pause, but that's warranted pause.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's late for him, bro. He's been saying some pause words.
Yeah, he over there in delirium. He over there in delirium from lack of sleep, just saying anything.
Yeah. He wanted to get Black Cleaner up and stuff of that nature, and then the whole.
Yeah, whatever, niggas.
He can tap out. What was we talking about? Tap or snap? They say you in the UFC that get you in that. It's a tap or snap. Right now, that's where where Keem is at. He's in tap.
No,
and
no.
snap.
When it
And
comes
right
to
now,
like
he's
say
too
mix,
snap.
yeah, when it comes to mix, it's either two reasons. When a person gets you in a particular hold, it's either tap or nap, or it's either tap or snap. You gonna get choked out, or you gonna get a limb, bro. Your decision. Oh yeah,
All
no.
right,
Go ahead.
whatever, motherfuckers. Let's see who tap out first.
Nah, you didn't tap out.
I'm
You
tapping
snapped
real
out.
fast.
He done snapped. It's my
I
cousin, and I
snapped.
love him. Yeah, you
All
talking
right.
about that? Oh my God! Whoa!
What
Pause,
did I?
take a pause for the
That's a whole
cause.
conversation for a whole nother panel. I get it, but what the fuck,
Yeah,
nigga?
for real, for real.
I think
We
Liz
got me
went to
6 hours in. We almost 7 hours in, bro. What the fuck? We gotta. What else is there to talk about? Shit.
Liz made a good point.
We don't have to talk about Transformers. I mean,
Yeah, it's a myriad of things other than that we could talk about, brother.
Yeah, see, me and Darnell agree right now.
Right, y'all
do-
never agree.
Oh
See, now,
shit.
hey, look, y'all having this conversation. I'm the only one on camera. Y'all, fuck all y'all right now.
So go on,
Right,
chime
cause
in,
nigga,
Ronnie. What's your
it ain't,
standpoint?
bro. It's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning, Ronan. What time is it where you at, bro?
It's only 2 something in the afternoon, bro. I got all
Right,
day
so
in the
you live. You about to fucking go get you another coffee and shit.
My lady's waiting to cook for me. What you mean? She downstairs, like, let me know when you're hungry.
Nigga, it's 2:55 right now where I'm at in the morning.
Yep, I'm exactly 12 hours ahead of you.
It's daytime over here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your the support from my cousin and all of you all on the panel.
Absolutely.
I'm glad that I've been making it interesting enough for you all.
Definitely got interesting.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, well,
Right.
as I said, this one I wanted to be able to, unpeel the layers. So really, what this whole thing was about, as we know, was when I had the issue on Charlie Chan TV's panel when they was asking me about the whole why don't I like mestizos and blancas? Why is every time they was calling me a racist? And so I was just like, oh well, let's talk about it. So this is the real reason for the panel, because I just wanted to set the record straight. It's really not that I don't like mestizos, or I just saw that there was a colorism bias that's going on in Latin America, and I'm aware of it, and I just chose to be able to stand on the same side with my sisters, with my Afro-Latinas. That's it. It's not that I dislike, because if there was one that was meeting my preference, that was, a crystal chick, and I was feeling her, I'd go for her. But for the most part, a lot of them, they're just with the mainstream, and I'm not with the mainstream. I'm not with the chick who's going to be wearing a silky weave and listening to Bad Bunny and Daddy Yankee. That's not what I like. I want a chick who I can go, and she got locks in her hair, or her hair is natural. And she
Did you say Bad Bunny? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he did.
Definitely said Bad Bunny.
That's not what I'm for. I want to be able to go to the jazz club or go to a neo soul spoken word event and be able to go chill with my and drink some wheatgrass.
Man, he said wheatgrass. Oh hell.
He want an earthy black woman.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
That don't mean that I'm anti.
One nigga said an earthy black woman. That's funny.
Black. But everybody was jumping on me. Nah, I think you against white. I don't think you like white people. Nah, I don't dislike white people. I like the white people who listen to hip hop. I'll chill with an Eminem and a Yellow Wolf.
Hey, but
That's how it's always been when growing up. Even when I was going to the all-white school, when we had the lunch tables, all of the white folks sat at their table, and all the black folks sat at our table, and then we'd have an occasional, white dude who liked hip hop come over to our table and sit with us and chill, and we would just talk hip hop.
Speaking of that, did you ever have one of those so-called down white dudes that just they be doing too much, they be trying to act a little too extra? Did you ever run into that?
Shit. Cuzzo, we were just talking about that. And now my analogy of that was I can't stand, you know, someone of the opposite race walking around and you trying to act like your black is blacker than my black.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is super weird to me.
Well, I feel you. I feel you, King. But like in this, but in addition to, like, say I stay in Minnesota, to where a white person will say something around me, and you got another white person that'll be more offended than I am. Like,
I've seen that too.
Yeah, that's kind of
Oh
crazy.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro.
Like, Sebastian, chill. He just asked how it was going, bro. Like, calm down. No, fuck that. Like, all right, man. All right, that it is what it is. Look, I ain't gonna lie to you guys, and it's gonna come off wrong. Sometimes I enjoy seeing white on white crime. I ain't gonna lie to you. So it is.
Right. I'm not mad at that either, bro.
What's good, Jay man?
Like statistically, white people, when you look at crime, it's usually white on white or black on black, because people are generally around their own race. So it's kind of like
those are proximity crimes.
Yeah, it's more like how I put it. Like it's a false narrative that like black on black crime is a thing. When you look at most crime as a whole, it's usually same race. It's the same for both black and white people. Is what I'm saying, as far as crime. Yeah. So it's like look at the crime statistics. It's like white people are unaliving white people and black people are unaliving black people. But it's not because there's a specific issue in the black community. It's because they live near each other. These are, you're more likely to get bodied by somebody you know, or is in close proximity to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my question to that is, and I think
so
Ronan
there is a lot of, and that's what I was saying before. Is like there's a lot of false narratives that are pushed, and then that's where a lot of the the immigrants that might be basing their thought process on false narratives, kind of thing.
Yeah, but at the same time,
we kind of have to change the people's understanding on of those false narratives, and then that could end a lot of the back and forth shit in my mind at least.
Yeah, but at the same time though, Ronan and Fearless, they actually did an episode about this, about crime and stuff, and basically I used my city, my city, Phoenix.
Silent or is audio crapped out?
Say, what's that?
My audio.
Okay. So Ronan and Fearless did an episode on this before. I use my city as an example. We have a very low black population, but Fearless has said, that it is an issue. It is predominantly where a lot of blacks seem to have a lot more issues in the black community. And it actually encouraged me to look up the crime statistics on the FBI. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, from what I saw, it's like, okay, 1 out of 3 of us will go to state or federal penitentiary system, in our lives. 1 out of 3. When you look at whites, it's 1 out of 5. And then I even went further and looked in the demographics of women. Black women, 1 out of 10 black women will go to state or federal penitentiary. Do you know, for white women and Latino women, is only 2%. 2%.
2 out of 100.
Okay, well, I think that's also up under his story. That kind of fall up under like that term, not his story, but his story, on the simple fact that there's a difference between sympathy and empathy. You see what I'm saying? That's why you can have these white teachers touching on these students and they get a slap on the wrist. You see these white female teachers, because it's not looked at as a crime, but had it been A black male teacher in the same situation, he would have got the book thrown at him. The people that are making the rules are also fudging the numbers.
There's a white lady that just went to jail. She got sentenced to 15 years for making a.
Yeah, there's a lot of them now that are going to jail now. I
Well,
mean,
well, it
things
was
have
just
changed.
two of them. It was just two of them, and from my last check on it, they got a slap on the wrist, and I think they were sleeping with the same guy.
Nah, they
recently.
they getting some serious. Things are starting to change, man. They're getting some serious jail time, but
Just by the implications, you said starting to change, which means that it hasn't like fully took on. There's never started to change for a lot of people of color. It's just been that way.
Well, to be honest with you, I haven't seen a black female teacher ever get caught with one of her students. I haven't. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I don't see it. It's usually, if it's a female with a male minor, typically they're from what I've seen, white women.
And that's been going on. That's my point exactly. That's been going on throughout history. But when you look at the statistics of that, how many of those get convicted and get sent to jail?
Yeah,
I can ask Google that.
I don't want to go there. I'm gonna use Google.
I can ask Google that
because it could be like.
I mean, I couldn't.
It could be the sisters are already used to it, and the white girls are more curious. If you get what I'm saying.
I don't. Elaborate. Is it going to bed? Y'all have a good night. Shout out to you, Liz.
What you mean?
Right.
I like that you guys
Liz,
have a female audience.
tuning in. Liz, make sure you come back next week. Same time, same place.
Oh, wait, is Stoic in the back, or is that from before? Yes, from before.
Yeah, that was from before.
I'm just saying they're a little more curious on the cross cultural benefits of a black man versus a sister that's already knowing. What you gonna be? Why does she need to experiment?
Well, I think those can be two different scenarios, because when we're talking about teachers in school, those are kids. How curious can you be about a child?
If she ain't treating him as a child, believe that.
But if it was a male, that person would be sick. We wouldn't just be like, oh, they're not as a child to them. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get that. I get it. If it was a black man and he was slaying a whole bunch of other little, come on, man, stop. We know what's up.
Exactly.
Because that's the first thing that comes in their minds, right? So in adverse, if a YT or Latina had never experienced a black man specifically, and she got this young little kid up in there that's like, still slanging, she's gonna be curious.
I gotta give you pushback on that though, Ronnie.
Yeah, I don't really want to get in this conversation with any kind of pushback. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, we can move on.
It's a theory, because I ain't trying to get us demonetized on that part of the conversation, on the details of it all.
No, I agree, but in my opinion, these are children that we're talking about. So I just land there.
What was your greatest dream as a child, especially if you had a cute looking teacher?
You already know what it is, man.
That's the point.
I get what you're saying. The little boy is a hero.
Most of the prison guards and everybody's high-fiving the little kid. Exactly. And I'm saying kid for real, because he got the explore fantasy that most men didn't get to do.
Agreed.
Now, the teacher's wrong for doing it, but it's still something that's always in a teenager's mind as far as young men.
I agree.
On exploring that.
And I would even go as far as to say, like I said, we don't have to dig in on that. So I'll just land there, because I can go into a whole soliloquy about it.
Thank you.
Hey, I found a demographic where blacks, we winning. This says racial demographics and teacher sanctions. So this is where percentage-wise, whites make up they're basically the bad guys here, 57.1%, versus Hispanic teachers, 26.7%, black teachers, 13.5%.
There you go. And I like the pride in your voice when you say that, because any other time you be on the opposite end of the spectrum. So what the hell, Darnell? This is a win for you.
Okay. Now I have been trying to break it down by. Now here's
you can take back the. Go ahead.
No. This isn't about race. This is about gender. So when it comes to gender, male teachers still account. Somebody's microphone's like popping, man.
I think that might be Ronan.
Nope, I'm not doing anything. It's probably Black Cleaner. But go ahead.
Yeah, so it says male educators still account for 85 to 90% of all reported educator sexual misconduct cases.
Of course.
Female educators account for 10 to 15% of overall reported cases. However,
that's the key word in that whole line: reported cases.
I was just going to say that, Ronan. You beat me.
How many boys are going to complain about that versus girls?
Mm-hmm. The boys trying to prolong it.
I just told you it's one of the boys' number one things on their hit list growing up as a child, as a young man in high school. If you had a cute teacher, she was definitely on that list, especially during that age of you coming into your own, smelling yourself, feeling yourself, and there she is. Every day in the room.
But even so, the impact is still. I mean, even for cases that are unreported, at best, you're looking at maybe about 25%.
They're unreported. So
here's the thing: you broke down how many women did it by ethnicity. What about men?
No, not women. No, not women. Or excuse me, I didn't break it down by ethnicity when I did the gender one.
No, I'm talking about. You said the women. You said it was 60 something, 17, and 12. Or something
that was racial. That was racial.
Yeah,
so
that's ethnicity, bro.
Correct, but that's white men and
I was trying to say it that way. So then you didn't break down the men's ethnicity of the ones that violated. White, black, and Hispanic or whatever. You didn't break that one down.
I don't have those
It's
numbers.
funny how you can find the women's, but you can't find the men. Because if it was all black men, believe me, that stat would be right there.
Talk about it.
Get what I'm saying?
No. When I broke down the educators, I said male educators and female educators. It said male account for 85 to 90% of all reported educator sexual misconduct cases.
But female then in the male category, how many of those male teachers were white? How many were black, and how many were other cultural ethnic breakdown? What is that?
Yeah, it doesn't give me that information. And this is according to the National Institutes of Health.gov.
Interesting, huh?
I mean, it's tough. Maybe if I keep looking, maybe I can find it,
The implication is it's a male thing that happens more times than women, but yet and still most likely of those males, I would say a high majority of them would be what?
White.
Thank you. It's convenient how they leave out statistics that by reason would be higher adverse reporting against white than if it was like, if you say crime, what are they going to say? Oh, more black people. No, that's actually a lie. It's more white people statistically. But they try to make it seem like what? More black people commit crimes.
Yeah, I think that's because it's based on percentage of population is why they do that. When you talk about percentage of population, like I said, 1 out of 3 black men do end up, and this is according to the FBI, will end up in state or federal penitentiary system.
Is that so? So we got 6 men on this panel right now. How many of you gentlemen been to the federal penitentiary?
None, unless I was going to visit.
I never even been to visit.
They scared the shit out of me enough that I wouldn't even want to go back. and that was just for church. I was like, nah, I don't need to be in the church going to the prison. Sorry.
Cool,
No
King.
federal penitentiary for me.
I've never
Unless you're
been in
talking
a
about the
federal
military brig.
penitentiary. You know, I've done a couple of skid bids in my life, month here, month there, but nah, no more than that.
County don't count. County doesn't count. Just state and federal.
So, just by your definition, Darnell, you the only person that been to the penitentiary.
No, I haven't been to the penitentiary.
What? So you are pushing a statistic that don't even apply to you, because we have 6 men on this panel. So by that statistic, at least one of us should have been to the penitentiary, right?
The sample size is small.
At least 2 of us.
Okay, yeah, that's why it should have been 2 of us. That okay, and neither one of us. Oh man, what are we seeing?
You know, due to me, throughout my lifetime, I always just got missed. I'll be that dude that day I didn't go to the spot and the spot got raided. Type of just got missed.
That's called a blessing of God trying to keep you
That
alive.
to me as well. No, what's supposed to be is gonna be. You know what I mean? Just like it's people that jump out of an airplane, their parachute don't open and they live, and this person that step off a step the wrong way and they delete it. So what will be will be. But at the same time, I'm not finna listen to like 1 in every 3 black men has been in the penitentiary. I know plenty of black people that hasn't been to the penitentiary. And I know it came out wrong, but my facts still stand. I know.
But what was the percentage for white men in that same?
1 out of 5, 20%.
Yeah, but here's where everything gets skewed. If we're only 12% of the population and 1 of every 3 go, versus a higher population of white people, which 1 every 5 go, who's really overpopulating the prison?
That's a
It ain't
man
us.
for your ass.
It definitely ain't us. It definitely
ain't us.
Yeah, it's going to be
I think,
the whites.
I think they
but
say
that's
we make
because
up
they're-
30% of.
Because
We make
whites
up
are
30% of federal.
You're not talking about me, Bobby. Me no prisoner. No.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to a federal or state prison.
Man, I never.
Yes, so every man on this panel stand proud.
You see what I'm saying? Because when it's his story, according to his story, black people are the most violent people.
Well, that part. Well, that part. That's the narrative that's being pushed by white supremacists and hell.
Social
We
media.
see it. Social media. We see it now with the Chud the Builder thing. Notice how Chud the Builder is a victim. According to these white people.
Actually,
Chud
Chud the Builder actually helped the narrative in a sense. You think about it, because he's been harassing black people for quite some time, and look how long it took him before somebody actually retaliated with violence. It took him a long time.
Exactly.
Yeah, but look at how and Charlie Chan. I think we talked about this a few weeks ago on your channel. But notice the narrative. But notice the narrative here. You know what I'm saying? With blacks, again, it's we as a collective. When it comes to whites, hell, at this point, he ain't even. They're not even saying, "Oh, he's a lone wolf" or "he's crazy." At this point, they're saying he's a victim in this thing.
Bro, what I tell people, even Paris Hilton will say she had a hard life. Come on now.
You said Paris Hilton, what now?
She'll say she had a hard life.
You're like fading in and out. You start out strong and then fade.
No, I'm joking.
You said Paris Hilton had a hard life growing up?
She would say that. She would say that she had a hard life growing up. And I'm not here to debunk that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, from people that have actually had hard lives, they would have traded their lives 1,000 times over for the life they.
Yeah, I think she actually did say that too.
You thought I just pulled that out of the air?
No, I'm not.
I mean,
no, I'm not. I'm not accusing you of
subjective,
pulling that.
subjective because even though she had money, you don't know what she went through. She could have been one of them Epstein Island. You know what I mean? Like,
but how hard is a wealthy girl's upbringing? That's subjective.
Where
because
anything
she went through, most likely some poor kid wouldn't have bothered them at all.
Right. It wasn't. That girl don't know nothing about no damn struggle.
She's the heir of the Hilton, hotels. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Everybody has struggles. Everybody has rich people, poor people.
It's just different levels. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't deny that. I mean, it's been proven that rich people, affluent people, they do have issues with drug and alcohol abuse and things of that nature. So, I mean, they go through issues too. I'm not denying that, but to say like their struggle is the same, or they can relate, or hey, I'm a victim. It's like you look at, the common, the common man or woman, that they're going through 10 times, what you're going through. At least you know what I'm saying? At least you ain't got to worry about where your next meal's coming from. How many children growing up had to worry about where their next meal is coming from, or had to borrow money from their teacher to pay for lunch? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I never experienced that.
Or the parents were so poor, you know what I'm saying, had to drive the church, the kids in the church van to school.
Damn, you think of every bad thing in the world that somebody could go through. Jesus.
If I had seen
programs like they didn't have in-school lunch programs and free lunch programs based on your income, don't they still have those?
They do.
Not from Darnell point of view.
Yeah, didn't they used to have, if you were a poor kid and you could go to school early, that have free breakfast for them?
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, they did.
Even back when you was young.
All these programs are available, so I'm like, these extremes are like crazy wild.
Yeah, no, but those things, they're normal now. But the thing is like, hell, the Black Panthers, for example, they ran a breakfast program, to feed kids in Chicago on the West Coast as well.
I think that was the first one, actually.
Yeah.
The Black Panthers, they pioneered that.
So if schools were doing this, then the Black Panthers would not have had to have done it.
Okay, so you're saying the older generation might have been going through some ish. Like if you were born, let's say you're, what's that, the silent generation? Or
that's us, Gen X. Gen X is
No, silent generation is born 1933 to 1945.
That's the baby boomers, bro.
No,
nope.
baby boomers are 46 to 64. Gen X 65 to 1980.
Okay,
hey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
Pull up I just sent you an infographic you can pull up. Why you take yourself down?
He probably hit the wrong button. He could come back up though.
Yeah, because he getting tired too.
Just don't block.
Hey, Keem say he is not.
Push the button. Just don't block me no more.
I'm say he's not tapping out.
You ain't gonna get me.
Hey, I'm still here, fresh in the flesh. You better believe it.
I believe you in the flesh, but I don't believe you is fresh, because you sound like you done dozed off a couple times on us, brother.
Yeah, whatever, nigga.
Wait, Keem, are you Cape Verdean?
Wow, I sound like I'm Cape Verdean. Cause keep fly. No, I'm not Cape Verdean. I am. It's in my blood, but
Okay.
I'm mixed with a lot of things.
Hey, this statistic is based on what we were just talking about with sexual misconduct. And you can see right there in chart area number 2, where it's the 85% and 72% of female to male teachers. Okay. Now, area 4 is the one that I wanted to know. Break it down by ethnic type of teacher. 80% are white, 9% Hispanic, 6% black, and then Asian and others are 2%.
So I should have tried to smash my white teachers, is what you're telling me when I was in high school. Like,
Yo, she
You had a
probably
better
would
shot
have
at
now.
them. You had a better shot at the white ones.
Oh,
Hey,
y'all ain't right.
statistically speaking.
Yeah, statistically speaking.
statistically speaking.
You know, I like to keep it on the fact. So
No,
I
with
like to
that
keep it
being
on the
said,
fact.
that time I felt like I had sexual chemistry with my teacher. It was
Go ahead, Black Cleaner. You can bring us back up now. I just wanted to put the statistical facts out there, you know.
That's only because Ronan was smashing his teachers during his day.
Yo, I had a big crush on my kindergarten teacher. My mom used to give me presents to get to her, man. Guess what color she was, bro?
White.
Did your mom know you was giving them to you? Probably was lying to her, talking about, I got this little girl I like.
No, literally, she was helping me buy them too.
And all along it was for a teacher.
But here's the thing. She also was a student. She was a volunteer teacher's aide. And both me and my brother in that school, if we both acted up in that school, it was a time when you could still whoop your kid in the classroom. My mom would have on our legs and make us wear shorts the next day. You were getting clowned if you fucked up in that school.
Man, that's crazy. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you.
Oh, okay. No, at first I didn't see my picture on the screen, so I was just making sure.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yeah. Shoot, man. All right, would you guys, now that you guys are of age,
kind of disarm us black people, don't it?
now that you guys
Be
are
like, what
of
you say?
age,
Like, nah, man, my bad, bro. Yeah.
Y'all gotta stop cutting each other off. Let's find some focus here, brothers.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Oh, you gotta read. Yeah, that's Dean was just talking. But hey, pull up Drew G's last comment. That's real talk. Real talk.
Let me see the comment.
Very last one. Drew G just.
You got to realize the teachers were smashing students with us when we were in school. They just became teachers. Interesting.
Most of the guys on this panel probably know a teacher or two. Went through the school, got their college degree, and now they teach.
So he's saying, so is he saying that those quote unquote victims became teachers themselves and repeated the cycle?
It seemed like he was referring to that, but I think he's saying that you got to realize the teachers that are in play right now in schools were kids that you guys grew up and went to school with, and now they're back in school teaching the next generation and smashing.
So it's the kids that we went to school with that are I agree.
The teachers now.
Yeah.
Like, yo, hold up. Why are we even talking about smashing teachers? Because that shouldn't even really be a real life thing.
It came up in the top of the conversation. I just gave out the fact.
Oh, I'm hip. But yeah.
And that's why I gave
realistic shit.
Because I wanted them to be accurate on the statistics as far as us saying that, because you would assume, they would try to blame it on us.
Right. That's like every nigga in jail smashing a CO.
Right.
The fuck out of here. That's like that's like 1 in a million, nigga. Let's go.
Right.
That was pretty common. Unfortunately, that was pretty common, man.
Oh, here comes Darnell with the devil's advocate. Here comes Darnell.
No, Darnell is shit on that. Every brother in jail is not smashing a CO. Bro,
no, I'm not saying every dude in prison, but that did happen quite a bit. There was a unit, National Guard unit. A lot of them would work in the prisons during their civilian job, but they were a National Guard MP unit. And they were telling me they would lose a lot of female correction officers. They had a real high turnover rate. and I met one. She was a correctional officer up in Nevada. She lost her job. She admitted to me that she was sleeping with an inmate.
Now, here's the thing about women, and
how did it get
it
done? Like, how did they find the time?
Well, here's the thing. I would say that how do you have a woman that might be 5 foot
smashing in the cell? Like, she pulling
but here's the thing. How would you have a woman? Yeah, but Stoic, think about this. How would you have a woman that's 5'2", maybe 5'4"? That's the national average. Working in a prison that you think can handle 6 foot plus, big ass, burly, weightlifting motherfucking criminals without feeling intimidated being around them. How do you know they didn't threaten the fuck out of them and say, hey, you come here and do what you need to do, or I can have you handled in here or outside? Because they ain't gonna get to you quick enough if you get in the wrong area in that prison before a prisoner can actually take her out at 5'4", barely $150 at most. Come on, man. Those dudes are benching 3-4 times that shit. They could throw that bitch across the room. Literally.
I got pushed back on that, Rooney. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of those times,
he said brain clock.
That's just because a lot of those times, those guys in there are game perfect. They got nothing else to do all day but to sit up to think about what to say to those females. They're not forcing those females, so much so to where you got those females that's sneaking in contraband into the prison. If they're so scared of those people attacking them, why is it an ongoing relationship? I actually know people that's very close to me that a female got fired from her job because they thought he had got her pregnant. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of these females are going through this lonely shit out here in the everyday world, and it's a dude that's in jail that works out every day, and he's saying the most perfect thing out of his mouth to her. She's already being neglected in the real world, so he looked like Prince Charming to her. I would believe there's very, very few women that are being forced into it to where they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, because one, in prison culture too, let's face it, like people that are rapists are not responsible. I mean, they are the lowest. I mean, hell, you're in prison, so you're basically your scum. But rapists are like the lowest form of scum. Nobody likes a rapist. So I gotta kind of agree with Charlie Chan. Like, I don't think these women are getting forced. Right
now. Darnell is talking.
Yeah, the audio is messing up again, man.
Yeah, it's most likely because Black Cleaner took himself down, and so did Keen. And usually when that happens, there's a glitch in the software, and it knocks somebody's mic or hearing out.
Yeah, I don't think I could hear Unfriendly Stoic. Was he just speaking?
Yeah, he was just talking too. So Unfriendly, he can't. Charlie can't hear you, and Unfriendly can't hear Darnell. Can you hear me, Stoic?
I can hear you. Usually, what you do is you go to the audio settings, you play around with the audio. And
maybe that's my cue, guys.
He said everybody's tapping out right now, and I can tap out too, man. I got things to do too, so I ain't gonna hold you guys. Keem and Black Cleaner, I know y'all on the other side of the planet. Me and Stoic, we over here on the good side. Y'all over there in the effed up side. But I'm not saying that there's a classism thing. I'm just saying.
Side.
No, what's going on? We back.
Oh, damn, the audio got messed up when
Magmeezy back? Shout out to Magmeezy.
What's going on, y'all?
What's going on, man?
There we go.
All right. Is our Jamaican brother behaving now?
Can you say something so I can make sure?
Oh my days. Wow,
you heard that? Yeah, he could definitely hear that part. So Stoic heard you. He can't hear nobody else.
Yeah, I can't hear Mac.
Yeah, so can Stoic. Stoic can't hear nobody else, but Magnesia come in, he can hear him. Burn his ass up.
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
Yeah, I can hear everybody now.
Yo, Charlie Chan, what's good?
Charlie, can you hear Nat?
No, sir.
He just said what's good.
Oh, what it do, good brother? I'm gonna try to drop down and come back up because I
don't think he understands prejudice.
Cool.
What?
Charlie Chin. He can't. He's not hearing prejudice.
He's taking a shot at Magnesia. That's it. He's just digging at him.
Last thing you want is smoke with me, bro.
Yo. Hey, we got time today.
No, but I come in the name of peace and love. Where's the brother Keem at?
He
bowed out.
He bowed out. He finally tapped out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he's in the backstage, but I'm not letting him up. I'm gonna let him go to sleep. Go to sleep, King. We'll see
Team
you
with the
next
good
week,
hair.
man.
Team with the good hair.
Team with the good grade of hair. Damn. Yeah, I'm just trying to hold on.
He had that Native American in him.
Word. Yo, y'all was talking about the one drop rule.
Yeah. I mean, it came up during our conversations. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
bag
that
test
was earlier.
Both bag test and the one drop rule.
What do you think about the one drop rule?
I mean, human beings are human beings. I don't really care, but that's the white man's inferiority to be so discouraged at the fact that, you know, one of their women might have produced a child that has a black heritage.
Well, I mean, yeah, and you gotta put the standard somewhere. So, you know, you had to define when they created the one drop.
There goes Darnell with that damn devil's advocate. You got to put the standard somewhere. Draw the line of racism.
Well, here's the thing. So
I want to hear what Darnell's point.
If I mean, if you want to define, you want to create a rule where black people can't vote, you know, and stuff like that. Okay, well, what is black? And we had this happen in the Supreme Court case, Plessy versus Ferguson. Okay, Plessy was a man. He was 7/8 white, 1/8 black. All right. He said, you know, the Ferguson railroad car, whatever company, was like, no, you got to go in the colored section. He said, no, I'm more white than I am black. So there was no standard on, okay, well, what is considered white, what is considered black. Basically, they had to create a standard. They had to put a standard somewhere. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. They just had to put it somewhere. And it did become the law of the land.
So that's where the one drop rule came from?
Yep.
I thought that's where separate but equal came from.
Correct.
One drop is not the law of the land because it wasn't in every place in America. It wasn't. It was in certain places. No, it was in certain. It wasn't in all. And it wasn't all the time.
Well, like, because even my father's birth certificate even had colored on it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are, so I don't know.
It says Negro.
Well, fucking Darnell, he's transracial.
God damn, we just making up words now. I'm biracial, multiracial, transracial. God damn. Pick one.
No, it didn't. It's a racial and social construct. And in some places there was legislation and all that, but it wasn't in the whole America.
It was I cited a Supreme Court case.
Yeah, you did.
And it basically became federal. I mean, hell, even in northern states.
But wasn't that separate but equal? Not one drop rule.
That's what I said.
It's the same, but it's the same. It's the same case.
Nah. Come on, Darnell.
It's the same case. Again, Plessy was a man 7/8 white, 1/8 black.
What do you consider him? Do you consider him white or black?
What do he look like?
Well, I guess you can Google his image, but he did kind of look. He did look like a white man, though. But the thing is that no, he's black because the Supreme Court said you black.
He ain't goddamn black.
That's what the Supreme Court said. I'm just saying.
Yes.
I mean, Darnell don't make the rule. Nat Measy don't make the rule. Ronan Travelers don't make the rules.
No, but black people make the rules about who's black and who's not. So
that's who.
says me, a black man. So now, just because the white man didn't want to embrace
Wait.
the
Don't look white at all. Wait a minute. I'm looking at these images. That man's black as all get out. What you mean? Wait. Which one is Plessy?
He said, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it this white dude?
All I see is a black man drinking water. I don't see Plessy.
Yeah, I see.
Hold on. You might have the wrong.
Yeah, but black people. Look, if black is everything, then black is nothing. So you can't give me somebody that's motherfucking almost white and then say that they black and then expect black people to say, yeah, that's us. Fuck out of here. To be black, you gotta have majority of African ancestry, period.
Well, according to the Supreme Court, they beg to differ.
Yeah, well, that's cool, but I'm black, so black people speak up for what black people are.
Okay, you're black, but you called me transracial, so I guess that means I'm not black.
Darnell, you know, we had this conversation a couple years ago, brother.
Yeah, I remember. I remember well.
Been going on that long?
Yeah, I know Darnell for a minute. On here.
They said Plessy was a French-speaking Louisiana Creole person.
There you go, Creole.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, he Creole. He probably light-skinned. Like,
so, and Creoles, Ronan, were Creoles considered black?
It depends on who saw you that day.
Okay. Nah, I appreciate that.
No, once the Louisiana Purchase happened, yeah, it was more so you were mulatto or black, or you had to actually claim or deny your other side of you and go past. They let you choose, but after that, it was over with. You couldn't go back.
Mm-hmm. So, like in South Africa, they would be considered colored, basically, right?
Mm-hmm. No, they came up with mulatto for Creole.
Man, somebody's microphone is cracking hard, man.
I'm trying to figure out which one is damn Plessy. Is it the bald-headed man? I can't tell. All I see is these old black and white. I can't tell who is who.
I found a picture.
Is it the guy with the beard with his hair combed to the side? I don't know.
I think it's the guy with the beard. I think.
Does he look white as hell?
Yeah, but the Supreme Court said he black.
Yeah, so you believe that white guy you're looking at is black, Darnell?
That's what the Supreme Court said.
Nah, see, you keep going. I'm asking you, is he a black man or not?
Yeah.
Yes.
A bullshit.
Hey, again, Darnell does not write the laws. Darnell don't write the laws, Nakmeezy. But the Supreme Court.
Yeah, you don't have to write the goddamn laws. You got to understand the context. The one-drop rule. The real reason that it was created was to protect. It was really for white. The protection of whiteness. It wasn't to define blackness. It was really to say, look, you ain't white if you have a little bit of black blood in you. And they went from all the way down to hexadecaroon, which was like 32% black blood. Then they considered you black. And it was weaponized. White people were set tripping, accusing each other of being hexadecaroons, just to take each other's land and all kind of weird shit. So it's really about racial purity. It doesn't define who black people are from a black person's standpoint. They gotta accept the people that they created, which was multi-generational, multiracials and biracials and mixed people. They created them, motherfuckers, not us.
Let's just be real here. There's no way in hell you could. I don't think anybody could trace their lineage to show if they were 1/32 black, especially back then. I mean, that would have been impossible. Hell, 1/8 was difficult to do, but it was at least doable. Yeah.
All right. Well, Google what a hexadecaroon is. They went all the way to 1/32, some shit like that.
I don't even.
That's how deep they were taking it.
you would have been talking, I don't know, like 3 or 4.
If you look at my thumbnail, there's a Plessy.
Generations.
So what do you guys think? Is he a white man or a black man?
Where is he?
I guess.
Look at my avatar.
Yeah, he looks white as hell. Yeah, that's the one I was looking.
White as hell. He white as shit.
Well, according to
Well,
the
you probably
Supreme
had
Court.
some
There you go.
melanin.
According to my eyes, he's not a black man.
Well, the world does not revolve
he's
around
1/8
Easy's eyes.
black, so you know.
1/8.
Boom.
I see Darnell want
One
smoke
drop
today.
rule.
Yeah. He hopping on
Darnell
everything.
himself is a multi-generational, multiracial person anyway.
So how am I not black? I'm confused.
You part of the golden community, brother.
I'm almost 2/3 black.
Almost.
I'm definitely past. I estimate.
I might have to drop down because you guys can hear me.
No, but Darnell, if you're majority black, then I'll consider you black from a Black American context. Absolutely. I wouldn't try to say because you got white admixture way more than me that you're not a brother. You know what I'm saying? You just got a whole lot of white man in you.
No, well, it does come from both sides of the family, but on my father's side,
here we go.
My great grandfather, he was a German immigrant who married a black woman.
Ooh. So you're a recent.
You're a
recent.
No, my great grandfather married a black woman. That's my great grandfather.
So that means that has nothing to do with slavery. That has to do with or was it slavery? No, because they got married.
I do have an ancestor. I don't now, Nakmeezy, you're not going to believe me on this one, but I did discover on my mom's side of the family, a black man did marry a white woman around in the 1870s.
You got both sides of the house all fucked up.
Don't ask me how the hell that happened. Don't ask me how that happened. I have no idea how that happened.
How you get a black name like Darnell then?
Because both my parents are black. I mean, shit. My father's birth certificate.
I'm just fucking with you, Darnell.
My dad's birth certificate says Negro on it. I mean, shit. What border you want?
They not trying to give you a black card right now, man.
I know. Hey, you know what? That's okay, man. Because I guess I'm gonna go to the white country club then. I'm gonna give me a white woman and low interest loans.
Yeah, use that white privilege, man.
Yes, sir. When I get pulled over, I'm gonna have my white privilege card. Nakmeezy said I'm not black. With my white privilege card.
Hey,
I need to get a military partner so I can get the military loans.
Black Cleaner, pull up the screenshot. I mean the screen share.
Oh damn it! I can't hear Ronan. Hold on, let me play with the audio again.
Ronan wants you to pull up a screenshot.
Yeah, Black Cleaner, you awake?
He's awake.
Yeah, now I can hear Ronan.
I was on the phone. Sorry about that. I was on the phone.
Share the screen share that I got, so y'all can really see. Yes, my name is Alexander. If you don't know that, you can go look at my bio. But
let's see this.
Okay, I'm a nigga. Mali, Nigerian, Ivory Coast, Benin, Togo, Senegal, Central Nigeria, Arcadia. I don't know. That's the French side of me, French Canadian. Cameroon, West Bantu, West Midlands. That's somewhere in England. So there's an England breakdown. Yes, I have some Celtic in me. Did a little bit. Denmark and Iceland. Now my mom is wild because you have, well, percentage wise, it's well over 50-something%.
Let's see. We're gonna.
Oh yeah, break it down.
Welcome to the barbecue. We're gonna kick your ass out.
Run up the numbers. Somebody get the computer out. 14, 14, 11, 9, 3, 2. Let's skip over that. Cameroon 7, Bantu 7. That's all England. That's Celtic. So that's it. That last 7%.
I got 14 times 2. That's 28%. What else we got?
11,
7,
9.
So you got another 14.
3,
so 28
2,
14.
and another 14.
The only thing I got is that he got good hair. That's what it sounds like. He got real good
Oh
hair.
shit. He do got good hair though.
Yes, that makes you 67% black.
Thank you. I'm a nigga.
Well, welcome home, brother. Welcome home. Because I only got 70%, 71 on another one, so I'm barely black myself, but I'm black.
Well, if I switch over to my mom's, she has actually Malaysian in her. I'm like, damn, we must have pirates in our family. You got Malaysian in you. What the fuck? What were you doing way over there?
I mean, yeah, people, we've been moving around and messing with each other for centuries and centuries. I wonder what my breakup looks like, because I'm pretty dark skinned. So.
Let me see if I can pull my mom's up real quick since I'm still
like
here.
Who's that? The Jamaican?
African.
Yeah.
With a 2%.
If it's the Jamaican, you probably
Here's
got
my
named.
mom. Here's my mom's real quick. So Togo, Mali, Ivory Coast, Nigerian, Senegal, Woodlands. She should have more Arcadia, 20%, because that's more of her family side, the Louisiana Creole part. And then she has Bantu, Cameroon. English is pretty high, 17%. German, Maritime, Southeast Asia. Look where that is at. That's why I'm accepted over here.
Yeah.
One little percentage point of Malaysian over here, or Southeast Asian way over here.
Yeah,
and one little point. Just so y'all can, no, I ain't perpetrating a fraud. I'm a brother.
What's up, dude? I'm good. We need to see Darnell's test.
Yeah, Darnell needs to pull.
Yeah. The Darnell, they don't believe you, man.
Nah, I think he's like 30%. I think he's 30% at max. The rest of him is all Aryan. He's all Aryan over there.
They said Darnell from the Aryan Brotherhood. That's crazy.
Hey, let me go get my SS uniform.
Is Darnell speaking? I can't hear him if he's talking.
He did. He said he's going to go get his SS uniform since he's German, part of the Aryan race.
So, all right, you have certain European ancestry, right? Would you, Ronan?
Yeah.
Would you go and get European citizenship if you have access to it?
I don't see why not.
I think it might be worth it. I got British.
I mean, if it was something like if you have a percent by blood type of thing, and they say, hey, you can get a free fucking passport, or at least prove that you have a certain percentage, I'd take advantage of every fucking passport I could get a hold of. Shit.
Yeah, there's just certain countries will allow it if you can like prove the lineage and stuff. So like right now, I got 3 citizenships, just through one birth, obviously, and the other 2 through lineage.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it might be worth checking in and seeing if you could do it, depending on like where your ties are and whatnot.
Yeah, but
I know. I have a friend. He's an American, but he's Italian.
Yo, I just caught him about to say tether, bro. He was about to say tether, Nat. You got him. You got him brainwashed, bro. He said tether. Yes, you were. You had tea out your mouth before you caught yourself.
That's Italian.
Oh, you said Italian. I heard tea like you were about to call your boy a tether.
Nah. Wait, can Italians be tethers? Because then isn't a tether have to be black?
Nope.
Oh, so it could be anybody that attaches himself to the culture.
Immigrant, yeah.
Well, you have black Italians. They call those are called Sicilians.
They grew up in Brownsville or something. And
well, as I said, you got black Sicilians.
They've been with their brothers their entire life. So
they in denial of that. They don't want to hear the fact they got curly hair because the Moors went and ripped through their whole country. They don't want to hear that.
The ones that are in
one thing I noticed
Sicily
too,
dark and got full
in
lips.
Europe, right? If you go in like Southern Europe, they tend to have like darker skin and like
Yeah.
coarser hair.
Well,
See,
no,
thank
that's
you, Moore.
that was in Spain. The Moors took over Spain.
They took over all of Europe, damn near. They were running Europe for almost 5 to 1,000 years.
No, the Italians. The Italians.
I noticed that in Malta, a lot of the
expelled them.
Maltese have like olive skin. Same thing with the Italians. And then some of them have kinky hair.
Yeah, the Italians
That's
they
kinda
did bad.
interesting.
The Italians were invaded
And then
by both.
they be thicker too, like they got like body and all that, like shape and hips. You know
The
what I mean?
Italians were invaded by
women.
both the Moors and the Carthaginians.
I know Keem was on another conversation earlier today. I think it's good to be specific.
Yes, sir. All right. But now you know. Even though I'm light, I am one of the darkest skinned light motherfuckers you will ever meet in your life.
Yeah,
I mean, ain't nothing wrong with being light skinned, man, or dark skinned. You just gotta.
I think I miscounted. I think I put
We all people.
114% too much in there.
At least on this panel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know that. I'm just messing around. Don't matter to me.
Even though I might like curry chicken, curry goat. I'm not you.
FBA. I've had curry goat. I like curry goat.
You like curry goat too, right?
Yeah.
And I like y'all mac and cheese.
Really?
If they do it right, it's not so gamey. If they don't, it comes out so gamey. The meat does. But I mean, I go hunting. I eat elk. I eat deer. I eat whatever, bro. If I can kill it, I'm eating it. Pause. God damn. Anyway.
Yeah. That's not
crazy. Well, we're approaching the top of the hour.
Light skins are sensitive. Are you, Nick? Are you sensitive to your light skinness? Because you in denial over there. I know your ass is out in the sun every day, so you get to bake a little bit. But if you take your ass out the sun for 3 months, your ass will be sitting over here light as me.
You talking about
Magnesium.
Nakmeezy. Nakmeezy. Yeah, Nakmeezy is the most outspoken light-skinned brother I've met, man. I might be more FBA than he is.
Wow.
Nah, I'm trolling at this point. Don't take me seriously.
Well, all right, we're approaching the top of the hour. I'm about to close everything out.
You need to call it, man.
Yep. So, do y'all have any final words, everybody? I'm gonna start with Unfriendly Stoic, since he's on a roll right now.
Okay. Thanks for having me on. It was a great conversation. I learned a lot from you brothers, and I'm just trying to continue learning. So you'll see me pretty often.
That's good.
Great having you here. Appreciate it. You're welcome anytime, but just know when you get out of line, you won't get this work, son.
Got you.
But you always welcome. My brother. Darnell, you next.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. I think I just want to say, as far as preference or programming, I think it's a little bit of both. I do believe, I think it's mostly programming, but I guess the question can become, has programming evolved into preference? And I kind of see it a little bit, with the travel community. I was on Razor Rays a couple nights ago, and we were talking about it. We were talking about how in the travel space, unfortunately, a lot of guys want to see light-skinned chicks and stuff like that. We had mentioned about Austin Holloman, how when he started going to Africa, his numbers started to dwindle, compared to his content, say in Thailand or Brazil. So to me, you could definitely tell there's some colorism there. There's definitely, to me, it's starting to become a preference, but I do believe it's because of conditioning and originally programming. For whatever reason, there is a belief that proximity to whiteness, is the standard. I don't know how it became the standard. I guess because the white man basically conquered the world at one point. So maybe that's where it comes from. I have no idea, but it's definitely there's definitely a lot of programming, and it has evolved, I think, into preference. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, Magnesia, you're next.
Big up to Al Massive. We just want to see all the NBA them. Nah, I'm just messing around, bro. Now, it was a great conversation. I love this channel. I love these panels. When y'all get on, I'm already at work. I just had my first break. It's 10 a.m. over here. So, good way to pass the time, have intelligent conversations, troll each other a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And there's a brother named Tavares in the chat. That's not Keem, right?
Nah, he went to bed already.
Wait.
Okay. I didn't know who that was. But anyway, brothers, I'll see y'all on the next one. What's the next topic going to be on the next show?
The real reason why people travel or leave the U.S. And pretty much I'm be telling my backstory and then talking about a lot of the a lot of the problems, because a lot of us get emotionally drained and we get tired of it and we move over because we're looking for a better life. So that's pretty much what it's going to be about.
All right, brothers. I thank y'all and I appreciate y'all. Peace out.
All right, bro.
Peace out. All right, Ronan, you got the floor.
I do? Oh. No, as always, man, Black Cleaner, you come up with some great topics, I always enjoy pulling up to your show and partaking in the conversation because they're always lively and great information that is shared between the brotherhood, and we can have it in a way that everybody stays pretty much civil and we all know how to agree to disagree. At the end of the day, we can all learn from each other. So I appreciate rooms like this. That's why I always pull up and try to simulcast and get your channel out there for a good conversation. It's not always about mongering. So, and the fact that you're an expat living in Panama as well, you're doing your thing on that aspect as well. Somebody that could be looked at, aside for your side hustles, your business. I mean, you got it together. I got to give you your flowers, and I'm trying to get your name out there as much as I can. So I appreciate you as always, just like I do with Charlie Chan TV. Appreciate you, Unfriendly Stoic, for being the antagonist on this round of the panel. And Darnell, as always, trying to be the devil's advocate in everything, all things said. Other than that, man, tune in for the next time for Black Cleaner. If you're in my room, please go subscribe to Black Cleaner's channel and all the other brothers that have channels on here. Unfriendly Stoic has two. So if you look him up, you'll see a Unfriendly Stoic live and TV. He's both of those. All right. Other than that, I'm good. Come on, man.
All right. Well, I appreciate you all. So this is the Black Cleaner. I'm about to get you all with the outro music. Tune in next week. Our topic is going to be the reason why a lot of brothers leave the U.S. to live abroad. And we'll be talking about that, unpeeling the layers about that. I look forward to everybody. Thanks to Charlie Chan for showing up, Charlie Chan TV. Subscribe to him. All of the people in the chat, Mr. Peppers, Prime, Travel POV, Liz 41, Time 18, everybody that was participating. Oh, foreign expat overseas, I can't forget about you. So everybody that was here, I appreciate you all, and we'll be talking next week. Same time, same channel. Peace. Oh, Lord. God damn it.
Peace. Deuces.
Deuces. Where goes my ending?